This is Audible. This is Audible.
The Name of the Rose by Umberto Eco. Translated from the Italian by William Weaver. Read by Sean Barrett. With Nicholas Rowe and Neville Jason. Preface. On August the 16th, 1968, I was handed a book written by a certain Abbé Vallée, le manuscrit de Dom Adso de Melk, traduit en français d'après l'édition de Dom J. Mabillon, aux presses de l'Abbé de la Source, Paris, 1842. Supplemented by historical information that was actually quite scant, the book claimed to reproduce faithfully a 14th century manuscript that, in its turn, had been found in the monastery of Melk by the great 18th century man of learning, to whom we owe so much information about the history of the Benedictine order. The scholarly discovery, I mean mine, the third in chronological order, entertained me while I was in Prague waiting for a dear friend. 6 days later, Soviet troops invaded that unhappy city. I managed, not without adventure, to reach the Austrian border at Linz, and from there I journeyed to Vienna, where I met my beloved, and together we sailed up the Danube. In a state of intellectual excitement, I read with fascination the terrible story of Adso of Melk, and I allowed myself to be so absorbed by it that, almost in a single burst of energy, I completed a translation using some of those large notebooks from the Papeterie Joseph Gibert, in which it is so pleasant to write if you use a felt-tip pen. And as I was writing, we reached the vicinity of Melk, where, perched over a bend in the river, the handsome Stift stands to this day, after several restorations during the course of the centuries. As the reader must have guessed, in the monastery library I found no trace of Adso's manuscript. Before we reached Salzburg, one tragic night in a little hotel on the shores of the Mondsee, my travelling companionship was abruptly interrupted, and the person with whom I was travelling disappeared, taking Abbé Vallée's book, not out of spite, but because of the abrupt and untidy way in which our relationship ended. And so I was left with a number of manuscript notebooks in my hand and a great emptiness in my heart. A few months later, in Paris, I decided to get to the bottom of my research. Among the few pieces of information I had derived from the French book, I still had the reference to its source, exceptionally detailed and precise. Vetera analecta, sive collectio veterum aliquot opera, et opusculorum oms generis, carminum epistolarum, diplomatum, epitaphiorum, et cum itinere Germanico, adaptationibus et aliquot disquisitionibus R.P.D. Ioannis Mabillon, presbyteri ac monachi ord sancti benedicti e congregatione sancti Mauri, nova editio cui accessere Mabillonii vita et aliquot opuscula, silicet dissertatio de pane eucharistico, asimo et fermentato ad eminentis, cardinalem bona, sub iungitor opusculum Ildefonsi Hispaniensis episcopi de eodem argumento et Eusebii Romani ad Theophilum Gallum epistola, de cultu sanctorum ignotorum Parisiis apud levec ad pontem Sancti Michaelis 1721, cum privilegio regis. I quickly found the Vetera Analecta at the Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève, but to my great surprise the edition I came upon differed from the description in two details. First, the publisher, who was given here as Montalon ad ripam pp. Augustinianorum prope pontem Sancti Michaelis, and also the date, which was 2 years later. I needn't add that these Analecta did not comprehend any manuscript of Adso or Adson of Melk. On the contrary, as anyone interested can check, they are a collection of brief or medium-length texts, whereas the story transcribed by Vallée ran to several hundred pages. At the same time, I consulted illustrious medievalists, such as the dear and unforgettable Étienne Gilson, but it was evident that the only vetera analecta were those I had seen at Sainte-Geneviève. A quick trip to the Abbé de la Source in the vicinity of Passy, and a conversation with my friend Dom Arne Lanestedt further convinced me that no Abbé Vallée had published books on the Abbey's presses, for that matter non-existent. French scholars are notoriously careless about furnishing reliable bibliographical information, but this case went beyond all reasonable pessimism. I began to think I had encountered a forgery. By now the Vallée volume itself could not be recovered, or at least I didn't dare go and ask it back from the person who had taken it from me. I had only my notes left, and I was beginning to have doubts about them. There are magic moments involving great physical fatigue and intense motor excitement that produce visions of people known in the past. En me retraçant ces détails, j'en suis à me demander s'ils sont réels, ou bien si je les ai rêvés. As I learned later from the delightful little book of the Abbé de Boucquoy, there are also visions of books as yet unwritten. If something new had not occurred, I would still be wondering where the story of Adso of Melk originated. But then, in 1970, in Buenos Aires, as I was browsing among the shelves of a little antiquarian bookseller on Corrientes, not far from the more illustrious Patio del Tango of that great street, I came upon the Castilian version of a little work by Milo Temesvar on the use of mirrors in the game of chess. It was an Italian translation of the original, which, now impossible to find, was in Georgian, Tbilisi, 1934. And here, to my great surprise, I read copious quotations from Adso's manuscript, though the source was neither Vallée nor Mabillon. It was Father Athanasius Kircher. But which work? A scholar, whom I prefer not to name, later assured me that, and he quoted indexes from memory, the great Jesuit never mentioned Adso of Melk. But Temesvar's pages were before my eyes, and the episodes he cited were the same as those of the Vallée manuscript. The description of the labyrinth in particular left no room for doubt. I concluded that Adso's memoirs appropriately share the nature of the events he narrates, shrouded in many shadowy mysteries, beginning with the identity of the author and ending with the abbey's location, about which Adso is stubbornly, scrupulously silent. Conjecture allows us to designate a vague area between Pomposa and Conques, with reasonable likelihood that the community was somewhere along the central ridge of the Apennines, between Piedmont, Liguria, and France. As for the period in which the events described take place, we are at the end of November 1327. The date of the author's writing, on the other hand, is uncertain. Inasmuch as he describes himself as a novice in 1327 and says he is close to death as he writes his memoirs, we can calculate roughly that the manuscript was written in the last or next to last decade of the 14th century. On sober reflection, I find few reasons for publishing my Italian version of an obscure neo-Gothic French version of a 17th century Latin edition of a work written in Latin by a German monk toward the end of the 14th century. First of all, what style should I employ? The temptation to follow Italian models of the period had to be rejected as totally unjustified. Not only does Adso write in Latin, but it is also clear from the whole development of the text that his culture, or the culture of the abbey which clearly influences him, dates back even further. It is manifestly a summation over several centuries of learning and stylistic quirks that can be linked with the late medieval Latin tradition. Adso thinks and writes like a monk who has remained impervious to the revolution of the vernacular, still bound to the pages housed in the library he tells about, educated on patristic scholastic texts. And his story, apart from the 14th century references and events which Adso reports with countless perplexities and always by hearsay, could have been written, as far as the language and the learned quotations go, in the 12th or 13th century. On the other hand, there is no doubt that in translating Adso's Latin into his own neo-Gothic French, Vallée took some liberties, and not only stylistic liberties. For example, the characters speak sometimes of the properties of herbs, clearly referring to the Book of Secrets attributed to Albertus Magnus, which underwent countless revisions over the centuries. It is certain that Adso knew the work, but the fact remains that passages he quotes from it echo too literally both formulas of Paracelsus and obvious interpolations from an edition of Albertus unquestionably dating from the Tudor period. However, I discovered later that during the time when Vallée was transcribing the manuscript of Adso, there was circulating in Paris an 18th century edition of the Grand and the Petit Albert, now irreparably corrupt. In any case, how could I be sure that the text known to Adso or the monks, whose discussions he recorded, did not also contain, among glosses, scholia, and various appendices, annotations that would go on to enrich subsequent scholarship? Finally, was I to retain in Latin the passages that Abbé Vallée himself did not feel it opportune to translate, perhaps to preserve the ambience of the period? There were no particular reasons to do so, except a perhaps misplaced sense of fidelity to my source. I have eliminated excesses, but I have retained a certain amount. And I fear that I have imitated those bad novelists who, introducing a French character, make him exclaim "Parbleu!" and "La femme! Ah, la femme!" In short, I am full of doubts. I really don't know why I have decided to pluck up my courage and present, as if it were authentic, the manuscript of Adso of Melk. Let us say it is an act of love, or, if you like, a way of ridding myself of numerous, persistent obsessions. I transcribed my text with no concern for timeliness. In the years when I discovered the Abbé Vallée volume, there was a widespread conviction that one should write only out of a commitment to the present, in order to change the world. Now, after 10 years or more, the man of letters, restored to his loftiest dignity, can happily write out of pure love of writing. And so I now feel free to tell, for sheer narrative pleasure, the story of Adso of Melk. And I am comforted and consoled in finding it immeasurably remote in time, now that the waking of reason has dispelled all the monsters that its sleep had generated, gloriously lacking in any relevance for our day, atemporally alien to our hopes and our certainties. For it is a tale of books, not of everyday worries, and reading it can lead us to recite, with our Kempis, the great imitator, "In omnibus requiem quaesivi, et nusquam inveni nisi in angulo cum libro." January the 5th, 1980. Note: Adso's manuscript is divided into 7 days, and each day into periods corresponding to the liturgical hours. The subtitles in the third person were probably added by Vallée. But since they are helpful in orienting the reader, and since this usage is also not unknown to much of the vernacular literature of the period, I did not feel it necessary to eliminate them. Adso's references to the canonical hours caused me some puzzlement, because their meaning varied according to the place and the season. Moreover, it is entirely probable that in the 14th century the instructions given by St. Benedict in the Rule were not observed with absolute precision. Nevertheless, as a guide to the reader, the following schedule is, I believe, credible. It is partly deduced from the text and partly based on a comparison of the original rule with the description of monastic life given by Edouard Schneider in Les Heures Bénédictines, Paris, Grasset, 1925. Matins, which Adso sometimes refers to by the older expression vigiliae, between 2:30 and 3 in the morning. Lauds, which in the most ancient tradition were called matutini or matins, between 5 and 6 in the morning, in order to end at dawn. Prime around 7:30, shortly before daybreak. Terce around 9 o'clock. Sext noon, in a monastery where the monks did not work in the fields, it was also the hour of the midday meal in winter. Nones between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. Vespers around 4:30, at sunset. The rule prescribes eating supper before dark. Compline around 6 o'clock. Before 7, the monks go to bed. The calculation is based on the fact that in northern Italy at the end of November, the sun rises around 7:30 a.m. and sets around 4:40 p.m.
The Name of the Rose. Prologue. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This was beginning with God, and the duty of every faithful monk would be to repeat every day, with chanting humility, the one never-changing event whose incontrovertible truth can be asserted. But we see now through a glass darkly, and the truth, before it is revealed to all face to face, we see in fragments, alas, how illegible, in the error of the world. So we must spell out its faithful signals, even when they seem obscure to us, and as if amalgamated with a will wholly bent on evil. Having reached the end of my poor sinner's life, my hair now white, I grow old as the world does, waiting to be lost in the bottomless pit of silent and deserted divinity, sharing in the light of angelic intelligences. Confined now, with my heavy, ailing body in this cell, in the dear monastery of Melk, I prepare to leave on this parchment my testimony as to the wondrous and terrible events that I happened to observe in my youth, now repeating verbatim all I saw and heard, without venturing to seek a design, as if to leave to those who will come after, if the Antichrist has not come first, signs of signs, so that the prayer of deciphering may be exercised on them. May the Lord grant me the grace to be the transparent witness of the happenings that took place in the abbey whose name it is only right and pious now to omit, toward the end of the year of our Lord 1327, when the Emperor Louis came down into Italy to restore the dignity of the Holy Roman Empire, in keeping with the designs of the Almighty, and to the confusion of the wicked usurper, simoniac and heresiarch, who in Avignon brought shame on the holy name of the Apostle. I refer to the sinful soul of Jacques of Cahors, whom the impious revered as John the 22nd. Perhaps, to make more comprehensible the events in which I found myself involved, I should recall what was happening in those last years of the century, as I understood it then, living through it, and as I remember it now, complemented by other stories I heard afterward, if my memory still proves capable of connecting the threads of happenings so many and confused. In the early years of that century, Pope Clement V had moved the apostolic seat to Avignon, leaving Rome prey to the ambitions of the local overlords. And gradually the holy city of Christianity had been transformed into a circus, or into a brothel, riven by the struggles among its leaders. Though called a republic, it was not one, and it was assailed by armed bands subjected to violence and looting. Ecclesiastics, eluding secular jurisdiction, commanded groups of malefactors and robbed, sword in hand, transgressing and organizing evil commerce. How was it possible to prevent the caput mundi from becoming again, and rightly, the goal of the man who wanted to assume the crown of the Holy Roman Empire and restore the dignity of that temporal dominion that had belonged to the Caesars? Thus, in 1314, 5 German princes in Frankfurt elected Louis the Bavarian supreme ruler of the empire. But that same day, on the opposite shore of the Main, the Count Palatine of the Rhine and the Archbishop of Cologne elected Frederick of Austria to the same high rank. 2 emperors for a single throne, and a single pope for 2. A situation that truly fomented great disorder. 2 years later, in Avignon, the new pope was elected, Jacques of Cahors, an old man of 72 who took, as I have said, the name of John the 22nd, and heaven grant that no pontiff take again a name now so distasteful to the righteous. A Frenchman devoted to the King of France. The men of that corrupt land are always inclined to foster the interests of their own people, and are unable to look upon the whole world as their spiritual home. He had supported Philip the Fair against the Knights Templars, whom the king accused, I believe unjustly, of the most shameful crimes, so that he could seize their possessions with the complicity of that renegade ecclesiastic. In 1322, Louis the Bavarian defeated his rival Frederick. Fearing a single emperor even more than he had feared 2, John excommunicated the victor, who, in return, denounced the Pope as a heretic. I must also recall how, that very year, the chapter of the Franciscans was convened in Perugia, and the Minister-General, Michael of Cesena, accepting the entreaties of the spirituals, of whom I will have occasion to speak, proclaimed as a matter of faith and doctrine the poverty of Christ, who, if he owned something with his apostles, possessed it only as usus facti. A worthy resolution meant to safeguard the virtue and purity of the order. It highly displeased the Pope, who perhaps discerned in it a principle that would jeopardize the very claims that he, as head of the Church, had made, denying the empire the right to elect bishops, and asserting on the contrary that the papal throne had the right to invest the emperor. Moved by these, or other reasons, John condemned the Franciscan propositions in 1323 with the decretal Cum inter nonnulos. It was at this point, I imagine, that Louis saw the Franciscans, now the Pope's enemies, as his potential allies. By affirming the poverty of Christ, they were somehow strengthening the ideas of the imperial theologians, namely Marsilius of Padua and John of Jandun. And finally, not many months before the events I am narrating, Louis came to an agreement with the defeated Frederick, descended into Italy, and was crowned in Milan. This was the situation when I, a young Benedictine novice in the monastery of Melk, was removed from the peace of the cloister by my father, fighting in Louis's train, not least among his barons. He thought it wise to take me with him, so that I might know the wonders of Italy and be present when the emperor was crowned in Rome. But the siege of Pisa then absorbed him in military concerns. Left to myself, I roamed among the cities of Tuscany, partly out of idleness and partly out of a desire to learn. But this undisciplined freedom, my parents thought, was not suitable for an adolescent devoted to a contemplative life. And on the advice of Marsilius, who had taken a liking to me, they decided to place me under the direction of a learned Franciscan, Brother William of Baskerville, about to undertake a mission that would lead him to famous cities and ancient abbeys. Thus I became William's scribe and disciple at the same time, nor did I ever regret it, because with him I was witness to events worthy of being handed down, as I am now doing, to those who will come after us. I did not then know what Brother William was seeking, and to tell the truth, I still do not know today, and I presume he himself did not know, moved as he was solely by the desire for truth, and by the suspicion, which I could see he always harbored, that the truth was not what was appearing to him at any given moment. and perhaps during those years he had been distracted from his beloved studies by secular duties. The mission with which William had been charged remained unknown to me while we were on our journey, or rather, he never spoke to me about it. It was only by overhearing bits of his conversations with the abbots of the monasteries where we stopped along the way that I formed some idea of the nature of this assignment. But I did not understand it fully until we reached our destination, as I will tell presently. Our destination was to the north, but our journey did not follow a straight line, and we rested at various abbeys. Thus it happened that we turned westward, when our final goal was to the east, almost following the line of mountains that from Pisa leads in the direction of the pilgrim's way to Santiago, pausing in a place which the terrible events that took place there dissuade me from identifying more closely now, but whose lords were liege to the empire, and where the abbots of our order, all in agreement, opposed the heretical, corrupt pope. Our journey lasted 2 weeks, amid various vicissitudes, and during that time I had the opportunity to know, never enough, I remain convinced, my new master. In the pages to follow, I shall not indulge in descriptions of persons, except when a facial expression or a gesture appears as a sign of a mute but eloquent language. Because, as Boethius says, nothing is more fleeting than external form, which withers and alters like the flowers of the field at the appearance of autumn. And what would be the point of saying today that the abbot Abo had a stern eye and pale cheeks, when by now he and those around him are dust, and their bodies have the mortal greyness of dust, only their souls, God grant, shining with a light that will never be extinguished? But I would like to describe William at least once, because his singular features struck me, and it is characteristic of the young to become bound to an older and wiser man, not only by the spell of his words and the sharpness of his mind, but also by the superficial form of his body, which proves very dear, like the figure of a father, whose gestures we study, and whose frowns, whose smile we observe, without a shadow of lust to pollute this form, perhaps the only that is truly pure, of corporal love. In the past, men were handsome and great. Now they are children and dwarfs. But this is merely one of the many facts that demonstrate the disaster of an aging world. The young no longer want to study anything. Learning is in decline. The whole world walks on its head. Blind men lead others equally blind and cause them to plunge into the abyss. Birds leave the nest before they can fly. The jackass plays the lyre, oxen dance. Mary no longer loves the contemplative life, and Martha no longer loves the active life. Leah is sterile, Rachel has a carnal eye. Cato visits brothels, Lucretius becomes a woman. Everything is on the wrong path. In those days, thank God, I acquired from my master the desire to learn and a sense of the straight way, which remains even when the path is tortuous. Brother William's physical appearance was at that time such as to attract the attention of the most inattentive observer. His height surpassed that of a normal man, and he was so thin that he seemed still taller. His eyes were sharp and penetrating. His thin and slightly beaky nose gave his countenance the expression of a man on the lookout, save in certain moments of sluggishness of which I shall speak. His chin also denoted a firm will, though the long face, covered with freckles, such as I often saw among those born between Hibernia and Northumbria, could occasionally express hesitation and puzzlement. In time I realized that what seemed a lack of confidence was only curiosity, but at the beginning I knew little of this virtue, which I thought rather a passion of the covetous spirit. I believed instead that the rational spirit should not indulge such passion, but feed only on the truth, which, I thought, one knows from the outset. Boy that I was first and most deeply struck by some clumps of yellowish hair that protruded from his ears, and by his thick blonde eyebrows. He had perhaps seen 50 springs, and was therefore already very old, but his tireless body moved with an agility I myself often lacked. His energy seemed inexhaustible when a burst of activity overwhelmed him, but from time to time, as if his vital spirit had something of the crayfish, he moved backward in moments of inertia, and I watched him for hours on my pallet in my cell, uttering barely a few monosyllables without contracting a single muscle of his face. On those occasions a vacant, absent expression appeared in his eyes, and I would have suspected he was in the power of some vegetal substance capable of producing visions, if the obvious temperance of his life had not led me to reject this thought. I will not deny, however, that in the course of the journey he sometimes stopped at the edge of a meadow, at the entrance to a forest, to gather some herb, always the same one, I believe, and he would then chew it with an absorbed look. He kept some of it with him and ate it in the moments of greatest tension, and we had a number of them at the Abbey. Once, when I asked him what it was, he said, laughing, that a good Christian can sometimes learn also from the infidels, and when I asked him to let me taste it, he replied that herbs that are good for an old Franciscan are not good for a young Benedictine. During our time together, we did not have occasion to lead a very regular life. Even at the Abbey we remained up at night and collapsed wearily during the day, nor did we take part regularly in the holy offices. On our journey, however, he seldom stayed awake after Compline, and his habits were frugal. Sometimes, also at the Abbey, he would spend the whole day walking in the vegetable garden, examining the plants as if they were chrysoprases or emeralds. And I saw him roaming about the treasure crypt, looking at a coffer studded with emeralds and chrysoprases, as if it were a clump of thorn apple. At other times he would pass an entire day in the great hall of the library, leafing through manuscripts as if seeking nothing but his own enjoyment, while around us the corpses of monks horribly murdered were multiplying. One day I found him strolling in the flower garden without any apparent aim, as if he did not have to account to God for his works. In my order they had taught me quite a different way of expending my time, and I said so to him. And he answered that the beauty of the cosmos derives not only from unity in variety, but also from variety in unity. This seemed to me an answer dictated by crude common sense, but I learned subsequently that the men of his land often define things in ways in which it seems that the enlightening power of reason has scant function. During our period at the Abbey, his hands were always covered with the dust of books, the gold of still fresh illumination, or with yellowish substances he touched in Severinus's infirmary. He seemed unable to think save with his hands, an attribute I considered then worthier of a mechanic. But even when his hands touched the most fragile things, such as certain freshly illuminated codices, or pages worn by time and friable as unleavened bread, he possessed, it seemed to me, an extraordinarily delicate touch, the same that he used in handling his machines. I will tell, in fact, how this strange man carried with him in his bag instruments that I had never seen before then, which he called his wondrous machines. Machines, he said, are an effect of art which is nature's ape, and they reproduce not its forms, but the operation itself. He explained to me thus the wonders of the clock, the astrolabe, and the magnet. But at the beginning I feared it was witchcraft, and I pretended to sleep on certain clear nights when he, with a strange triangle in his hand, stood watching the stars. The Franciscans I had known in Italy and in my own land were simple men, often illiterate, and I expressed to him my amazement at his learning. But he said to me, smiling, that the Franciscans of his island were cast in another mould. Roger Bacon, whom I venerate as my master, teaches that the divine plan will one day encompass the science of machines, which is natural and healthy magic. And one day it will be possible, by exploiting the power of nature, to create instruments of navigation by which ships will proceed unico homine regente, and far more rapid than those propelled by sails or oars. And there will be self-propelled wagons, and flying apparatuses of such form that a man seated in them, by turning a device, can flap artificial wings ad modum avis volantis. And tiny instruments will lift huge weights, and vehicles will allow travel on the bottom of the sea. When I asked him where these machines were, he told me that they had already been made in ancient times, and some even in our own time, except the flying instrument, which I have never seen or known anyone who has seen, but I know of a learned man who has conceived it. And bridges can be built across rivers without columns or other support, and other unheard-of machines are possible. But you must not worry if they do not yet exist, because that does not mean they will not exist later. And I say to you that God wishes them to be, and certainly they already are in his mind, even if my friend from Ockham denies that ideas exist in such a way. And I do not say this because we can determine the divine nature, but precisely because we cannot set any limit to it. Nor was this the only contradictory proposition I heard him utter. But even now, when I am old and wiser than I was then, I have not completely understood how he could have such faith in his friend from Ockham, and at the same time swear by the words of Bacon, as he was accustomed to doing. It is also true that in those dark times a wise man had to believe things that were in contradiction among themselves. There, of Brother William I have perhaps said things without sense, as if to collect from the very beginning the disjointed impressions of him that I had then. Who he was, and what he was doing, my good reader, you will perhaps deduce better from the actions he performed in the days we spent in the abbey. Nor do I promise you an accomplished design, but rather a tale of events, those, yes, wondrous and awful. And so, after I had come to know my master day by day, and spent the many hours of our journey in long conversations which, when appropriate, I will relate little by little, we reached the foot of the hill on which the abbey stood. And it is time for my story to approach it, as we did then, and may my hand remain steady as I prepare to tell what happened. First day.
Prime, in which the foot of the abbey is reached, and William demonstrates his great acumen.
It was a beautiful morning at the end of November. During the night it had snowed, but only a little, and the earth was covered with a cool blanket no more than 3 fingers high. In the darkness, immediately after Lord's, we heard Mass in a village in the valley. Then we set off toward the mountain, as the sun first appeared. While we toiled up the steep path that wound around the mountain, I saw the abbey. I was amazed, not by the walls that girded it on every side, similar to others to be seen in all the Christian world, but by the bulk of what I later learned was the edificium. This was an octagonal construction that from a distance seemed a tetragon, a perfect form which expresses the sturdiness and impregnability of the city of God, whose southern side stood on the plateau of the abbey, while the northern ones seemed to grow from the steep side of the mountain, a sheer drop to which they were bound. I might say that from below, at certain points, the cliff seemed to extend, reaching up toward the heavens, with the rocks same colours and material, which at a certain point became keep and tower, work of giants who had great familiarity with earth and sky. 3 rows of windows proclaimed the triune rhythm of its elevation, so that what was physically squared on the earth was spiritually triangular in the sky. As we came closer, we realized that the quadrangular form included, at each of its corners, a heptagonal tower, 5 sides of which were visible on the outside, 4 of the 8 sides then of the greater octagon producing 4 minor heptagons, which from the outside appeared as pentagons, and thus anyone can see the admirable concord of so many holy numbers, each revealing a subtle spiritual significance. 8, the number of perfection for every tetragon. 4, the number of the Gospels. 5, the number of the zones of the world. 7, the number of the gifts of the Holy Ghost. In its bulk and in its form, the edificium resembled Castel Ursino or Castel del Monte, which I was to see later in the south of the Italian peninsula, but its inaccessible position made it more awesome than those, and capable of inspiring fear in the traveller who approached it gradually. And it was fortunate that, since it was a very clear winter morning, I did not first see the building as it appears on stormy days. I will not say in any case that it prompted feelings of jollity. I felt fear and a subtle uneasiness. God knows these were not phantoms of my immature spirit, and I was rightly interpreting indubitable omens inscribed in the stone the day that the giants began their work, and before the deluded determination of the monks dared consecrate the building to the preservation of the divine word. As our little mules drove up the last curve of the mountain, where the main path divided into 3, producing 2 side paths, my master stopped for a while to look around, at the sides of the road, at the road itself, and above the road, where, for a brief stretch, a series of evergreen pines formed a natural roof, white with snow. "A rich abbey," he said. "The abbot likes a great display on public occasions." Accustomed as I was to hear him make the most unusual declarations, I did not question him. This was also because, after another bit of road, we heard some noises, and at the next turn an agitated band of monks and servants appeared. One of them, seeing us, came toward us with great cordiality. "Welcome, sir," he said, "and do not be surprised if I can guess who you are, because we have been advised of your visit. I am Remigio of Veragine, the cellarer of the monastery, and if you, as I believe, are Brother William of Baskerville, the abbot must be informed. You," he commanded one of his party, "go up and tell them that our visitor is about to come inside the walls." "I thank you, Brother Cellarer," my master replied politely, "and I appreciate your courtesy all the more, since, in order to greet me, you have interrupted your search. But don't worry. The horse came this way and took the path to the right. He will not get far because he will have to stop when he reaches the dung heap. He is too intelligent to plunge down that precipitous slope." "When did you see him?" the cellarer asked. "We haven't seen him at all, have we, Adso?" William said, turning toward me with an amused look. "But if you are hunting for Brunellus, the horse can only be where I have said." The cellarer hesitated. He looked at William, then at the path, and finally asked, "Brunellus? How did you know?" Come, William said. "It is obvious you are hunting for Brunellus, the abbot's favourite horse, 15 hands, the fastest in your stables, with a dark coat, a full tail, small round hoofs, but a very steady gait. Small head, sharp ears, big eyes. He went to the right, as I said, but you should hurry in any case." The cellarer hesitated for a moment longer, then gestured to his men and rushed off along the path to the right, while our mules resumed their climb. My curiosity aroused, I was about to question William, but he motioned me to wait. In fact, A few minutes later we heard cries of rejoicing, and at the turn of the path monks and servants reappeared, leading the horse by its halter. They passed by us, all glancing at us with some amazement, then preceded us toward the abbey. I believe William also slowed the pace of his mount to give them time to tell what had happened. I had already realized that my master, in every respect a man of the highest virtue, succumbed to the vice of vanity when it was a matter of demonstrating his acumen. And having learned to appreciate his gifts as a subtle diplomatist, I understood that he wanted to reach his destination preceded by a firm reputation as a man of knowledge. "And now tell me," in the end I could not restrain myself, "how did you manage to know?" "My good Adso," my master said, "during our whole journey I have been teaching you to recognize the evidence through which the world speaks to us like a great book. Alanus de Insulus said that omnis mundi creatura, quasi liber et pictura, nobis est in speculum. And he was thinking of the endless array of symbols with which God, through his creatures, speaks to us of the eternal life. But the universe is even more talkative than Alanus thought, and it speaks not only of the ultimate things, which it does always in an obscure fashion, but also of closer things, and then it speaks quite clearly. I'm almost embarrassed to repeat to you what you should know. At the crossroads, on the still fresh snow, a horse's hoofprints stood out very neatly, heading for the path to our left. Neatly spaced, those marks said that the hoof was small and round, and the gallop quite regular, and so I deduced the nature of the horse, and the fact that it was not running wildly like a crazed animal. At the point where the pines formed a natural roof, some twigs had been freshly broken off, at a height of 5 feet. One of the blackberry bushes where the animal must have turned to take the path to his right, proudly switching his handsome tail, still held some long black horsehairs in its brambles. You will not say, finally, that you do not know that path leads to the dung heap, because as we passed the lower curve, we saw the spill of waste down the sheer cliff below the great south tower, staining the snow, and from the situation of the crossroads, the path could only lead in that direction. "Yes," I said, "but what about the small head, the sharp ears, the big eyes?" "I'm not sure he has those features, but no doubt the monks firmly believe he does. As Isidore of Seville said, the beauty of a horse requires that the head be small, siccum prope pelle ossibus adherente, short and pointed ears, big eyes, flaring nostrils, erect neck, thick mane and tail, round and solid hoofs. If the horse whose passing I inferred had not really been the finest of the stables, stable boys would have been out chasing him, but instead the cellarer in person had undertaken the search. And a monk who considers a horse excellent, whatever his natural forms, can only see him as the auctoritates have described him, especially if, and here he smiled slyly in my direction, the describer is a learned Benedictine. "All right," I said. "But why Brunellus?" "May the Holy Ghost sharpen your mind, son," my master exclaimed. "But what other name could he possibly have? Why, even the great Bouridon, who is about to become rector in Paris, when he wants to use a horse in one of his logical examples, always calls it Brunellus." This was my master's way. He not only knew how to read the great book of nature, but also knew the way monks read the books of Scripture and how they thought through them. A gift that, as we shall see, was to prove useful to him in the days to follow. His explanation, moreover, seemed to me at that point so obvious that my humiliation at not having discovered it by myself was surpassed only by my pride at now being a sharer in it, and I was almost congratulating myself on my insight. Such is the power of the truth that, like good, it is its own propagator. And praised be the holy name of our Lord Jesus Christ for this splendid revelation I was granted. But resume your course, O my story, for this aging monk is lingering too long over marginalia. Tell, rather, how we arrived at the great gate of the abbey, and on the threshold stood the abbot, beside whom 2 novices held a golden basin filled with water. When we had dismounted, he washed William's hands, then embraced him, kissing him on the mouth and giving him a holy welcome. "Thank you, Abo," William said. "It is a great joy for me to set foot in your magnificence's monastery, whose fame has travelled beyond these mountains. I come as a pilgrim in the name of our Lord, and as such you have honoured me. But I come also in the name of our Lord on this earth, as the letter I now give you will tell you, and in his name also I thank you for your welcome." The abbot accepted the letter with the imperial seals, and replied that William's arrival had in any event been preceded by other missives from his brothers. "It is difficult," I said to myself with a certain pride, "to take a Benedictine abbot by surprise." Then he asked the cellarer to take us to our lodgings, as the grooms led our mules away. The abbot was looking forward to visiting us later, when we were refreshed, and we entered the great courtyard, where the abbey buildings extended all about the gentle plain that blunted in a soft bowl, or alp, the peak of the mountain. I shall have occasion to discuss the layout of the abbey more than once and in greater detail. After the gate, which was the only opening in the outer walls, a tree-lined avenue led to the abbatial church. To the left of the avenue there stretched a vast area of vegetable gardens and, as I later learned, the botanical garden around the 2 buildings of the balneary and the infirmary, and herbarium, following the curve of the walls. Behind, to the left of the church, rose the edificium, separated from the church by a yard scattered with graves. The north door of the church faced the south tower of the edificium, which offered, frontally, its west tower to the arriving visitor's eyes. Then, to the left, the building joined the walls and seemed to plunge from its towers toward the abyss, over which the north tower seen obliquely projected. To the right of the church there were some buildings sheltering in its lee, and others around the cloister, the dormitory, no doubt, the abbot's house, and the pilgrim's hospice, where we were heading. We reached it after crossing a handsome flower garden. On the right side, beyond a broad lawn, along the south walls, and continuing eastward behind the church, a series of peasants' quarters, stables, mills, oil presses, granaries, and cellars, and what seemed to me to be the novice's house. The regular terrain, only slightly rolling, had allowed the ancient builders of that holy place to respect the rules of orientation better than Honorius Augustoduniensis or Guillaume Durand could have demanded. From the position of the sun at that hour of the day, I noticed that the main church door opened perfectly westward, so choir and altar were facing east, and the good morning sun, in rising, could directly wake the monks in the dormitory and the animals in the stables. I never saw an abbey more beautiful or better oriented, even though subsequently I saw Saint-Gall and Cluny and Fontenay, and others still, perhaps larger but less well proportioned. Unlike the others, this one was remarkable for the exceptional size of the edificium. I did not possess the experience of a master builder, but I immediately realized it was much older than the buildings surrounding it. Perhaps it had originated for some other purposes, and the abbey's compound had been laid out around it at a later time, but in such a way that the orientation of the huge building should conform with that of the church and the churches with its. For architecture, among all the arts, is the one that most boldly tries to reproduce in its rhythm the order of the universe which the ancients called cosmos, that is to say, ornate, since it is like a great animal on whom there shine the perfection and the proportion of all its members. And praised be our Creator, who has decreed all things, in their number, weight, and measure.
Terce, in which William has an instructive conversation with the abbot.
The cellarer was a stout man, vulgar in appearance, but jolly, white-haired, but still strong, small, but quick. He led us to our cells in the pilgrim's hospice. Or rather, he led us to the cell assigned to my master, promising me that by the next day he would have cleared one for me also, since, though a novice, I was their guest, and therefore to be treated with all honour. For that night I could sleep in a long and wide niche in the wall of the cell, in which he had had some nice fresh straw prepared. Then the monks brought us wine, cheese, olives, bread, and excellent raisins, and left us to our refreshment. We ate and drank heartily. My master did not share the austere habits of the Benedictines, and did not like to eat in silence. For that matter, he spoke always of things so good and wise that it was as if a monk were reading to us the lives of the saints. That day I could not refrain from questioning him further about the matter of the horse. "All the same," I said, "when you read The Prince in the Snow and the Evidence of the Branches, you did not yet know Brunellus. In a certain sense, those prints spoke of all horses, or at least all horses of that breed. Mustn't we say, then, that the book of nature speaks to us only of essences, as many distinguished theologians teach?" "Not entirely, dear Adso," my master replied. "True, that kind of print expressed to me, if you like, the idea of horse, the verbum mentis, and would have expressed the same to me wherever I might have found it. But the print, in that place and at that hour of the day, told me that at least one of all possible horses had passed that way. So I found myself halfway between the perception of the concept horse and the knowledge of an individual horse. And in any case, what I knew of the universal horse had been given me by those traces, which were singular. I could say I was caught at that moment between the singularity of the traces and my ignorance, which assumed the quite diaphanous form of a universal idea. If you see something from a distance and you do not understand what it is, you will be content with defining it as a body of some dimension. When you come closer, you will then define it as an animal, even if you do not yet know whether it is a horse or an ass. And finally, when it is still closer, you will be able to say it is a horse, even if you do not yet know whether it is Brunellus or Niger. And only when you are at the proper distance will you see that it is Brunellus, or rather that horse and not another, however you decide to call it. And that will be full knowledge, the learning of the singular. So an hour ago I could expect all horses, but not because of the vastness of my intellect, but because of the paucity of my deduction. And my intellect's hunger was sated only when I saw the single horse that the monks were leading by the halter. Only then did I truly know that my previous reasoning had brought me close to the truth. And so the ideas, which I was using earlier to imagine a horse I had not yet seen, were pure signs, as the hoofprints in the snow were signs of the idea of horse, and signs and the signs of signs are used only when we are lacking things. On other occasions I had heard him speak with great scepticism about universal ideas and with great respect about individual things. And afterward, too, I thought this tendency came to him from his being both a Briton and a Franciscan. But that day he did not have the strength to face theological disputes, so I curled up in the space allotted me, wrapped myself in a blanket, and fell sound asleep. Anyone coming in could have mistaken me for a bundle, and this is surely what the abbot did when he paid William a visit toward the 3rd hour. So it was that I could listen unnoticed to their first conversation. And so Abbo arrived. He apologized for the intrusion, repeated his welcome, and said that he had to speak with William privately about a very serious matter. He began by congratulating his guest on the skill demonstrated in the business of the horse, and asked how he had been able to give such confident information about an animal he had never seen. William explained to him briefly and with detachment the path he had followed, and the abbot complimented him highly on his acumen. He said he would have expected nothing less from a man preceded by a reputation for great wisdom. He said he had received a letter from the abbot of Farfa that not only spoke of William's mission for the emperor, which they would discuss in the coming days, but also added that in England and in Italy my master had acted as inquisitor in some trials where he had distinguished himself by his perspicacity, along with a great humility. "I was very pleased to learn," the abbot continued, "that in numerous cases you decided the accused was innocent. I believe, and never more than during these sad days, in the constant presence of the evil one in human affairs," and he looked around imperceptibly, as if the enemy were lurking within those walls. "But I believe also that often the evil one works through second causes, and I know that he can impel his victims to do evil in such a way that the blame falls on a righteous man, and the evil one rejoices then as the righteous man is burned in the place of his succubus. Inquisitors often, to demonstrate their zeal, wrest a confession from the accused at all costs, thinking that the only good inquisitor is one who concludes the trial by finding a scapegoat." "An inquisitor, too, can be impelled by the devil," William said. "That is possible," the abbot admitted with great circumspection, "because the designs of the Almighty are inscrutable, and far be it from me to cast any shadow of suspicion on such worthy men. Indeed, it is as one of them that I need you today. In this abbey, something has happened that requires the attention and counsel of an acute and prudent man, such as you are. Acute in uncovering, and prudent, if necessary, in covering. If a shepherd errs, he must be isolated from other shepherds, but woe unto us if the sheep begin to distrust shepherds." "I see your point," William said. I had already had occasion to observe that when he expressed himself so promptly and politely, he was usually concealing, in an honest way, his dissent or puzzlement. "For this reason," the abbot continued, "I consider that any case involving the error of a shepherd can be entrusted only to men like you, who can distinguish not only good from evil, but also what is expedient from what is not. I like to think you pronounced a sentence of guilty only when the accused were guilty of criminal acts, of poisoning, of the corruption of innocent youths, or other abominations my mouth dares not utter." "That you pronounced sentence only when," the abbot continued, not heeding the interruption, "the presence of the devil was so evident to all eyes that it was impossible to act otherwise, without the clemencies being more scandalous than the crime itself." "When I found someone guilty," William explained, "he had really committed crimes of such gravity that in all conscience I could hand him over to the secular arm." The abbot was bewildered for a moment. "Why," he asked, "do you insist on speaking of criminal acts without referring to their diabolical cause?" "Because reasoning about causes and effects is a very difficult thing, and I believe the only judge of that can be God. We are already hard put to establish a relationship between such an obvious effect as a charred tree and the lightning bolt that set fire to it, so to trace sometimes endless chains of causes and effects seems to me as foolish as trying to build a tower that will touch the sky. Let us suppose a man has been killed by poisoning. This is a given fact. It is possible for me to imagine, in the face of certain undeniable signs, that the poisoner is a second man. On such simple chains of causes, my mind can act with a certain confidence in its power. But how can I complicate the chain, imagining that, to cause the evil deed, there was yet another intervention, not human this time, but diabolical? I do not say it is impossible. The devil, like your horse Brunellus, also indicates his passage through clear signs. But why must I hunt for these proofs? Is it not already enough for me to know that the guilty party is that man, and for me to turn him over to the secular arm? In any case, his punishment will be death. God forgive him. But I have heard that in a trial held at Kilkenny 3 years ago, in which certain persons were accused of having committed loathsome crimes, you did not deny diabolical intervention once the guilty parties had been identified. Nor did I affirm it openly, in so many words. I did not deny it, true. Who am I to express judgments on the plots of the evil one? Especially, he added, and seemed to want to insist on this reason, In cases where those who had initiated the Inquisition, the bishop, the city magistrates, and the whole populace, perhaps the accused themselves, truly wanted to feel the presence of the devil. There, perhaps, the only real proof of the presence of the devil was the intensity with which everyone at that moment desired to know he was at work. "Are you telling me, then," the abbot said in a worried tone, "that in many trials the devil does not act only within the guilty one, but perhaps, and above all, in the judges?" "Could I make such a statement?" William asked, and I noticed that the question was formulated in such a way that the abbot was unable to affirm that he could. So William took advantage of his silence to change the direction of their dialogue. "But these, after all, are remote things. I have abandoned that noble activity, and if I did so, it was because the Lord wished it." "No doubt," the abbot admitted. "And now," William continued, "I concern myself with other delicate questions, and I would like to deal with the one that distresses you, if you will speak to me about it." I felt the abbot was pleased to be able to conclude that discussion and return to his problem. He then began telling, with very careful choice of words and with long paraphrases, about an unusual event that had taken place a few days before and had left in its wake great distress among the monks. He was speaking of the matter with William, he said, because since William had great knowledge both of the human spirit and of the wiles of the evil one, Abbo hoped his guest would be able to devote a part of his valuable time to shedding light on a painful enigma. What had happened, then, was this. Adelmo of Otranto, a monk still young, though already famous as a master illuminator, who had been decorating the manuscripts of the library with the most beautiful images, had been found one morning by a goatherd at the bottom of the cliff below the edificium. Since he had been seen by other monks in choir during Compline, but had not reappeared at matins, he had probably fallen there during the darkest hours of the night of a great snowstorm in which flakes as sharp as blades fell, almost like hail, driven by a furious south wind. Soaked by that snow, which had first melted and then frozen into shards of ice, the body had been discovered at the foot of the sheer drop, torn by the rocks it had struck on the way down. Poor, fragile, mortal thing, God have mercy on him. Thanks to the battering the body had suffered in its broken fall, determining from which precise spot it had fallen was not easy. Certainly from one of the windows that opened in rows on the 3 stories on the 3 sides of the tower exposed to the abyss. "Where have you buried the poor body?" William asked. "In the cemetery, naturally," the abbot replied. "Perhaps you noticed it. It lies between the north side of the church, the edificium, and the vegetable garden." "I see," William said, "and I see that your problem is the following. If that unhappy youth, God forbid, committed suicide, the next day you would have found one of those windows open, whereas you found them all closed and with no sign of water at the foot of any of them." The abbot, as I have said, was a man of great and diplomatic composure, but this time he made a movement of surprise that robbed him totally of that decorum suited to a grave and magnanimous person, as Aristotle has it. "Who told you?" "You told me," William said. "If the window had been open, you would immediately have thought he had thrown himself out of it. From what I could tell from the outside, they are large windows of opaque glass, and windows of that sort are not usually placed in buildings of this size, at a man's height. So even if a window had been open, it would have been impossible for the unfortunate man to lean out and lose his balance. Thus suicide would have been the only conceivable explanation, in which case you would not have allowed him to be buried in consecrated ground. But since you gave him Christian burial, the windows must have been closed. And if they were closed, for I have never encountered, not even in witchcraft trials, a dead man whom God or the devil allowed to climb up from the abyss to erase the evidence of his misdeed, then obviously the presumed suicide was, on the contrary, pushed, either by human hand or by diabolical force. And you are wondering who was capable, I will not say of pushing him into the abyss, but of hoisting him to the sill. and you are distressed because an evil force, whether natural or supernatural, is at work in the abbey." "That is it," the abbot said, and it was not clear whether he was confirming William's words or accepting the reasons William had so admirably and reasonably expounded. "But how can you know there was no water at the foot of any window?" "Because you told me a south wind was blowing, and the water could not be driven against windows that opened to the east." "They had not told me enough about your talents," the abbot said, "and you are right, there was no water, and now I know why. It was all as you say. And now you understand my anxiety. It would already be serious enough if one of my monks had stained his soul with the hateful sin of suicide. But I have reason to think that another of them has stained himself with an equally terrible sin. And if that were all, in the first place, why one of the monks? In the abbey there are many other persons, grooms, goatherds, servants. To be sure, the abbey is small, but rich, the abbot agreed smugly. 150 servants for 60 monks. But everything happened in the edificium. There, as perhaps you already know, although on the ground floor are the kitchen and the refectory, on the 2 upper floors are the scriptorium and the library. After the evening meal the edificium is locked, and a very strict rule forbids anyone to enter." He guessed William's next question and added at once, though clearly with reluctance, "including, naturally, the monks. But I reject absolutely, you understand, the possibility that a servant would have had the courage to enter there at night." There was a kind of defiant smile in his eyes, albeit brief as a flash or a falling star. "Let us say they would have been afraid, you know. Sometimes orders given to the simple-minded have to be reinforced with a threat, a suggestion that something terrible will happen to the disobedient, perforce something supernatural. A monk, on the contrary—" "I understand." "Furthermore, a monk could have other reasons for venturing into a forbidden place. I mean reasons that are reasonable, even if contrary to the rule." William noticed the abbot's uneasiness, and asked a question perhaps intended to change the subject, though it produced an even greater uneasiness. "Speaking of a possible murder, you said, 'and if that were all,' what did you mean?" "Did I say that?" "Well, no one commits murder without a reason, however perverse. And I tremble to think of the perversity of the reasons that could have driven a monk to kill a brother monk. There, that is it." "Nothing else?" "Nothing else that I can say to you." "You mean there is nothing else you have the power to say?" "Please, Brother William, Brother William," and the abbot underlined brother both times. William blushed violently and remarked, "Eris sacerdos in aeternum." "Thank you," the abbot said. Oh, Lord God, what a terrible mystery my imprudent superiors were broaching at that moment, the one driven by anxiety and the other by curiosity. Because, a novice approaching the mysteries of the holy priesthood of God, humble youth that I was, I too understood that the abbot knew something, but had learned it under the seal of confession. He must have heard from someone's lips.
Sometimes a simple melody can speak to the heart more than any word. Let it speak to you now. Thank you for supporting this free listening experience.
A stranger after they promised they had control. Now we all have a chair and we pay to be seen, to be heard. We borrow their armchairs to learn.
Sinful detail that could have a bearing on the tragic end of Adelmo. Perhaps for this reason He was begging Brother William to uncover a secret he himself suspected, though he was unable to reveal to anyone, and he hoped that my master, with the powers of his intellect, would cast light on what he, the abbot, had to shroud in shadows because of the sublime law of charity. "Very well," William said then. "May I question the monks?" "You may. May I move freely about the abbey? I grant you that power." "Will you assign me this mission, coram monachis?" "This very evening." "I shall begin, however, today, before the monks know what you have charged me to do. Besides, I already had a great desire, not the least reason for my sojourn here, to visit your library, which is spoken of with admiration in all the abbeys of Christendom." The abbot rose, almost starting, with a very tense face. "You can move freely through the whole abbey, as I have said, but not, to be sure, on the top floor of the edificium, the library." "Why not?" "I would have explained to you before, but I thought you knew. You see, our library is not like others." "I know it has more books than any other Christian library. I know that in comparison with your cases, those of Bobbio or Pomposa or Cluny or Fleury seem the room of a boy barely being introduced to the abacus. I know that the 6,000 codices that were the boast of Novalesa 100 or more years ago are few compared to yours, and perhaps many of those are now here. I know your abbey is the only light that Christianity can oppose to the 36 libraries of Baghdad, to the 10,000 codices of the Vizier Ibn al-Alkami, that the number of your Bibles equals the 2,400 Korans that are the pride of Cairo, and that the reality of your cases is luminous evidence against the proud legend of the infidels who years ago claimed, intimates as they are of the Prince of Falsehood, the Library of Tripoli was rich in 6 million volumes and inhabited by 80,000 commentators and 200 scribes." "You are right. Heaven be praised." "I know that many of the monks living in your midst come from other abbeys scattered all over the world. Some stay here a short time, to copy manuscripts to be found nowhere else, and to carry them back then to their own house, not without having brought you in exchange some other unavailable manuscript that you will copy and add to your treasure. And others stay for a very long time, occasionally remaining here till death, because only here can they find the works that enlighten their research. And so you have among you Germans, Dacians, Spaniards, Frenchmen, Greeks. I know that the Emperor Frederick, many and many years ago, asked you to compile for him a book of the prophecies of Merlin, and then to translate it into Arabic to be sent as a gift to the Sultan of Egypt. I know, finally, that such a glorious abbey as Murbach, in these very sad times, no longer has a single scribe, that at St. Gall only a few monks are left who know how to write, that now in the cities corporations and guilds arise, made up of laymen who work for the universities, and only your abbey day after day renews, or, what am I saying, it exalts to ever greater heights the glories of your order." "Monasterium sine libris," the abbot recited pensively, "est sicut civitas sine opibus, castrum sine numeris, cocina sine superlectili, mensa sine sibis, hortus sine herbis, pratum sine floribus, arbor sine foliis." And our order, growing up under the double command of work and prayer, was light to the whole known world, depository of knowledge, salvation of an ancient learning that threatened to disappear in fires, sacks, earthquakes, forge of new writing and increase of the ancient. Oh, as you well know, we live now in very dark times, and I blush to tell you that not many years ago the Council of Vienne had to reaffirm that every monk is under obligation to take orders. How many of our abbeys, which 200 years ago were resplendent with grandeur and sanctity, are now the refuge of the slothful? The order is still powerful, but the stink of the cities is encroaching upon our holy places. The people of God are now inclined to commerce and wars of faction. Down below in the great settlements, where the spirit of sanctity can find no lodging, not only do they speak, of laymen nothing else could be expected, in the vulgar tongue, but they are already writing in it, though none of these volumes will ever come within our walls, fomenter of heresies as those volumes inevitably become. Because of mankind's sins, the world is teetering on the brink of the abyss, permeated by the very abyss that the abyss invokes. And tomorrow, as Honorius would have it, men's bodies will be smaller than ours, just as ours are smaller than those of the ancients. Mundus senescit. If God has now given our order a mission, it is to oppose this race to the abyss by preserving, repeating, and defending the treasure of wisdom our fathers entrusted to us. Divine Providence has ordered that the universal government, which at the beginning of the world was in the east, should gradually, as the time was nearing fulfillment, move westward to warn us that the end of the world is approaching, because the course of events has already reached the confines of the universe. But until the millennium occurs definitively, until the triumph, however brief, of the foul beast that is the Antichrist, it is up to us to defend the treasure of the Christian world and the very word of God, as he dictated it to the prophets and to the apostles, as the fathers repeated it without changing a syllable, as the schools have tried to gloss it, even if today in the schools themselves the serpent of pride, envy, folly is nesting. In this sunset, we are still torches and light, high on the horizon, and as long as these walls stand, we shall be the custodians of the divine word. Amen, William said in a devout tone. But what does this have to do with the fact that the library may not be visited? You see, Brother William, the abbot said, to achieve the immense and holy task that enriches those walls, and he nodded toward the bulk of the edificium, which could be glimpsed from the cell's windows towering above the abbatial church itself. Devout men have toiled for centuries, observing iron rules. The library was laid out on a plan which has remained obscure to all over the centuries, and which none of the monks is called upon to know. Only the librarian has received the secret from the librarian who preceded him, and he communicates it while still alive to the assistant librarian, so that death will not take him by surprise and rob the community of that knowledge. And the secret seals the lips of both men. Only the librarian has, in addition to that knowledge, the right to move through the labyrinth of the books. He alone knows where to find them and where to replace them. He alone is responsible for their safekeeping. The other monks work in the scriptorium and may know the list of the volumes that the library houses, but a list of titles often tells very little. Only the librarian knows from the collocation of the volume, from its degree of inaccessibility, what secrets, what truths or falsehoods the volume contains. Only he decides how, when, and whether to give it to the monk who requests it. Sometimes he first consults me, because not all truths are for all ears. Not all falsehoods can be recognized as such by a pious soul. And the monks, finally, are in the scriptorium to carry out a precise task, which requires them to read certain volumes and not others, and not to pursue every foolish curiosity that seizes them, whether through weakness of intellect, or through pride, or through diabolical prompting. So in the library there are also books containing falsehoods. Monsters exist because they are part of the divine plan, and in the horrible features of those same monsters the power of the Creator is revealed. And by divine plan, too, there exist also books by wizards, the Kabbalahs of the Jews, the fables of pagan poets, the lies of the infidels. It was the firm and holy conviction of those who founded the abbey and sustained it over the centuries that even in books of falsehood, to the eyes of the sage reader, a pale reflection of the divine wisdom can shine. And therefore the library is a vessel of these too. But for this very reason, you understand, it cannot be visited by just anyone. And furthermore, the abbot added, as if to apologize for the weakness of this last argument, a book is a fragile creature. It suffers the wear of time. It fears rodents, the elements, clumsy hands. If for 100 years everyone had been able freely to handle our codices, the majority of them would no longer exist. So the librarian protects them not only against mankind, but also against nature, and devotes his life to this war with the forces of oblivion, the enemy of truth. And so no one, except for 2 people, enters the top floor of the edificium. The abbot smiled. No one should. No one can. No one, even if he wished, would succeed. The library defends itself, immeasurable as the truth it houses, deceitful as the falsehood it preserves. A spiritual labyrinth, it is also a terrestrial labyrinth. You might enter, and you might not emerge. And having said this, I would like you to conform to the rules of the abbey. But you have not dismissed the possibility that Adelmo fell from one of the windows of the library? And how can I study his death if I do not see the place where the story of his death may have begun? Brother William, the abbot said in a conciliatory tone, a man who described my horse Brunella's without seeing him, and the death of Adelmo, though knowing virtually nothing of it, will have no difficulty studying places to which he does not have access. William bowed. You are wise also when you are severe. It shall be as you wish. If ever I were wise, it would be because I know how to be severe, the abbot answered. One last thing, William asked. Ubertino? He is here. He is expecting you. You will find him in church. When? Always, the abbot said, and smiled. You must know that, although very learned, he is not a man to appreciate the library. He considers it a secular lure. For the most part he stays in church, meditating, praying. Is he old? William asked, hesitating. How long has it been since you saw him? Oh, many years. He is weary, very detached from the things of this world. He is 68, but I believe he still possesses the spirit of his youth. I will seek him out at once. Thank you. The abbot asked him whether he wanted to join the community for the midday refection after sext. William said he had only just eaten, very well too, and he would prefer to see Ubertino at once. The abbot took his leave. He was going out of the cell when from the courtyard a heart-rending cry arose, like that of someone mortally wounded, followed by other, equally horrible cries. "What is that?" William asked, disconcerted. "Nothing," the abbot answered, smiling. "At this time of year they slaughter the pigs, a job for the swineherds. This is not the blood that should concern you." He went out, and he did a disservice to his reputation as a clever man, because the next morning— But curb your impatience, garrulous tongue of mine, for on the day of which I am telling, and before it's night, many more things happened that it would be best to narrate.
Sext, in which Adso admires the door of the church, and William meets Ubertino of Casale again.
The church was not majestic, like others I saw later at Strasbourg, Chartres, Bamberg, and Paris. It resembled rather those I had already seen in Italy, with scant inclination to soar dizzyingly toward the heavens, indeed firmly set on the earth, often broader than they were high. But at the first level this one was surmounted like a fortress by a sequence of square battlements, and above this story another construction rose, not so much a tower as a solid second church, capped by a pitched roof and pierced by severe windows. A robust abbatial church such as our forefathers built in Provence and Languedoc, far from the audacity and the excessive tracery characteristic of the modern style, which only in more recent times has been enriched, I believe, above the choir, with a pinnacle boldly pointed toward the roof of the heavens. Two straight and unadorned columns stood on either side of the entrance, which opened at first sight like a single great arch. But from the columns began two embrasures that, surmounted by other multiple arches, led the gaze as if into the heart of an abyss, toward the doorway itself, crowned by a great tympanum supported on the sides by 2 imposts, and in the centre by a carved pillar which divided the entrance into 2 apertures protected by oak doors reinforced in metal. At that hour of the day the weak sun was beating almost straight down on the roof, and the light fell obliquely on the facade without illuminating the tympanum. So after passing the 2 columns, we found ourselves abruptly under the almost sylvan vault of the arches that sprang from the series of lesser columns that proportionally reinforced the embrasures. When our eyes had finally grown accustomed to the gloom, the silent speech of the carved stone, accessible as it immediately was to the gaze and the imagination of anyone, for images are the literature of the layman, dazzled my eyes and plunged me into a vision that even today my tongue can hardly describe. I saw a throne set in the sky, and a figure seated on the throne. The face of the seated one was stern and impassive, the eyes wide and glaring over a terrestrial humankind that had reached the end of its story. Majestic hair and beard flowed around the face and over the chest like the waters of a river, in streams all equal, symmetrically divided in 2. The crown on his head was rich in enamels and jewels. The purple imperial tunic was arranged in broad folds over the knees, woven with embroideries and laces of gold and silver thread. The left hand, resting on one knee, held a sealed book. The right was uplifted in an attitude of blessing, or, I could not tell, of admonition. The face was illuminated by the tremendous beauty of a halo, containing a cross and bedecked with flowers, while around the throne and above the face of the seated one I saw an emerald rainbow glittering. Before the throne, beneath the feet of the seated one, a sea of crystal flowed, and around the seated one, beside and above the throne, I saw 4 awful creatures, awful for me as I looked at them, transported, but docile and dear for the seated one, whose praises they sang without cease. Or rather, not all could be called awful, because one seemed to me handsome and kindly, the man to my left, and to the right of the seated one, who held out a book. But on the other side there was an eagle I found horrifying, its beak agape, its thick feathers arranged like a cuirass, powerful talons, great wings outstretched. And at the feet of the seated one, under the first 2 figures, there were the other 2, a bull and a lion, each monster clutching a book between talons or hoofs, the body turned away from the throne, but the head toward the throne, as if shoulders and neck twisted in a fierce impulse, flanks tensed, the limbs those of a dying animal, maw open, serpent-like tails coiled and writhing, culminating at the top in tongues of flame. Both monsters were winged, both crowned by halos. Despite their formidable appearance, they were creatures not of hell, but of heaven, and if they seemed fearsome, it was because they were roaring in adoration of one who is to come, and who would judge the quick and the dead. Around the throne, beside the 4 creatures, and around the feet of the seated one, as if seen through the transparent waters of the crystal sea, as if to fill the whole space of the vision, arranged according to the triangular frame of the tympanum, rising from a base of 7 plus 7, then to 3 plus 3, and then to 2 plus 2, at either side of the great throne. On 24 little thrones there were 24 ancients, wearing white garments and crowned in gold. Some held lutes in their hands, one a vase of perfumes, and only one was playing an instrument. All the others were in ecstasy, faces turned to the seated one, whose praises they were singing, their limbs also twisted like the creatures, so that all could see the seated one, not in wild fashion, however, but with movements of ecstatic dance, as David must have danced before the ark, so that wherever their pupils were, against the law governing the stature of bodies, they converged on the same radiant spot. Oh, what a harmony of abandonment and impulse, of unnatural and yet graceful postures, in that mystical language of limbs miraculously freed from the weight of corporeal matter, marked quantity infused with new substantial form, as if the holy band were struck by an impetuous wind, breath of life, frenzy of delight, rejoicing song of praise miraculously transformed from the sound that it was into image. Bodies inhabited in every part by the Spirit, illuminated by revelation, faces overcome with amazement, eyes shining with enthusiasm, cheeks flushed with love, pupils dilated with joy. This one thunderstruck by a pleasurable consternation, that one pierced by a consternated pleasure, some transfigured by wonder, some rejuvenated by bliss. There they all were, singing with the expression of their faces, the drapery of their tunics, the position and tension of their limbs, singing a new song, lips parted in a smile of perennial praise. And beneath the feet of the ancients, and arched over them and over the throne and over the tetramorphic group, arranged in symmetrical bands, barely distinguishable one from another, because the artist's skill had made them all so mutually proportionate, united in their variety and varied in their unity, unique in their diversity and diverse in their apt assembly, in wondrous congruency of the parts, with the delightful sweetness of hues, miracle of consonance and concord of voices among themselves dissimilar, a company arranged like the strings of the zither, consentient and conspiring, continued cognition through deep and interior force suited to perform univocally in the same alternating play of the equivocal, decoration and collage of creatures beyond reduction to vicissitudes, and to vicissitudes reduced, work of amorous connecting, sustained by a law at once heavenly and worldly, bond and stable nexus of peace, love, virtue, regimen, power, order, origin, life, light, splendor, species, and figure, numerous and resplendent equality through the shining of the form over the proportionate parts of the material. There all the flowers and leaves and vines and bushes and corymbs were entwined of all the grasses that adorn the gardens of earth and heaven, violet, cistus, thyme, lily, privet, narcissus, taro, acanthus, mallow, myrrh, and Mecca balsam. But as my soul was carried away by that concert of terrestrial beauty and majestic supernatural signals, and was about to burst forth in a psalm of joy, my eye, accompanying the proportioned rhythm of the rose windows that bloomed at the ancient's feet, lighted on the interwoven figures of the central pillar which supported the tympanum. What were they, and what symbolic message did they communicate, those three criss-crossed pairs of lions rampant, like arches, each with hind paws planted on the ground, fore paws on the back of his companion, mane in serpentine curls, mouth taut in a threatening snarl, bound to the very body of the pillar by a paste or a nest of tendrils? To calm my spirit, as they had perhaps been meant also to tame the diabolical nature of the lion, and to transform it into a symbolic allusion to higher things, on the sides of the pillar there were two human figures, unnaturally tall as the column itself, and twins to two others facing them on either side from the decorated imposts, where each of the oak doors had its jamb. These figures, then, were four old men, from whose paraphernalia I recognized Peter and Paul, Jeremiah and Isaiah, also twisted as if in a dance step, their long bony hands raised, the fingers splayed like wings, and like wings were their beards and hair stirred by a prophetic wind, the folds of the very long garments stirred by the long legs giving life to waves and scrolls, opposed to the lions, but of the same stuff as the lions. And as I withdrew my fascinated eye from that enigmatic polyphony of sainted limbs and infernal sinews, I saw beside the door, under the deep arches, sometimes depicted on the embrasures in the space between the slender columns that supported and adorned them, and again on the thick foliage of the capital of each column, and from there ramifying toward the sylvan vault of the multiple arches, other visions horrible to contemplate, and justified in that place only by their parabolic and allegorical power, or by the moral lesson that they conveyed. I saw a voluptuous woman, naked and fleshless, gnawed by foul toads, sucked by serpents, coupled with a fat-bellied satyr, whose griffin legs were covered with wiry hairs, howling its own damnation from an obscene throat. And I saw a miser, stiff in the stiffness of death, on his sumptuously columned bed, now helpless prey of a cohort of demons, one of whom tore from the dying man's mouth his soul in the form of an infant, alas, never to be again born to eternal life. And I saw a proud man with a devil clinging to his shoulders and thrusting his claws into the man's eyes, while two gluttons tore each other apart in a repulsive hand-to-hand struggle. And other creatures as well, goat head and lion fur, panther's jaws, all prisoners in a forest of flames whose searing breath I could almost feel. And around them, mingled with them, above their heads and below their feet, more faces and more limbs. A man and a woman clutching each other by the hair, two asps sucking the eyes of one of the damned, a grinning man whose hooked hands parted the maw of a hydra, and all the animals of Satan's bestiary assembled in a consistory and set as guard and crown of the throne that faced them, singing its glory in their defeat. Fauns, beings of double sex, brutes with six-fingered hands, sirens, hippocentaurs, gorgons, harpies, incubi, dragopods, minotaurs, lynxes, pards, chimeras, cynophales who darted fire from their nostrils, crocodiles, polychordate, hairy serpents, salamanders, horned vipers, tortoises, snakes, two-headed creatures whose backs were armed with teeth, hyenas, otters, crows, hydrophora with saw-tooth horns, frogs, griffins, monkeys, dog-heads, lucrota, manticores, vultures, parandas, weasels, dragons, hoopoes, owls, basilisks, hypnales, presters, spectafici, scorpions, saurians, whales, cetales, amphisbaenae, jaculi, dipsases, green lizards, pilotfish, octopi, morays, and sea turtles. The whole population of the nether world seemed to have gathered to act as vestibule, dark forest, desperate wasteland of exclusion, at the apparition of the seated one in the tympanum, at his face promising and threatening, they, the defeated of Armageddon, facing him who will come at last to separate the quick from the dead. And stunned, almost, by that sight, uncertain at this point whether I was in a friendly place or in the valley of the Last Judgment, I was terrified and could hardly restrain my tears, and I seemed to hear, or did I really hear, that voice, and I saw those visions that had accompanied my youth as a novice, my first reading of the sacred books, and my nights of meditation in the choir of milk. And in the delirium of my weak and weakened senses, I heard a voice mighty as a trumpet that said, "Write in a book what you now see." And this is what I am doing. And I saw 7 golden candlesticks, and in the midst of the candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, his breast girt with a golden girdle, his head and hair white as purest wool, his eyes as a flame of fire, his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace, his voice as the sound of many waters, and he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a 2-edged sword. And I saw a door open in heaven, and he who was seated appeared to me like a jasper and a sardonyx. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, and out of the throne proceeded thunder and lightning. And the seated one took in his hands a sharp sickle and cried, "Thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe." And he that sat on the cloud thrust his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. It was at this point that I realized the vision was speaking precisely of what was happening in the abbey, of what we had learned from the abbot's reticent lips. And how many times in the following days did I return to contemplate the doorway, convinced I was experiencing the very events that it narrated. And I knew we had made our way up there in order to witness a great and celestial massacre. I trembled as if I were drenched by the icy winter rain. And I heard yet another voice, but this time it came from behind me, and it was a different voice, because it came from the earth and not from the blinding core of my vision. And indeed it shattered the vision, because William, I became aware again of his presence, also lost until then in contemplation, turned as I did. The creature behind us was apparently a monk, though his torn and dirty habit made him look like a vagabond, and his face bore a resemblance to those of the monsters I had just seen on the capitals. Unlike many of my brothers, I have never in my whole life been visited by the devil, but I believe that if he were to appear to me one day, prevented by divine decree from concealing completely his nature, even though he chose to resemble a man, he would have the very features our interlocutor presented to me at this moment. His head was hairless, not shaved in penance, but as the result of the past action of some viscid eczema. The brow was so low that if he had had hair on his head, it would have mingled with his eyebrows, which were thick and shaggy. His eyes were round, with tiny mobile pupils, and whether the gaze was innocent or malign I could not tell. Perhaps it was both, in different moods, in flashes. The nose could not be called a nose, for it was only a bone that began between the eyes, but as it rose from the face it immediately sank again, transforming itself only into two dark holes, broad nostrils thick with hair. The mouth, joined to the nose by a scar, was wide and ill-made, stretching more to the right than to the left, and between the upper lip, non-existent, and the lower, prominent and fleshy, there protruded in an irregular pattern black teeth, sharp as a dog's. The man smiled, or at least so I believed, and holding up one finger as if in admonition, he said, "Penitens agite, watch out for the drago who cometh in futurum to gnaw your anima. Death is upon us. Pray the Santo Pater come to liberare nos a malo and all our sin." Ha ha! You like this negromancia de Domine nostri Jesu Christi? Et anco joy, me dulce placer, me dolor, cave al diabolo, semper lying in wait for me in some angulum to snap at my heels. But Salvatore is not stupidus. Bonum monasterium and acqui refectorium and preto dominum nostrum, and the resto is not worth merda. Amen. No. As this story continues, I shall have to speak again and at length of this creature and record his speech. I confess I find it very difficult to do so, because I could not say now, as I could never understand then, what language he spoke. It was not Latin, in which the lettered men of the monastery expressed themselves. It was not the vulgar tongue of those parts, or any other I had ever heard. I believe I have given a faint idea of his manner of speech, reporting just now, as I remember them, the first words of his I heard. When I learned later about his adventurous life, and about the various places where he had lived, putting down roots in none of them, I realized Salvatore spoke all languages and no language. Or rather, he had invented for himself a language which used the sinews of the languages to which he had been exposed. And once I thought that his was not the Adamic language that a happy mankind had spoken, all united by a single tongue from the origin of the world to the Tower of Babel, or one of the languages that arose after the dire event of their division, but precisely the Babelish language of the first day after the divine chastisement, the language of primeval confusion. Nor for that matter could I call Salvatore's speech a language, because in every human language there are rules, and every term signifies ad placitum a thing, according to a law that does not change, for man cannot call the dog once dog and once cat, or utter sounds to which a consensus of people has not assigned a definite meaning, as would happen if someone said the word blitiri. And yet, one way or another, I did understand what Salvatore meant, and so did the others. Proof that he spoke not one, but all languages, none correctly, taking words sometimes from one and sometimes from another. I also noticed afterward that he might refer to something first in Latin and later in Provençal, and I realized that he was not so much inventing his own sentences as using the disiecta membra of other sentences heard sometime in the past according to the present situation and the things he wanted to say, as if he could speak of a food, for instance, only with the words of the people among whom he had eaten that food, and express his joy only with sentences that he had heard uttered by joyful people the day when he had similarly experienced joy. His speech was somehow like his face, put together with pieces from other people's faces, or like some precious reliquaries I have seen, si licet magnis componere pava, if I may link diabolical things with the divine, fabricated from the shards of other holy objects. At that moment, when I met him for the first time, Salvatore seemed to me, because of both his face and his way of speaking, a creature not unlike the hairy and hoofed hybrids I had just seen under the portal. Later, I realized that the man was probably good-hearted and humorous. Later still, but...
Relax your shoulders, take a deep breath, and enjoy this moment of musical stillness with us. And thank you for watching this audiobook video.
Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way. Heart racing.
We must not get ahead of our story, particularly since the moment he had spoken, my master questioned him with great curiosity. "Why did you say penitentiagite?" he asked. "Domine frate magnificentissimo," Salvatore answered with a kind of bow. "Jesus venturus est elesum mas du penitentia, no?" William gave him a hard look. "Did you come here from a convent of Minorites?" "Non comprends." "I am asking if you have lived among the friars of St. Francis. I ask if you have known the so-called apostles." Salvatore blanched, or rather his tanned and savage face turned grey. He made a deep bow, muttered through half-closed lips, "Avade retro," devoutly blessed himself, and fled, looking back at us every now and then. "What did you ask him?" I said to William. He was thoughtful for a moment. "It is of no matter. I will tell you later. Let us go inside now. I want to find Ubertino." It was just after the 6th hour. The pale sun entered from the west, and therefore through only a few narrow windows into the interior of the church. A fine strip of light still touched the main altar, whose frontal seemed to glow with a golden radiance. The side naves were immersed in gloom. Near the last chapel before the altar, in the left nave, stood a slender column on which a stone Virgin was set, carved in the modern fashion, with an ineffable smile and prominent abdomen, wearing a pretty dress with a small bodice, the child on her arm. At the foot of the Virgin, in prayer, almost prostrate, there was a man in the habit of the Cluniac order. We approached. The man, hearing the sound of our footsteps, raised his head. He was old, bald, with a glabrous face, large pale blue eyes, a thin red mouth, white complexion, a bony skull to which the skin clung like that of a mummy preserved in milk. The hands were white, with long tapering fingers. He resembled a maiden withered by premature death. He cast on us a gaze at first bewildered, as if we had disturbed him during an ecstatic vision. Then his face brightened with joy. "William," he exclaimed, "my dearest brother!" He rose with some effort and came toward my master, embraced him and kissed him on the mouth. "William," he repeated, and his eyes became moist with tears. "How long it has been! But I recognize you still. Such a long time. So many things have happened. So many trials sent by the Lord." He wept. William returned his embrace, clearly moved. We were in the presence of Ubertino of Casale. I had already heard much talk about him, even before I came to Italy, and more still as I frequented the Franciscans of the imperial court. Someone had told me that the greatest poet of those days, Dante Alighieri of Florence, dead only a few years, had composed a poem, which I could not read since it was written in vulgar Tuscan, of which many verses were nothing but a paraphrase of passages written by Ubertino in his Arbor Vitae Crucifixe. Nor was this the famous man's only claim to merit. But to permit my reader better to understand the importance of this meeting, I must try to reconstruct the events of those years as I understood them both during my brief stay in central Italy and from listening to the many conversations William had had with abbots and monks in the course of our journey. I will try to tell what I understood of these matters, even if I am not sure I can explain them properly. My masters at Melk had often told me that it is very difficult for a northerner to form any clear idea of the religious and political vicissitudes of Italy. The peninsula, where the power of the clergy was more evident than in any other country, and where more than in any other country the clergy made a display of power and wealth, for at least 2 centuries had generated movements of men bent on a poorer life, in protest against the corrupt priests from whom they even refused the sacraments. They gathered in independent communities, hated equally by the feudal lords, the empire, and the city magistrates. Finally, St. Francis had appeared, spreading a love of poverty that did not contradict the precepts of the Church. And after his efforts, the Church had accepted the summons to severe behavior of those older movements, and had purified them of the elements of disruption that lurked in them. There should have followed a period of meekness and holiness, but as the Franciscan order grew and attracted the finest men, it became too powerful, too bound to earthly matters, and many Franciscans wanted to restore it to its early purity. A very difficult matter for an order that at the time when I was at the abbey already numbered more than 30,000 members scattered throughout the whole world. But so it was, and many of those monks of St. Francis were opposed to the rule that the order had established, and they said the order had by now assumed the character of those ecclesiastical institutions it had come into the world to reform. And this, they said, had already happened in the days when St. Francis was alive, and his words and his aims had been betrayed. Many of them rediscovered then a book written at the beginning of the 12th century of our era by a Cistercian monk named Joachim, to whom the spirit of prophecy was attributed. He had, in fact, foreseen the advent of a new age in which the Spirit of Christ, long corrupted through the actions of his false apostles, would again be achieved on earth. And he had announced certain future events in a way that made it seem clear to all that, unawares, he was speaking of the Franciscan order. And therefore many Franciscans had greatly rejoiced, even excessively it seems, because then, around the middle of the century, the doctors of the Sorbonne condemned the teachings of that abbot Joachim. Apparently they did so because the Franciscans and the Dominicans were becoming too powerful, too learned at the University of Paris. And those Sorbonne doctors wanted to eliminate them as heretics. But this scheme was not carried out, happily for the Church, which then allowed the dissemination of the works of Thomas Aquinas and Bonaventure of Bagnoregio, certainly not heretics. Whence it is clear that in Paris, too, there was a confusion of ideas, or someone who wished to confuse them for his own purposes. And this is the evil that heresy inflicts on the Christian people, obfuscating ideas and inciting all to become inquisitors to their personal benefit. For what I saw at the Abbey then, and will now recount, caused me to think that often inquisitors create heretics. And not only in the sense that they imagine heretics where these do not exist, but also that inquisitors repress the heretical putrefaction so vehemently that many are driven to share in it in their hatred for the judges. Truly, a circle conceived by the devil. But I was speaking of the heresy, if such it was, of the Joachimites. And in Tuscany there was a Franciscan, Gerard, of Borgo San Donino, who repeated the predictions of Joachim and made a deep impression on the Minorites. Thus there arose among them a band of supporters of the old rule against the reorganization of the order attempted by the great Bonaventure, who had become general of the order. In the final 30 years of the last century, the Council of Lyons rescued the Franciscan order from its enemies, who wanted to abolish it, and allowed it ownership of all property in its use, already the law for older orders. But some monks in the marches rebelled, because they believed that the spirit of the rule had been forever betrayed, since Franciscans must own nothing, personally or as a convent or as an order. These rebels were put in prison for life. It does not seem to me that they were preaching things contrary to the gospel, but when the possession of earthly things is in question, it is difficult for men to reason justly. I was told that years later the new general of the order, Raymond Gaufredi, found these prisoners in Ancona, and on freeing them said, "Would God that all of us and the whole order were stained by such a sin," a sign that what the heretics say is not true, and there are still men of great virtue living in the Church. Among these freed prisoners there was one, Angelus Clarenus, who then met a monk from Provence, Pierre Olieu, who preached the prophecies of Joachim, and then he met Ubertino of Casale, and in this way the movement of the spirituals originated. In those years a most holy hermit rose to the papal throne, Peter of Morone, who reigned as Celestine V, and he was welcomed with relief by the spirituals. A saint will appear, it had been said, and he will follow the teachings of Christ. He will live an angelic life. Tremble, ye corrupt priests. Perhaps Celestine's life was too angelic, or the prelates around him were too corrupt, or he could not bear the strain of the interminable conflict with the emperor and with the other kings of Europe. The fact is that Celestine renounced his throne and retired to a hermitage. But in the brief period of his reign, less than a year, the hopes of the spirituals were all fulfilled. They went to Celestine, who founded with them the community known as that of the Fratres et Pauperes Hermitae Domini Celestini. On the other hand, while the Pope was to act as mediator among the most powerful cardinals of Rome, there were some, like a Colonna and an Orsini, who secretly supported the new poverty movement, a truly curious choice for powerful men who lived in vast wealth and luxury. And I have never understood whether they simply exploited the spirituals for their own political ends, or whether in some way they felt they justified their carnal life by supporting the spiritual trend. Perhaps both things were true, to judge by the little I can understand of Italian affairs. But to give an example, Ubertino had been taken on as chaplain by Cardinal Orsini when, having become the most respected among the spirituals, he risked being accused as a heretic, and the cardinal himself had protected Ubertino in Avignon. As happens, however, in such cases, on the one hand Angelus and Ubertino preached according to doctrine, on the other great masses of simple people accepted this preaching of theirs and spread through the country beyond all control. So Italy was invaded by these fraticelli, or friars of the poor life, whom many considered dangerous. At this point it was difficult to distinguish the spiritual masters, who maintained contact with the ecclesiastical authorities, from their simpler followers, who now lived outside the order, begging for alms and existing from day to day by the labour of their hands, holding no property of any kind. And these the populace now called fraticelli, not unlike the French beggards, who drew their inspiration from Pierre Olieu. Celestine V was succeeded by Boniface VIII, and this pope promptly demonstrated scant indulgence for spirituals and fraticelli in general. In the last years of the dying century he signed a bull, Firma Cautela, in which with one stroke he condemned bisocchi, vagabond mendicants who roamed about at the far edge of the Franciscan order, and the spirituals themselves, who had left the life of the order and retired to a hermitage. After the death of Boniface VIII, the spirituals tried to obtain from certain of his successors, among them Clement V, permission to leave the order peaceably. I believe they would have succeeded, but the advent of John the 22nd robbed them of all hope. When he was elected in 1316, he wrote to the King of Sicily, telling him to expel those monks from his lands, where many had taken refuge. And John had Angelus Clarinus and the spirituals of Provence put in chains. All cannot have proceeded smoothly, and many in the Curia resisted. The fact is that Ubertino and Clarinus managed to obtain permission to leave the order, and the former was received by the Benedictines, the latter by the Celestinians. But for those who continued to lead their free life, John was merciless, and he had them persecuted by the Inquisition, and many were burned at the stake. He realized, however, that to destroy the weed of the fraticelli, who threatened the very foundation of the Church's authority, he would need to condemn the notions on which their faith was based. They claimed that Christ and the apostles had owned no property, individually or in common, and the Pope condemned this idea as heretical. An amazing position, because there is no evident reason why a Pope should consider perverse the notion that Christ was poor. But only a year before, a general chapter of the Franciscans in Perugia had sustained this opinion, and in condemning the one, the Pope was condemning also the other. As I have already said, the chapter was a great reverse in his struggle against the emperor. This is the fact of the matter. So after that, many fraticelli, who knew nothing of empire or of Perugia, were burned to death. These thoughts were in my mind as I gazed on the legendary figure of Ubertino. My master introduced me, and the old man stroked my cheek with a warm, almost burning hand. At the touch of his hand I understood many of the things I had heard about that holy man, and others I had read in the pages of his Arbor Vitae Crucifixae. I understood the mystic fire that had consumed him from his youth, when, though studying in Paris, he had withdrawn from theological speculation and had imagined himself transformed into the penitent Magdalene. And then his intense association with Saint Angela of Foligno, who had initiated him into the riches of the mystic life and the adoration of the cross, and why his superiors, one day, alarmed by the ardour of his preaching, had sent him in retreat to La Verna. I studied that face, its features sweet as those of the sainted woman with whom he had fraternally exchanged profound spiritual thoughts. I sensed he must have been able to assume a far harsher expression when, in 1311, the Council of Vienne, with the decretal Exivi de Paradiso, had deposed Franciscan superiors hostile to the spirituals, but had charged the latter to live in peace within the order. And this champion of renunciation had not accepted that shrewd compromise, and had fought for the institution of a separate order based on principles of maximum strictness. This great warrior then lost his battle, for in those years John the 22nd was advocating a crusade against the followers of Pierre Olieu, among whom Ubertino himself was numbered, and he condemned the monks of Narbonne and Béziers. But Ubertino had not hesitated to defend his friend's memory against the Pope, and, outdone by his sanctity, John had not dared condemn him, though he then condemned the others. On that occasion, indeed, he offered Ubertino a way of saving himself, first advising him, and then commanding him to enter the Cluniac order. Ubertino, apparently so disarmed and fragile, must have been equally skilful in gaining protectors and allies in the papal courts, and in fact he agreed to enter the monastery of Gemblach in Flanders. But I believe he never even went there, and he remained in Avignon under the banner of Cardinal Orsini to defend the Franciscans' cause. Only in recent times, and the rumours I had heard were vague, his star at court had waned. He had had to leave Avignon, and the Pope had this indomitable man pursued as a heretic, who per mundum discurrit vagabundus. Then, it was said, all trace of him was lost. That afternoon I had learned, from the dialogue between William and the abbot, that he was hidden here in this abbey. And now I saw him before me. "William," he was saying, "they were on the point of killing me, you know. I had to flee in the dead of night." "Who wanted to kill you? John?" "No, John has never been fond of me, but he has never ceased to respect me. After all, he was the one who offered me a way of avoiding a trial 10 years ago, commanding me to enter the Benedictines, and so silencing my enemies. They muttered for a long time. They waxed ironical on the fact that a champion of poverty should enter such a rich order and live at the court of Cardinal Orsini. William, you know my contempt for the things of this earth. But it was the way to remain in Avignon and defend my brothers. The Pope is afraid of Orsini. He would never have harmed a hair of my head. As recently as 3 years ago, he sent me as his envoy to the King of Aragon." "Then who wished you ill?" "All of them. The Curia. They tried to assassinate me twice. They tried to silence me. You know what happened 5 years ago? The Bigods of Narbonne had been condemned 2 years before, and Berengar Taloni, though he was one of the judges, had appealed to the Pope. Those were difficult moments. John had already issued 2 bulls against the spirituals, and even Michael of Cesena had given up. By the way, when does he arrive?" "He will be here in 2 days' time." "Michael, I have not seen him for so long. Now he has come around. He understands what we wanted. The Perugia chapter asserted that we were right. But then, still in 1318, he gave in to the Pope and turned over to him 5 spirituals of Provence who were resisting submission. Burned, William. Oh, it is horrible." He hid his face in his hands. "But what exactly happened after Taloni's appeal?" William asked. "John had to reopen the debate, you understand? He had to do it, because in the Curia too there were men seized with doubt, even the Franciscans in the Curia, Pharisees, whited sepulchres, ready to sell themselves for a prebend. But they were seized with doubt. It was then that John asked me to draw up a memorial on poverty. It was a fine work, William. May God forgive my pride. I have read it. Michael showed it to me. There were the hesitant, even among our own men, the provincial of Aquitaine, the cardinal of San Vitale, the bishop of Caffa. An idiot, William said. Rest in peace. He was gathered to God 2 years ago. God was not so compassionate. That was a false report that arrived from Constantinople. He is still in our midst, and I am told he will be a member of the legation. God protect us. But he is favourable to the chapter of Perugia, Ubertino said. Exactly. He belongs to that race of men who are always their adversaries' best champions. To tell the truth, Ubertino said, even then he was no great help to the cause. And it all came to nothing, but at least the idea was not declared heretical, and this was important. And so the others have never forgiven me. They have tried to harm me in every way. They have said that I was at Sachsenhausen 3 years ago, when Louis proclaimed John a heretic, and yet they all knew I was in Avignon that July with Orsini. They found that parts of the Emperor's declaration reflected my ideas. What madness! Not all that mad, William said. I had given them the ideas, taking them from your Declaration of Avignon and from some pages of Olieu. You! Ubertino exclaimed, between amazement and joy. But then you agree with me. William seemed embarrassed. They were the right ideas for the Emperor at that moment, he said evasively. Ubertino looked at him suspiciously. Ah, but you don't really believe them, do you? Tell me, William said, tell me how you saved yourself from those dogs. Ah, dogs indeed, William. Rabid dogs. I found myself even in conflict with Bonagrazia, you know. But Bonagrazia is on our side. Now he is, after I spoke at length with him. Then he was convinced, and he protested against the ad conditorum canonum, and the Pope imprisoned him for a year. I've heard he is now close to a friend of mine in the Curia, William of Ockham. I know him only slightly. I don't like him. A man without fervour, all head, no heart. But the head is beautiful. Perhaps, and it will take him to hell. Then I will see him again down there, and we will argue logic. Hush, William, Ubertino said, smiling with deep affection. You are better than your philosophers. If only you had wanted... What? When we saw each other the last time in Umbria, remember? I had just been cured of my ailments through the intercession of that marvellous woman, Claire of Montefalco, he murmured, his face radiant. Claire. When female nature, naturally so perverse, becomes sublime through holiness, then it can be the noblest vehicle of grace. You know how my life has been inspired by the purest chastity, William. He grasped my master's arm convulsively. You know with what fierce, yes, that's the word, with what fierce thirst for penance I have tried to mortify in myself the throbbing of the flesh and make myself wholly transparent to the love of Jesus crucified. And yet 3 women in my life have been 3 celestial messengers for me. Angela of Foligno, Margaret of Città di Castello, who revealed the end of my book to me when I had written only 1/3 of it, and finally Claire of Montefalco. It was a reward from heaven that I should investigate her miracles and proclaim her sainthood to the crowds before Holy Mother Church moved. And you were there, William, and you could have helped me in that holy endeavour, and you would not. But the holy endeavour that you invited me to share was sending Bentivenga, Giacomo, and Giovannuccio to the stake, William said softly. They were besmirching her memory with their perversions, and you were an inquisitor. And that was precisely why I asked to be relieved of that position. I did not like the business, nor did I like, I shall be frank, the way you induced Bentivenga to confess his errors. You pretended you wished to enter his sect, if sect it was. You stole his secrets from him, and you had him arrested. But that is the way to proceed against the enemies of Christ. They were heretics. They were pseudo-apostles. They reeked of the sulphur of Fra Dolcino. They were Claire's friends. No, William, you must not cast even the hint of a shadow on Claire's memory. But they were associated with her. They were Minorites. They called themselves spirituals, and instead they were monks of the community. But you know it emerged clearly at the trial that Bentivenga of Gubbio proclaimed himself an apostle, and then he and Giovannuccio of Bevagna seduced nuns, telling them hell does not exist, that carnal desires can be satisfied without offending God, that the body of Christ, Lord forgive me, can be received after a man has lain with a nun, that the Magdalene found more favour in the Lord's sight than the Virgin Agnes, that what the vulgar call the devil is God himself, because the devil is knowledge and God is by definition knowledge. And it was the blessed Claire, after hearing this talk, who had the vision in which God himself told her they were wicked followers of the Spiritus Libertatis. There were Minorites whose minds were aflame with the same vision as Claire's, and often the step between ecstatic vision and sinful frenzy is very brief, William said. Ubertino wrung his hands, and his eyes were again veiled with tears. Don't say that, William. How can you confound the moment of ecstatic love, which burns the viscera with the perfume of incense, and the disorder of the senses, which reeks of sulphur? Bentivenga urged others to touch a body's naked limbs. He declared this was the only way to freedom from the dominion of the senses. Homo nudus cum nuda jacebat. Naked they lay together, man and woman. Et non commissebantur ad invisem, but there was no conjunction. Lies! They were seeking pleasure, and they found it. If carnal stimulus was felt, they did not consider it a sin to satisfy it. Man and woman lay together, and the one touched and kissed the other in every part, and naked belly was joined to naked belly. I confess that the way Ubertino stigmatized the vice of others did not inspire virtuous thoughts in me. My master must have realized I was agitated, and he interrupted the holy man. Yours is an ardent spirit, Ubertino, both in love of God and in hatred of evil. What I meant is that there is little difference between the ardour of the seraphim and the ardour of Lucifer, because they are always born from an extreme igniting of the will. Oh, there is a difference, and I know it, Ubertino said, inspired. You mean that between desiring good and desiring evil there is a brief step, because it is always a matter of directing the will. This is true. But the difference lies in the object, and the object is clearly recognizable. God on this side, the devil on that. And I fear I no longer know how to distinguish, Ubertino. Wasn't it your Angela of Foligno who told of that day when her spirit was transported, and she found herself in the sepulchre of Christ? Didn't she tell how first she kissed his breast, and saw him lying with his eyes closed? Then she kissed his mouth, and there rose from those lips an ineffable sweetness. And after a brief pause she lay her cheek against the cheek of Christ, and Christ put his hand to her cheek, and pressed her to him, and, as she said, her happiness became sublime. What does this have to do with the urge of the senses? Ubertino asked. It was a mystical experience, and the body was our Lord's. Perhaps I am accustomed to Oxford, William said, where even mystical experience was of another sort. All in the head, Ubertino smiled, or in the eyes. God perceived as light in the rays of the sun, the images of mirrors, the diffusion of colours over the parts of ordered matter, in the reflections of daylight on wet leaves. Isn't this love closer to Francis's, when he praises God in his creatures, flowers, grass, water, air, I don't believe this type of love can produce any snare, whereas I'm suspicious of a love that transmutes into a colloquy with the Almighty, the shudders felt in fleshly contacts. You blaspheme, William. It is not the same thing. There is an immense abyss between the high ecstasy of the heart-loving Christ crucified and the base, corrupt ecstasy of the pseudo-apostles of Montefalco. They were not pseudo-apostles. They were brothers of the free spirit. You said as much yourself. What difference is there? You haven't heard everything about that trial. I myself never dared record certain confessions for fear of casting, if only for a moment, the shadow of the devil on the atmosphere of sanctity Clare had created in that place. But I learned certain things, William. They gathered at night in a cellar. They took a newborn boy. They threw him from one to another until he died of blows or other causes. And he who caught him alive for the last time and held him as he died became the leader of the sect. And the child's body was torn to pieces and mixed with flour to make blasphemous hosts. Ubertino, William said firmly, these things were said many centuries ago by the Armenian bishops about the sect of the Paulicians, and about the Bogomils. What does that matter? The devil is stubborn. He follows a pattern in his snares and his seductions. He repeats his rituals at a distance of millennia. He is always the same. This is precisely why he is recognized as the enemy. I swear to you, they lighted candles on Easter night and took maidens into the cellar. Then they extinguished the candles and threw themselves on the maidens, even if they were bound to them by ties of blood. And if from this conjunction a baby was born, the infernal rite was resumed, all around a little jar of wine, which they called the keg. And they became drunk and would cut the baby to pieces and pour its blood into the goblet, and they threw babies on the fire still alive, and they mixed the baby's ashes and his blood, and drank. But Michael Sellers wrote this in his book on the workings of devils 300 years ago. Who told you these things? They did. Ventivinga and the others, and under torture. There is only one thing that arouses animals more than pleasure, and that is pain. Under torture you are as if under the dominion of those grasses that produce visions. Everything you have heard told, everything you have read, returns to your mind, as if you were being transported, not toward heaven, but toward hell. Under torture you say not only what the Inquisitor wants, but also what you imagine might please him, because a bond this truly diabolical is established between you and him. Those things I know, Ubertino. I also have belonged to those groups of men who believe they can produce the truth with white-hot iron. Well, let me tell you, the white heat of truth comes from another flame. Under torture, Bentivenga may have told the most absurd lies, because it was no longer himself speaking, but his lust, the devils of his soul. Lust? Yes, there is a lust for pain, as there is a lust for adoration and even a lust for humility. If it took so little to make the rebellious angels direct their ardor away from worship and humility toward pride and revolt, what can we expect of a human being? There. Now you know. This was the thought that struck me in the course of my inquisitions, and this is why I gave up that activity. I lacked the courage to investigate the weaknesses of the wicked, because I discovered they are the same as the weaknesses of the saintly. Ubertino had listened to William's last words as if not understanding them. From the old man's expression, as it became filled with affectionate commiseration, I realized he considered William prey to culpable sentiments, which he forgave because he loved my master greatly. Ubertino interrupted him and said in a very bitter voice, "It does not matter. If that was how you felt, you were right to stop. Temptations must be fought. Still, I lacked your support. With it we could have routed that band. And instead, you know what happened? I myself was accused of being weak toward them, and I was suspected of heresy. You were weak also in fighting evil. Evil, William. Will this condemnation never cease? This shadow, this mire that prevents us from arriving at the holy source? He moved still closer to William, as if he were afraid someone might overhear. Here, too, even among these walls consecrated to prayer, you know? I know. The abbot has spoken to me. In fact, he asked me to help him shed light on it. Then observe, investigate, look with a lynx's eye in both directions. Lust and pride. Lust? Yes, lust. There was something feminine, and therefore diabolical, about that young man who is dead. He had the eyes of a maiden seeking commerce with an incubus. But I said pride also. The pride of the intellect in this monastery consecrated to the pride of the word, to the illusion of wisdom. If you know something, help me. I know nothing. There is nothing that I know. But the heart senses certain things. Let your heart speak. Question faces, do not listen to tongues. But come, why must we talk of these sad things and frighten this young friend of ours? He looked at me with his pale blue eyes, grazing my cheek with his long white fingers, and I instinctively almost withdrew. I controlled myself, and was right to do so, because I would have offended him, and his intention was pure. "Tell me of yourself instead," he said, turning again to William. "What have you done since then? It has been 18 years. I went back to my country. I resumed studying at Oxford. I studied nature. Nature is good, because she is the daughter of God, Ubertino said. And God must be good, since he generated nature, William said with a smile. I studied. I met some very wise friends. Then I came to know Marsilius. I was attracted by his ideas about empire, the people, about a new law for the kingdoms of the earth, and so I ended up in that group of our brothers who were advising the emperor. But you know these things. I wrote you. I rejoiced at Bobbio when they told me you were here. We believed you were lost. But now that you are with us, you can be of great help in a few days, when Michael also arrives. It will be a harsh conflict with Berengar Taloni. I really believe we will have some amusement." Ubertino looked at him with a tentative smile. "I can never tell when you Englishmen are speaking seriously. There is nothing amusing about such a serious question. At stake is the survival of the order, which is your order, and in my heart it is mine too. But I shall implore Michael not to go to Avignon. John wants him, seeks him, invites him too insistently. Don't trust that old Frenchman. Oh, Lord, into what hands has thy church fallen?" He turned his head toward the altar. "Transformed into harlot, weakened by luxury, she roils in lust like a snake in heat. From the naked purity of the stable of Bethlehem, made of wood as the lignum vitae of the cross was wood, to the bacchanalia of gold and stone. Look here, you have seen the doorway. There is no escaping the pride of images. The days of the Antichrist are finally at hand, and I am afraid, William." He looked around, staring wide-eyed among the dark naves, as if the Antichrist were going to appear any moment, and I actually expected to glimpse him. "His lieutenants are already here, dispatched as Christ dispatched the apostles into the world. They are trampling on the city of God, seducing through deceit, hypocrisy, violence. It will be then that God will have to send his servants, Elijah and Enoch, whom he maintained alive in the earthly paradise, so that one day they may confound the Antichrist and they will come to prophesy clad in sackcloth, and they will preach penance by word and by example." "They have already come, Ubertino," William said, indicating his Franciscan habit. "But they have not yet triumphed. This is the moment when the Antichrist, filled with rage, will command the killing of Enoch and Elijah and the exposure of their bodies for all to see, and thus be afraid of imitating them, just as they wanted to kill me." At that moment, terrified, I thought Ubertino was in the power of a kind of holy frenzy, and I feared for his reason. Now, with the distance of time, knowing what I know, namely that 2 years later he would be mysteriously killed in a German city by a murderer never discovered, I am all the more terrified, because obviously that evening Ubertino was prophesying. "The Abbot Joachim spoke the truth, you know. We have reached the 6th era of human history, when 2 Antichrists will appear, the mystic Antichrist and the Antichrist proper. This is happening now in the 6th era, after Francis appeared to receive in his own flesh the 5 wounds of Jesus crucified. Boniface was the mystic Antichrist, and the abdication of Celestine was not valid. Boniface was the beast that rises up from the sea, whose 7 heads represent the offences to the deadly sins, and whose 10 horns the offences to the commandments, and the cardinals who surrounded him were the locusts, whose body is Apollyon. But the number of the beast, if you read the name in Greek letters, is Benedicti." He stared at me to see whether I understood, and he raised a finger, cautioning me. "Benedict the 11th was the Antichrist proper, the beast that rises up from the earth. God allowed such a monster of vice and iniquity to govern his church, so that his successors' virtues would blaze with glory." "But, sainted Father," I replied in a faint voice, summoning my courage, "his successor is John." Ubertino put a hand to his brow, as if to dispel a troublesome dream. He was breathing with difficulty. He was tired. "True, the calculations were wrong. We are still awaiting the angelic Pope. But meanwhile, Francis and Dominic have appeared." He raised his eyes to heaven and said, as if praying, but I was sure he was quoting a page of his great book on the Tree of Life, "Quorum primus seraphico calculo purgatus et ardore selico inflammatus totum incendere videbatur, secundus vero verbo predicationis fecundus super mundi tenebras clarius radiavit." Yes, these were the promises. The angelic Pope must come. "And so be it, Ubertino," William said. "Meanwhile, I am here to prevent the human emperor from being deposed. Your angelic Pope was also preached by Fra Dolcino." "Never utter again the name of that serpent!" Ubertino cried, and for the first time I saw his sorrow turn into rage. "He has befouled the words of Joachim of Calabria, and has made them bringers of death and filth. Messenger of the Antichrist, if ever there was one. But you, William, speak like this because you do not really believe in the advent of the Antichrist, and your masters at Oxford have taught you to idolize reason, drying up the prophetic capacities of your heart." "You're mistaken, Ubertino," William answered very seriously. "You know that among my masters I venerate Roger Bacon more than any other." "Who raved of flying machines?" Ubertino muttered bitterly. "Who spoke clearly and calmly of the Antichrist, and was aware of the import of the corruption of the world and the decline of learning. He taught, however, that there is only one way to prepare against his coming. Study the secrets of nature, use knowledge to better the human race. We can prepare to fight the Antichrist by studying the curative properties of herbs, the nature of stones, and even by planning those flying machines that make you smile. Your Bacon's Antichrist was a pretext for cultivating intellectual pride. A holy pretext. Nothing pretextual is holy. William, you know I love you. You know I have great faith in you. Mortify your intelligence. Learn to weep over the wounds of the Lord. Throw away your books. I will devote myself only to yours. William smiled. Ubertino also smiled and waved a threatening finger at him. Foolish Englishman! Do not laugh too much at your fellows. Those whom you cannot love you should rather fear. And be on your guard here at the Abbey. I do not like this place. I want to know it better, in fact, William said, taking his leave. Come, Adso. I tell you it is not good, and you reply that you want to know it better. Ah, Ubertino said, shaking his head. By the way, William said, already halfway down the nave, who is that monk who looks like an animal and speaks the language of Babel? Salvatore. Ubertino, who had already knelt down, turned. I believe he was a gift of mine to this abbey, along with the cellarer. When I put aside the Franciscan habit, I returned for a while to my old convent at Casale, and there I found other monks in difficulty, because the community accused them of being spirituals of my sect, as they put it. I exerted myself in their favour, procuring permission for them to follow my example, and two, Salvatore and Remigio, I found here when I arrived last year. Salvatore, he does indeed look like an animal, but he is obliging. William hesitated a moment. I heard him say, penitentiagite. Ubertino was silent. He waved one hand as if to drive off a bothersome thought. No, I don't believe so. You know how these lay brothers are. Country people who have perhaps heard some wandering preacher and don't know what they are saying. I would have other reproaches to make to Salvatore. He is a greedy animal and lustful, but nothing against orthodoxy. No, the sickness of the Abbey is something else. Seek it among those who know too much, not in those who know nothing. Don't build a castle of suspicions on one word. I would never do that, William answered. I gave up being an inquisitor precisely to avoid doing that. But I like also to listen to words, and then I think about them. You think too much. Boy, he said, addressing me. Don't learn too many bad examples from your master. The only thing that must be pondered, and I realize this at the end of my life, is death. Mors est quies viatoris, finis est omnis laboris. Let me pray now.
Toward Nones, in which William has a very erudite conversation with Severinus the herbalist.
We walked again down the central nave and came out through the door by which we had entered. I could still hear Ubertino's words, all of them, buzzing in my head. That man is odd, I dared say to William. He is, or has been, in many ways, a great man, but for this very reason he is odd. It is only petty men who seem normal. Ubertino could have become one of the heretics he helped burn, or a cardinal of the Holy Roman Church. He came very close to both perversions. When I talk with Ubertino, I have the impression that hell is heaven seen from the other side. I did not grasp his meaning. From what side? I asked. Ah, true. William acknowledged the problem. It is a matter of knowing whether there are sides, and whether there is a whole. But pay no attention to me, and stop looking at that doorway, he said, striking me lightly on the nape as I was turning, attracted by the sculptures I had seen on entering. They have frightened you enough for today, all of them. As I turned back to the exit, I saw in front of me another monk. He could have been William's age. He smiled and greeted us cordially. He said he was Severinus of Sankt Wendel, and he was the brother herbalist in charge of the balneary, the infirmary, the gardens, and he was ours to command if we would like to learn our way better around the abbey compound. William thanked him, and said he had already remarked on coming in the very fine vegetable garden, where it looked to him as if not only edible plants were grown, but also medicinal ones, from what he could tell, given the snow. In summer or spring, through the variety of its plants, each then adorned with its flowers, this garden sings better the praises of the Creator, Severinus said, somewhat apologetically. But even now, in winter, the herbalist's eye sees through the dry branches the plants that will come, and he can tell you that this garden is richer than any herbal ever was, and more vari-coloured, beautiful as the illuminations are in those volumes. Furthermore, good herbs grow also in winter, and I preserve others gathered and ready in the pots in my laboratory. And so with the roots of the wood sorrel I treat catarrhs, and with the decoction of althea roots I make plasters for skin diseases, burrs, cicatrice, eczemas. By chopping and grinding the snake root rhizome I treat diarrheas and certain female complaints. Pepper is a fine digestive, coltsfoot eases the cough, and we have good gentian also for the digestion, and I have glycyrrhiza and juniper for making excellent infusions, and elderbark with which I make a decoction for the liver, soapwort, whose roots are macerated in cold water for catarrh, and valerian, whose properties you surely know. You have widely varied herbs, and suited to different climates. How do you manage that? On the one hand, I owe it to the mercy of the Lord, who set our high plain between a range that overlooks the sea to the south, and receives its warm winds, and the higher mountain to the north, whose sylvan balsams we receive. And on the other hand, I owe it to my art, which, unworthily, I learned at the wish of my masters. Certain plants will grow even in an adverse climate, if you take care of the terrain around them, and their nourishment, and their growth. But you also have plants that are good only to eat, I asked. Ah, my hungry young colt, there are no plants good for food that are not good for treating the body too, provided they are taken in the right quantity. Only excess makes them cause illness. Consider the pumpkin. It is cold and damp by nature and slakes thirst. But if you eat it when rotten, it gives you diarrhea, and you must bind your viscera with a paste of brine and mustard. And onions? Warm and damp, in small quantities, they enhance coitus, for those who have not taken our vows, naturally. But too many bring on a heaviness of the head to be combated with milk and vinegar. A good reason, he added slyly, why a young monk should always eat them sparingly. Eat garlic instead, warm and dry, it is good against poisons. But do not use it to excess, for it causes too many humours to be expelled from the brain. Beans, on the contrary, produce urine and are fattening, two very good things, but they induce bad dreams, far less, however, than certain other herbs. There are some that actually provoke evil visions. Which? I asked. Aha, our novice wants to know too much. These are things that only the herbalist must know. Otherwise any thoughtless person could go about distributing visions. In other words, lying with herbs. But you need only a bit of nettle, William said then, or rhubarb or olieribus to be protected against such visions. I hope you have some of these good herbs. Severinus gave my master a sidelong glance. You are interested in herbalism? Just a little, William said modestly, since I came upon the Theatrum Sanitatis of Ubub Qasim de Baldak, Abul Hasan al-Mukhtar ibn Butlan, or Elu Qasim Elimita, as you prefer. I wonder whether a copy is to be found here. One of the most beautiful, with many rich illustrations. Heaven be praised. And the De Virtutibus Herbarum of Platiarius? That too, and the De Plantis and the De Vegetalibus of Aristotle, translated by Alfred of Sarisel. I've heard it said that Aristotle did not really write that work, William remarked, just as he was not the author of the De Causis, it has been discovered. In any event, it is a great book, Severinus observed, and my master agreed most readily, not asking whether the herbalist was speaking of the De Vegetalibus or of the De Causis, both works that I did not know, but which from that conversation I deduced must be very great. I shall be happy, Severinus concluded, to have some frank conversation with you about herbs. I shall be still happier, William said, but would we not be breaking the rule of silence, which I believe obtains in your order? The rule, Severinus said, has been adapted over the centuries to the requirements of the different communities. The rule prescribed the lectio divina, but not study, and yet you know how much our order has developed inquiry into divine and human affairs. Also, the rule prescribes a common dormitory, but at times it is right that the monks have, as we do here, chances to meditate also during the night, and so each of them is given his own cell. The rule is very rigid on the question of silence, and here with us, not only the monk who performs manual labor, but also those who write or read must not converse with their brothers. But the abbey is first and foremost a community of scholars, and often it is useful for monks to exchange the accumulated treasures of their learning. All conversation regarding our studies is considered legitimate and profitable, provided it does not take place in the refectory or during the hours of the holy offices. Had you much occasion to talk with Adelmo of Otranto? William asked abruptly. Severinus did not seem surprised. I see the abbot has already spoken with you, he said. No, I did not converse with him often. He spent his time illuminating. I did hear him on occasion talking with other monks, Venantius of Salvamech or Jorge of Burgos, about the nature of his work. Besides, I don't spend my day in the scriptorium, but in my laboratory. And he nodded toward the infirmary building. I understand, William said. So you don't know whether Adelmo had visions. Visions? Like the ones your herbs induce, for example. Severinus stiffened. I told you I store the dangerous herbs with great care. That is not what I meant, William hastened to clarify. I was speaking of visions in general. I don't understand, Severinus insisted. I was thinking that a monk who wanders at night about the edificium, where, by the abbot's admission, terrible things can happen to those who enter during forbidden hours. Well, as I say, I was thinking he might have had diabolical visions that drove him to the precipice. I told you, I don't visit the scriptorium except when I need a book, but as a rule I have my own herbaria, which I keep in the infirmary. As I said, Adelmo was very close to Jorge, Venantius, and, naturally, Berengar. Even I sensed the slight hesitation in Severinus's voice, nor did it escape my master. Berengar? And why naturally? Berengar of Arundel, the assistant librarian. They were of an age, they had been novices together. It was normal for them to have things to talk about. That is what I meant. Ah, that is what you meant, William repeated. And to my surprise he did not pursue the matter. In fact, he promptly changed the subject. But perhaps it is time for us to visit the edificium. Will you act as our guide? Oh, gladly, Severinus said, with all too evident relief. He led us along the side of the garden and brought us to the west facade of the edificium. Facing the garden is the door leading to the kitchen, he said, but the kitchen occupies only the western half of the ground floor. In the other half is the refectory. And at the south entrance, which you reach from behind the choir in the church, there are two other doors leading to the kitchen and the refectory. But we can go in here, because from the kitchen we can then go on through to the refectory. As I entered the vast kitchen, I realized that the entire height of the edificium enclosed an octagonal court. I understood later that this was a kind of huge well, without any access, onto which at each floor opened broad windows like the ones on the exterior. The kitchen was a vast, smoke-filled entrance hall, where many servants were already busy preparing food for supper. On a great table, 2 of them were making a pie of greens, barley, oats and rye, chopping turnips, cress, radishes, and carrots. Nearby, another cook had just finished poaching some fish in a mixture of wine and water, and was covering them with a sauce of sage, parsley, thyme, garlic, pepper and salt. Beneath the west tower, an enormous oven opened for baking bread. It was already flashing with reddish flames. In the south tower there was an immense fireplace, where great pots were boiling and spits were turning. Through the door that opened onto the barnyard behind the church, the swineherds were entering at that moment, carrying the meat of the slaughtered pigs. We went out through that same door and found ourselves in the yard, at the far eastern end of the plain, against the walls, where there were many buildings. Severinus explained to me that the first was the series of barns. Then there stood the horses' stables, then those for the oxen, and then chicken coops, and the covered yard for the sheep. Outside the pig pens, swineherds were stirring a great jar full of the blood of the freshly slaughtered pigs to keep it from coagulating. If it was stirred properly and promptly, it would remain liquid for the next few days, thanks to the cold climate, and then they would make blood puddings from it. We re-entered the edificium, and cast a quick glance at the refectory as we crossed it, heading toward the east tower. Of the 2 towers between which the refectory extended, the northern one housed a fireplace, the other a circular staircase that led to the scriptorium on the floor above. By this staircase the monks went up to their work every day, or else they used the other 2 staircases, less comfortable but well heated, which rose in spirals inside the fireplace here and inside the oven in the kitchen. William asked whether we would find anyone in the scriptorium, since it was Sunday. Severinus smiled and said that work for the Benedictine monk is prayer. On Sunday offices lasted longer, but the monks assigned to work on books still spent some hours up there, usually engaged in fruitful exchanges of learned observations, counsel, reflections on Holy Scripture.
Afternoons, in which there is a visit to the scriptorium and a meeting with many scholars, copyists and rubricators, as well as an old blind man who is expecting the Antichrist.
As we climbed up, I saw my master observing the windows that gave light to the stairway. I was probably becoming as clever as he, because I immediately noticed that their position would make it difficult for a person to reach them. On the other hand, the windows of the refectory, the only ones on the ground floor that overlooked the cliff face, did not seem easily reached either, since below them there was no furniture of any kind. When we reached the top of the stairs, we went through the north tower into the scriptorium, and there I could not suppress a cry of wonder. This floor was not divided in 2 like the one below, and therefore it appeared to my eyes in all its spacious immensity. The ceilings, curved and not too high, lower than in a church, but still higher than in any chapter house I ever saw, supported by sturdy pillars, enclosed a space suffused with the most beautiful light, because 3 enormous windows opened on each of the longer sides, whereas a smaller window pierced each of the 5 external sides of each tower. 8 high, narrow windows, finally, allowed light to enter from the octagonal central well. The abundance of windows meant that the great room was cheered by a constant, diffused light, even on a winter afternoon. The panes were not coloured like church windows, and the lead-framed squares of clear glass allowed the light to enter in the purest possible fashion, not modulated by human art, and thus to serve its purpose, which was to illuminate the work of reading and writing. I have seen at other times and in other places many scriptoria, but none where there shone so luminously in the outpouring of physical light which made the room glow the spiritual principle that light incarnates, radiance, source of all beauty and learning, inseparable attribute of that proportion the room embodied. For 3 things concur in creating beauty. First of all, integrity or perfection, and for this reason we consider ugly all incomplete things. Then proper proportion or consonance, and finally clarity and light, and in fact we call beautiful those things of definite colour. And since the sight of the beautiful implies peace, and since our appetite is calmed similarly by peacefulness, by the good and by the beautiful, I felt myself filled with a great consolation, and I thought how pleasant it must be to work in that place. As it appeared to my eyes at that afternoon hour, it seemed to me a joyous workshop of learning. I saw later at St. Gall a scriptorium of similar proportions, also separated from the library. In other convents the monks worked in the same place where the books were kept, but not so beautifully arranged as this one. Antiquarians, librarians, rubricators, and scholars were seated, each at his own desk, and there was a desk under each of the windows. And since there were 40 windows, a number truly perfect, derived from the decupling of the quadrigon, as if the 10 Commandments had been multiplied by the 4 cardinal virtues, 40 monks could work at the same time, though at that moment there were perhaps 30. Severinus explained to us that monks working in the scriptorium were exempted from the offices of terce, sext, and nones, so they would not have to leave their work during the hours of daylight, and they stopped their activity only at sunset for vespers. The brightest places were reserved for the antiquarians, the most expert illuminators, the rubricators, and the copyists. Each desk had everything required for illuminating and copying: inkhorns, fine quills, which some monks were sharpening with a thin knife, pumice stone for smoothing the parchment, rulers for drawing the lines that the writing would follow. Next to each scribe, or at the top of the sloping desk, there was a lectern on which the codex to be copied was placed, the page covered by a sheet with a cut-out window which framed the line being copied at that moment. And some had inks of gold and various colours. Other monks were simply reading books, and they wrote down their annotations in their personal notebooks or on tablets. I did not have time, however, to observe their work, because the librarian came to us. We already knew he was Malachi of Hildesheim. His face was trying to assume an expression of welcome, but I could not help shuddering at the sight of such a singular countenance. He was tall and extremely thin, with large and awkward limbs. As he took his great strides, cloaked in the black habit of the order, there was something upsetting about his appearance. The hood, which was still raised since he had come in from outside, cast a shadow on the pallor of his face, and gave a certain suffering quality to his large, melancholy eyes. In his physiognomy there were what seemed traces of many passions, which his will had disciplined, but which seemed to have frozen those features they had now ceased to animate. Sadness and severity predominated in the lines of his face, and his eyes were so intense that with one glance they could penetrate the heart of the person speaking to him and read the secret thoughts, so it was difficult to tolerate their inquiry, and one was not tempted to meet them a second time. The librarian introduced us to many of the monks who were working at that moment. Of each, Malachi also told us what task he was performing, and I admired the deep devotion of all to knowledge and to the study of the divine word. Thus I met Venantius of Salvamec, translator from the Greek and the Arabic, devoted to that Aristotle who surely was the wisest of all men; Benno of Uppsala, a young Scandinavian monk who was studying rhetoric; Aimaro of Alessandria, who had been copying works on loan to the library for a few months only, and then a group of illuminators from various countries: Patrick of Clonmacnoise, Rabbano of Toledo, Magnus of Iona, Waldo of Hereford. The list could surely go on, and there is nothing more wonderful than a list, instrument of wondrous hypotyposis. But I must come to the subject of our discussion, from which emerged many useful indications as to the nature of the subtle uneasiness among the monks, and some concerns not expressed that still weighed on all our conversations. My master began speaking with Malachi, praising the beauty and the industry of the scriptorium, and asking him for information about the procedure for the work done there, because, he said very acutely, he had heard this library spoken of everywhere, and would like to examine many of the books. Malachi explained to him what the abbot had already said. The monk asked the librarian for the work he wished to consult, and the librarian then went to fetch it from the library above, if the request was justified and devout. William asked how he could find out the names of the books kept in the cases upstairs, and Malachi showed him, fixed by a little gold chain to his own desk, a voluminous codex covered with very thickly written lists. William slipped his hands inside his habit at the point where it billowed over his chest to make a kind of sack, and he drew from it an object that I had already seen in his hands and on his face in the course of our journey. It was a forked pin, so constructed that it could stay on a man's nose, or at least on his, so prominent and aquiline, as a rider remains astride his horse, or as a bird clings to its perch. And one on either side of the fork, before the eyes, there were 2 ovals of metal, which held 2 almonds of glass, thick as the bottom of a tumbler. William preferred to read with these before his eyes, and he said they made his vision better than what nature had endowed him with, or than his advanced age, especially as the daylight failed, would permit. They did not serve him to see from a distance, for then his eyes were, on the contrary, quite sharp, but to see close up. With these lenses he could read manuscripts penned in very faint letters, which even I had some trouble deciphering. He explained to me that, when a man had passed the middle point of his life, even if his sight had always been excellent, the eye hardened and the pupil became recalcitrant, so that many learned men had virtually died, as far as reading and writing were concerned, after their 50th summer. A grave misfortune for men who could have given the best fruits of their intellect for many more years. So the Lord was to be praised, since someone had devised and constructed this instrument. And he told me this in support of the ideas of his Roger Bacon, who had said that the aim of learning was also to prolong human life. The other monks looked at William with great curiosity, but did not dare ask him questions. And I noticed that, even in a place so zealously and proudly dedicated to reading and writing, that wondrous instrument had not yet arrived. I felt proud to be at the side of a man who had something with which to dumbfound other men famous in the world for their wisdom. With those objects on his eyes, William bent over the lists inscribed in the codex. I looked too, and we found titles of books we had never before heard of, and others most famous that the library possessed. De Pentagono Salomonis, ars loquendi et intelligendi in lingua Hebraica, de rebus metallicis, by Roger of Hereford. Algebra, by Al-Khawarizmi, translated into Latin by Robertus Anglicus, the Punica of Silius Italicus, the Gesta Francorum, de Laudibus Sancte Crucis by Rabanus Maurus, and Flavii Claudii Jordani de Aetati Mundi et Hominis Reservatis Singulis Litteris per Singulus Libros ab A usque ad Z. My master read. Splendid works, but in what order are they listed? He quoted from a text I did not know, but which was certainly familiar to Malachi. The librarian must have a list of all books, carefully ordered by subjects and authors, and they must be classified on the shelves with numerical indications. How do you know the collocation of each book? Malachi showed him some annotations beside each title. I read 3, 4 gradus, 5 in prima Graecorum, 2, 5 gradus, 7 in tertia Anglorum, and so on. I understood that the first number indicated the position of the book on the shelf, or gradus, which was in turn indicated by the second number, while the case was indicated by the third number, and I understood also that the other phrases designated a room or a corridor of the library, and I made bold to ask further information about these last distinctions. Malachi looked at me sternly. Perhaps you do not know, or have forgotten, that only the librarian is allowed access to the library. It is therefore right and sufficient that only the librarian know how to decipher these things. But in what order are the books recorded in this list? William asked. Not by subject, it seems to me. He did not suggest an order by author, following the same sequence as the letters of the alphabet, for this is a system I have seen adopted only in recent years, and at that time it was rarely used. "The library dates back to the earliest times," Malachi said, "and the books are registered in order of their acquisition, donation, or entrance within our walls." "They are difficult to find, then," William observed. "It is enough for the librarian to know them by heart, and know when each book came here. As for the other monks, they can rely on his memory." He spoke as if discussing someone other than himself, and I realized he was speaking of the office that at that moment he unworthily held, but which had been held by 100 others now deceased, who had handed down their knowledge from one to the other. "I understand," William said. "If I were then to seek something, not knowing what, on the Pentagon of Solomon, you would be able to tell me that there exists the book whose title I have just read, and you could identify its location on the floor above." "If you really had to learn something about the Pentagon of Solomon," Malachi said. "But before giving you that book, I would prefer to ask the abbot's advice." "I have been told that one of your best illuminators died recently," William said then. "The abbot has spoken to me a great deal of his art. Could I see the codices he was illuminating?" "Because of his youth, Adelmo of Otranto," Malachi said, looking at William suspiciously, "worked only on marginalia. He had a very lively imagination, and from known things he was able to compose unknown and surprising things, as one might join a human body to an equine neck. His books are over there. Nobody has yet touched his desk." We approached what had been Adelmo's working place, where the pages of a richly illuminated psalter still lay. They were folios of the finest vellum, that queen among parchments, and the last was still fixed to the desk. Just scraped with pumice stone and softened with chalk, it had been smoothed with the plane, and from the tiny holes made on the sides with a fine stylus, all the lines that were to have guided the artist's hand had been traced. The first half had already been covered with writing, and the monk had begun to sketch the illustrations in the margins. The other pages, on the contrary, were already finished, and as we looked at them, neither I nor William could suppress a cry of wonder. This was a psalter in whose margins was delineated a world reversed with respect to the one to which our senses have accustomed us. As if at the border of a discourse that is by definition the discourse of truth, there proceeded, closely linked to it through wondrous illusions in enigmata, a discourse of falsehood on a topsy-turvy universe, in which dogs flee before the hare and deer hunt the lion, little bird-feet heads, animals with human hands on their back, hirsute pits from which feet sprout, zebra-striped dragons, quadrupeds with serpentine necks twisted in 1,000 inextricable knots, monkeys with stag's horns, sirens in the form of fowl with membranous wings, armless men with other human bodies emerging from their backs like humps, and figures with tooth-filled mouths on the belly, humans with horses' heads and horses with human legs, fish with birds' wings and birds with fish tails, monsters with single bodies and double heads, or single heads and double bodies, cows with cock's tails and butterfly wings, women with heads scaly as a fish's back, two-headed chimeras interlaced with dragonflies with lizard snouts, centaurs, dragons, elephants, manticores stretched out on tree branches, griffins whose tails turned into an archer in battle array, diabolical creatures with endless necks, sequences of anthropomorphic animals and zoomorphic dwarfs joined, sometimes on the same page, with scenes of rustic life in which you saw, depicted with such impressive vivacity that the figures seemed alive. All the life of the fields, ploughmen, fruit-gatherers, harvesters, spinning women, sowers alongside foxes, and martins armed with crossbows who were scaling the walls of a towered city defended by monkeys. Here an initial letter, bent into an L, in the lower part generated a dragon. There a great V, which began the word verba, produced as a natural shoot from its trunk a serpent with 1,000 coils, which in turn begot other serpents as leaves and clusters. Next to the Psalter there was, apparently finished only a short time before, an exquisite Book of Hours, so incredibly small that it would fit into the palm of the hand. The writing was tiny. The marginal illuminations, barely visible at first sight, demanded that the eye examine them closely to reveal all their beauty, and you asked yourself with what superhuman instrument the artist had drawn them to achieve such vivid effects in a space so reduced. The entire margins of the book were invaded by minuscule forms that generated one another, as if by natural expansion from the terminal scrolls of the splendidly drawn letters. Sea sirens, stags in flight, chimeras, armless human torsos that emerged like slugs from the very body of the verses. At one point, as if to continue the triple Sanctus, 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 repeated on 3 different lines, you saw 3 ferocious figures with human heads, 2 of which were bent, one downward and one upward, to join in a kiss you would not have hesitated to call immodest, if you were not persuaded that a profound, even if not evident, spiritual meaning must surely have justified that illustration at that point. As I followed those pages, I was torn between silent admiration and laughter, because the illustrations naturally inspired merriment, though they were commenting on holy pages. And Brother William examined them, smiling, and remarked, "Babawin, so they are called in my islands." "Babouin, that is what they call them in Gaul," Malachi said. "Adelmo learned his art in your country, although he studied also in France. Baboons, that is to say, monkeys from Africa, figures of an inverted world where houses stand on the tip of a steeple and the earth is above the sky." I recalled some verses I had heard in the vernacular of my country, and I could not refrain from repeating them. "Aller Wunder sie geschwiegen, das der Himmel hat überstiegen, da sollt ihr wohl ein Wunder wiegen." And Malachi continued, quoting from the same text, "Erd ob und Himmel unter, da sollt ihr han besonder für aller Wunder ein Wunder." "Good for you, Adso," the librarian continued. "In fact, these images tell of that country where you arrive mounted on a blue goose, where hawks are found that catch fish in a stream, bears that pursue falcons in the sky, lobsters that fly with the doves, and 3 giants are caught in a trap and bitten by a cock." And a pale smile brightened his lips. Then the other monks, who had followed the conversation a bit shyly, laughed heartily, as if they had been awaiting the librarian's consent. He frowned as the others continued laughing, praising the skill of poor Adelmo and pointing out to one another the more fantastic figures. And it was while all were still laughing that we heard, at our backs, a solemn and stern voice. "Verba vana aut risui apta non loqui." We turned. The speaker was a monk, bent under the weight of his years, an old man, white as snow, not only his skin, but also his face and his pupils. I saw he was blind. The voice was still majestic, and the limbs powerful, even if the body was withered by age. He stared at us as if he could see us, and always thereafter I saw him move and speak as if he still possessed the gift of sight. But the tone of his voice was that of one possessing only the gift of prophecy. "The man whom you see, venerable in age and wisdom," Malachi said to William, pointing out the newcomer, "is Jorge Burgos, older than anyone else living in the monastery, save Alinardo of Grottaferrata. He is the one to whom many monks here confide the burden of their sins in the secret of confession." Then turning to the old man, he said, "The man standing before you is Brother William of Baskerville, our guest." "I hope my words did not anger you," the old man said in a curt tone. "I heard persons laughing at laughable things, and I reminded them of one of the principles of our rule. And as the psalmist says, if the monk must refrain from good speech because of his vow of silence, all the more reason why he should avoid bad speech. And as there is bad speech, there are also bad images. and they are those that lie about the form of creation and show the world as the opposite of what it should be, has always been, and always will be throughout the centuries until the end of time. But you come from another order, where I am told that merriment, even the most inopportune sort, is viewed with indulgence." He was repeating what the Benedictines said about the eccentricities of St. Francis of Assisi, and perhaps also the bizarre whims attributed to those friars and spirituals of every kind who were the most recent and embarrassing offshoots of the Franciscan order. But William gave no sign of understanding the insinuation. "Marginal images often provoke smiles, but to edifying ends," he replied. "As in sermons, to touch the imagination of devout throngs, it is necessary to introduce exempla, not infrequently jocular, so also the discourse of images must indulge in these trivia. For every virtue and for every sin there is an example drawn from bestiaries, and animals exemplify the human world." "Ah, yes," the old man said mockingly, but without smiling. "Any image is good for inspiring virtue, provided the masterpiece of creation, turned with his head down, becomes the subject of laughter. And so the word of God is illustrated by the ass playing a lyre, the owl ploughing with a shield, oxen yoking themselves to the plough, rivers flowing upstream, the sea catching fire, the wolf turning hermit. Go hunting for hares with oxen, have owls teach you grammar, have dogs bite fleas, the one-eyed guard the dumb, and the dumb ask for bread. The ant give birth to a calf, roast chickens fly, cakes grow on rooftops, parrots hold rhetoric lessons, hens fertilize cocks, make the cart go before the oxen, the dogs sleep in a bed, and all walk with their heads on the ground. What is the aim of this nonsense? A world that is the reverse and the opposite of that established by God under the pretext of teaching divine precepts?" "But as the Areopagite teaches," William said humbly, "God can be named only through the most distorted things. And Hugh of St. Victor reminded us that the more the simile becomes dissimilar, the more the truth is revealed to us under the guise of horrible and indecorous figures, the less the imagination is sated in carnal enjoyment, and is thus obliged to perceive the mysteries hidden under the turpitude of the images. I know that line of reasoning, and I confess with shame that it was the chief argument of our order when the Cluniac abbots combated the Cistercians. But St. Bernard was right. Little by little, the man who depicts monsters and portents of nature to reveal the things of God per speculum et in enigmata comes to enjoy the very nature of the monstrosities he creates and to delight in them, and as a result he no longer sees except through them. You have only to look, you who still have your sight, at the capitals of your cloister." And he motioned with his hand beyond the window toward the church. "Before the eyes of monks intent on meditation, what is the meaning of those ridiculous grotesques, those monstrous shapes and shapely monsters, those sordid apes, those lions, those centaurs, those half-human creatures with mouths in their bellies, with single feet, ears like sails, those spotted tigers, those fighting warriors, those hunters blowing their horns, and those many bodies with single heads, and many heads with single bodies, quadrupeds with serpents' tails, and fish with quadrupeds' faces, and here an animal who seems a horse in front and a ram behind, and there a horse with horns, and so on. By now it is more pleasurable for a monk to read marble than manuscript, and to admire the works of man than to meditate on the law of God. Shame! For the desire of your eyes, and for your smiles." The old man stopped, out of breath, and I admired the vivid memory thanks to which, blind perhaps for many years, he could still recall the images whose wickedness he decried. I was led to suspect they had greatly seduced him when he had seen them, since he could yet describe them with such passion. But it has often happened that I have found the most seductive depictions of sin in the pages of those very men of incorruptible virtue who condemned their spell and their effects, a sign that these men are impelled by such eagerness to bear witness to the truth that they do not hesitate, out of love of God, to confer on evil all the seductions in which it cloaks itself. Thus the writers inform men better of the ways through which the evil one enchants them. And in fact, Jorge's words filled me with a great desire to see the tigers and monkeys of the cloister, which I had not yet admired. But Jorge interrupted the flow of my thoughts, because he resumed speaking in a much calmer tone. Our Lord did not have to employ such foolish things to point out the straight and narrow path to us. Nothing in his parables arouses laughter or fear. Adelmo, on the contrary, whose death you now mourn, took such pleasure in the monsters he painted that he lost sight of the ultimate things which they were to illustrate. And he followed all, I say all. His voice became solemn and ominous. The paths of monstrosity, which God knows how to punish. A heavy silence fell. Venantius of Salvamec dared break it. Venerable Jorge, he said, your virtue makes you unjust. 2 days before Adelmo died, you were present at a learned debate right here in the scriptorium. Adelmo took care that his art, indulging in bizarre and fantastic images, was directed nevertheless to the glory of God as an instrument of the knowledge of celestial things. Brother William mentioned just now the Areopagite, who spoke of learning through distortion, and Adelmo that day quoted another lofty authority, the Doctor of Aquino, when he said that divine things should be expounded more properly in figures of vile bodies than of noble bodies. First, because the human spirit is more easily freed from error. It is obvious, in fact, that certain properties cannot be attributed to divine things and become uncertain if portrayed by noble corporeal things. In the second place, because this humbler depiction is more suited to the knowledge that we have of God on this earth. He shows himself here more in that which is not than in that which is, and therefore the similitudes of those things furthest from God lead us to a more exact notion of him, for thus we know that he is above what we say and think. And in the third place, because in this way the things of God are better hidden from unworthy persons. In other words, that day we were discussing the question of understanding how the truth can be revealed through surprising expressions, both shrewd and enigmatic, and I reminded him that in the work of the great Aristotle I had found very clear words on this score. I do not remember, Jorge interrupted sharply. I am very old. I do not remember. I may have been excessively severe. Now it is late. I must go. It is strange you should not remember, Venantius insisted. It was a very learned and fine discussion in which Beno and Berengar also took part. The question, in fact, was whether metaphors and puns and riddles, which also seem conceived by poets for sheer pleasure, do not lead us to speculate on things in a new and surprising way, and I said that this is also a virtue demanded of the wise man. And Malachi was also there. If the venerable Jorge does not remember, respect his age, and the weariness of his mind. Otherwise, always so lively, one of the monks following the discussion said. The sentence was uttered in an agitated tone, at least at the beginning, because the speaker, once realizing that in urging respect for the old man he was actually calling attention to a weakness, had slowed the pace of his own interjection, ending almost in a whisper of apology. It was Berengar of Arundel who had spoken, the assistant librarian. He was a pale-faced young man, and, observing him, I remembered Ubertino's description of Adelmo. His eyes seemed those of a lascivious woman. Made shy, for everyone was now looking at him, he held the fingers of both hands enlaced, like one wishing to suppress an internal tension. Venantius's reaction was unusual. He gave Berengar a look that made him lower his eyes. "Very well, brother," he said. "If memory is a gift of God, then the ability to forget can also be good, and must be respected. I respect it in the elderly brother to whom I was speaking. but from you I expected a sharper recollection of the things that happened when we were here with a dear friend of yours." I could not say whether Venantius underlined with his tone the word dear. The fact is that I sensed an embarrassment among those present. Each looked in a different direction, and no one looked at Berengar, who had blushed violently. Malachi promptly spoke up with authority. "Come, Brother William," he said. "I will show you other interesting books." The group dispersed. I saw Berengar give Venantius a look charged with animosity, and Venantius return the look, silent and defiant. Seeing that old Jorge was leaving, I was moved by a feeling of respectful reverence and bowed to kiss his hand. The old man received the kiss, put his hand on my head, and asked who I was. When I told him my name, his face brightened. "You bear a great and very beautiful name," he said. "Do you know who Adso of Montier-Onder was?" he asked. I did not know, I confess. So Jorge added, "He was the author of a great and awful book, the Libellus de Antichristo, in which he foresaw things that were to happen, but he was not sufficiently heeded." "The book was written before the millennium," William said, "and those things did not come to pass." "For those who lack eyes to see," the blind man said. "The ways of the Antichrist are slow and tortuous. He arrives when we do not expect him. Not because the calculation suggested by the apostle was mistaken, but because we have not learned the art." Then he cried in a very loud voice, his face turned toward the hall, making the ceiling of the scriptorium re-echo. "He is coming! Do not waste your last days laughing at little monsters with spotted skins and twisted tails. Do not squander the last 7 days."
Vespers, in which the rest of the abbey is visited, William comes to some conclusions about Adelmo's death. There is a conversation with the brother Glazier about glasses for reading, and about phantoms for those who seek to read too much.
At that point the bell rang for vespers, and the monks prepared to leave their desks. Malachi made it clear to us that we too should leave. He would remain with his assistant Berengar to put things back in order, those were his words, and arrange the library for the night. William asked him whether he would be locking the doors. "There are no doors that forbid access to the scriptorium from the kitchen and the refectory, or to the library from the scriptorium. Stronger than any door must be the abbot's prohibition, and the monks need both the kitchen and the refectory until Compline. At that point, to prevent entry into the edificium by outsiders or animals for whom the interdiction is not valid, I myself lock the outside doors which open into the kitchen and the refectory, and from that hour on the edificium remains isolated." We went down. As the monks headed toward the choir, my master decided the Lord would forgive us if we did not attend Holy Office. The Lord had a great deal to forgive us in the days that followed, and he suggested I walk a bit with him over the grounds so that we might familiarize ourselves with the place. The weather was turning bad. A cold wind had risen, and the sky was becoming foggy. The sun could be sensed setting beyond the vegetable gardens, and toward the east it was already growing dark as we proceeded in that direction, flanking the choir of the church and reaching the rear part of the grounds. There, almost against the outside wall, where it joined the east tower of the edificium, were the stables. The swineherds were covering the jar containing the pig's blood. We noticed that behind the stables the outside wall was lower so that one could look over it. Beyond the sheer drop of the walls, the terrain that sloped dizzyingly down was covered with loose dirt that the snow did not completely hide. I realized this was the pile of old straw which was thrown over the wall at that point and extended down to the curve where the path taken by the fugitive Brunellus began. In the stalls nearby, the grooms were leading the animals to the manger. We followed the path along which, toward the wall, the various stalls were located. To the left, against the choir, were the dormitory of the monks and the latrines. Then, as the east wall turned northward, at the angle of the stone girdle, was the smithy. The last smiths were putting down their tools and extinguishing the fires, about to head for the holy office. William moved with curiosity toward one part of the smithy, almost separated from the rest of the workshop, where one monk was putting away his things. On his table was a very beautiful collection of multicolored pieces of glass of tiny dimensions, but larger panes were set against the wall. In front of him there was a still unfinished reliquary, of which only the silver skeleton existed, but on it he had obviously been setting bits of glass and stones, which his instruments had reduced to the dimensions of gems. Thus we met Nicholas of Morimundo, Master Glazier of the Abbey. He explained to us that in the rear part of the forge they also blew glass, whereas in this front part, where the smiths worked, the glass was fixed to the leads to make windows. But, he added, the great works of stained glass that adorned the church and the edificium had been completed at least 2 centuries before. Now he and the others confined themselves to minor tasks and to repairing the damage of time. "And with great difficulty," he added, "because it's impossible now to find the colours of the old days, especially the remarkable blue you can still see in the choir, so limpid that when the sun is high it pours a light of paradise into the nave. The glass on the west side of the nave, restored not long ago, is not of the same quality, and you can tell on summer days. It's hopeless," he went on. "We no longer have the learning of the ancients. The age of giants has passed." "We are dwarfs," William admitted, "but dwarfs who stand on the shoulders of those giants, and small though we are, we sometimes manage to see farther on the horizon than they." "Tell me what we can do better than they were able to do," Nicholas exclaimed. "If you go down to the crypt of the church where the abbey's treasure is kept, you will find reliquaries of such exquisite craftsmanship that the little monstrosity I am now cobbling up," he nodded towards his own work on the table, "will seem a mockery of those." It is not written that Master Glaziers must go on making windows and goldsmiths' reliquaries, since the masters of the past were able to produce such beautiful ones, destined to last over the centuries. Otherwise the earth would become filled with reliquaries, in a time when saints from whom to take relics are so rare, William jested. Nor will windows have to be soldered forever. But in various countries I have seen new works made of glass, which suggest a future world where glass will serve not only for holy purposes, but also as a help for man's weakness. I want to show you a creation of our own times, of which I am honoured to own a very useful example. He dug inside his habit and drew out the lenses, which dumbfounded our interlocutor. With great interest, Nicholas took the forked instrument William held out to him. "Oculi de vitro cum capsula," he cried. "I had heard tell of them from a brother Jordan I met in Pisa. He said it was less than 20 years since they had been invented, but I spoke with him more than 20 years ago." "I believe they were invented much earlier," William said, "but they are difficult to make and require highly expert master glaziers. They cost time and labour. 10 years ago a pair of these glasses, ab oculus ad legendum, were sold for 6 Bolognese crowns. I was given a pair of them by a great master, Salvinus of the Armati, more than 10 years ago, and I have jealously preserved them all this time, as if they were, as they now are, a part of my very body. I hope you will allow me to examine them one of these days. I would be happy to produce some similar ones," Nicholas said with emotion. "Of course," William agreed, "but mind you, the thickness of the glass must vary according to the eye it is to serve, and you must test many of these lenses, trying them on the person until the suitable thickness is found." "What a wonder," Nicholas continued, "and yet many would speak of witchcraft and diabolical machination." "You can certainly speak of magic in this device," William allowed, "but there are 2 forms of magic. There is a magic that is the work of the devil and which aims at man's downfall through artifices of which it is not licit to speak. But there is a magic that is divine, where God's knowledge is made manifest through the knowledge of man, and it serves to transform nature, and one of its ends is to prolong man's very life. And this is holy magic, to which the learned must devote themselves more and more, not only to discover new things, but also to rediscover many secrets of nature that divine wisdom had revealed to the Hebrews, the Greeks, to other ancient peoples, and even today to the infidels. And I cannot tell you all the wonderful things on optics and the science of vision to be read in the books of the infidels. And of all this learning, Christian knowledge must regain possession, taking it from the pagans and the infidels, tamquam ab injustis possessoribus. But why don't those who possess this learning communicate it to all the people of God? Because not all the people of God are ready to accept so many secrets, and it has often happened that the possessors of this learning have been mistaken for necromancers in league with the devil, and they have paid with their lives for their wish to share with others their store of knowledge. I myself, during trials in which someone was suspected of dealings with the devil, have had to take care not to use these lenses, resorting to eager secretaries who would read to me the writings I required. Otherwise, in a moment when the devil's presence was so widespread, and everyone could smell, so to speak, the odour of sulphur, I myself would have been considered a friend of the accused. And finally, as the great Roger Bacon warned, the secrets of science must not always pass into the hands of all, for some could use them to evil ends. Often the learned man must make seem magic certain books that are not magic, but simply good science, in order to protect them from indiscreet eyes. You fear the simple can make evil use of these secrets, then? Nicholas asked. As far as simple people are concerned, my only fear is that they may be terrified by them, confusing them with those works of the devil of which their preachers speak too often. You see, I have happened to know very skilled physicians who had distilled medicines capable of curing a disease immediately. But when they gave their unguent or their infusion to the simple, they accompanied it with holy words and chanted phrases that sounded like prayers. Not because these prayers had the power to heal, but because, believing that the cure came from the prayers, the simple would swallow the infusion or cover themselves with the unguent, and so they would be cured, while paying little attention to the effective power of the medicine. Also, the spirit, aroused by faith in the pious formula, would be better prepared for the corporal action of the medication. But often the treasures of learning must be defended not against the simple, but rather against other learned men. Wondrous machines are now made, of which I shall speak to you one day, with which the course of nature can truly be predicted. But woe if they should fall into the hands of men who would use them to extend their earthly power and satisfy their craving for possession. I am told that in Cathay a sage has compounded a powder that, on contact with fire, can produce a great rumble and a great flame, destroying everything for many yards around. A wondrous device, if it were used to shift the beds of streams or shatter rock when ground is being broken for cultivation. But if someone were to use it to bring harm to his personal enemies, perhaps it would be good if they were enemies of the people of God, Nicholas said piously. Perhaps, William admitted, but who today is the enemy of the people of God? Louis the Emperor, or John the Pope? Oh, my lord, Nicholas said, quite frightened. I really wouldn't like to decide such a painful question. You see, William said, sometimes it is better for certain secrets to remain veiled by arcane words. The secrets of nature are not transmitted on skins of goat or sheep. Aristotle says in the Book of Secrets that communicating too many arcana of nature and art breaks the celestial seal, and many evils can ensue, which does not mean that secrets must not be revealed, but that the learned must decide when and how. Wherefore it is best that in places like this, Nicholas said, not all books should be within the reach of all. This is another question, William said. Excessive loquacity can be a sin, and so can excessive reticence. I didn't mean that it is necessary to conceal the sources of knowledge. On the contrary, this seems to me a great evil. I meant that, since these are arcana from which both good and evil can derive, the learned man has the right and the duty to use an obscure language comprehensible only to his fellows. The life of learning is difficult, and it is difficult to distinguish good from evil. And often the learned men of our time are only dwarfs on the shoulders of dwarfs. This cordial conversation with my master must have put Nicholas in a confiding mood, for he winked at William, as if to say, "You and I understand each other because we speak of the same things," and he hinted, "But over there," he nodded toward the edificium, "the secrets of learning are well defended by works of magic." "Really?" William said, with a show of indifference. "Barred doors, stern prohibitions, threats, I suppose?" "Oh, no, more than that." "What, for example?" "Well, I don't know exactly. I am concerned with glass, not books. But in the Abbey there are rumours, strange rumours." "Of what sort?" "Strange. Let us say rumours about a monk who decided to venture into the library during the night to look for something Malachi had refused to give him. And he saw serpents, headless men, and men with 2 heads. He was nearly crazy when he emerged from the labyrinth." "Why do you speak of magic rather than diabolical apparitions?" "Because even if I am only a poor mastered lazier, I am not so ignorant. The devil, God save us, does not tempt a monk with serpents and 2-headed men. If anything, with lascivious visions, as he tempted the fathers in the desert. And besides, if it is evil to handle certain books, why would the devil distract a monk from committing evil?" "That seems to me a good enthymeme," my master admitted. "And finally, when I was repairing the windows of the infirmary, I amused myself by leafing through some of Severinus's books. There was a book of secrets, written, I believe, by Albertus Magnus. I was attracted by some curious illustrations, and I read some pages about how you can grease the wick of an oil lamp, and the fumes produced then provoke visions. You must have noticed, or rather, you cannot have noticed yet, because you have not yet spent a night in the Abbey, that during the hours of darkness the upper floor of the edificium is illuminated. At certain points there is a dim glow from the windows. Many have wondered what it is, and there has been talk of will-o'-the-wisps or souls of dead librarians who return to visit their realm. Many here believe these tales. I think those are lamps prepared for visions. You know, if you take the wax from a dog's ear and grease a wick, anyone breathing the smoke of that lamp will believe he has a dog's head, and if he is with someone else, the other will see a dog's head. And there is another unguent that makes those near the lamp feel big as elephants. And with the eyes of a bat and of 2 fish, whose names I cannot recall, and the venom of a wolf, you make a wick that, as it burns, will cause you to see the animals whose fat you have taken. And with a lizard's tail, you make everything around you seem of silver. And with the fat of a black snake and the scrap of a shroud, the room will appear filled with serpents. I know this. Someone in the library is very clever. But couldn't it be the souls of the dead librarians who perform these feats of magic?" Nicholas remained puzzled and uneasy. "I hadn't thought of that. Perhaps. God protect us. It's late. Vespers have already begun. Farewell." And he headed for the church. We continued along the south side. To our right, the hospice for pilgrims and the chapter house with its gardens. To the left, the olive presses, the mill, the granaries, the cellars, the novice's house. And everyone was hurrying toward the church. "What do you think of what Nicholas said?" I asked. "I don't know. There is something in the library, and I don't believe it is the souls of dead librarians." "Why not?" "Because I imagine they were so virtuous that today they remain in the kingdom of heaven to contemplate the divine countenance, if this answer will satisfy you. As for the lamps, we shall see if they are there. And as for the unguents Artlesia spoke of, there are easier ways to provoke visions, and Severinus knows them very well, as you realized today. What is certain is that in the Abbey they want no one to enter the library at night, and that many, on the contrary, have tried or are trying to do so." And what does our crime have to do with this business? Crime? The more I think about it, the more I am convinced that Adelmo killed himself. Why is that? You remember this morning when I remarked the heap of dirty straw? As we were climbing up the curve beneath the east tower, I had noticed at that point the traces left by a landslide, or rather a part of the terrain had given way below the tower, more or less there where the waste collects, and had slipped. And that is why this evening, when we looked down from above, the straw seemed to have little snow covering it. It was covered only by the latest fall, yesterday's snow, and not by that of the past few days. As for Adelmo's corpse, the abbot told us it had been lacerated by the rocks, and beneath the east tower, where the building joins a sheer drop, there are pines growing. The rocks, however, are directly under the point where the wall ends, forming a kind of step, and afterward the straw dump begins. And so think whether it is not less, how shall I say it, less costly for our minds to believe that Adelmo, for reasons yet to be ascertained, threw himself of his own will from the parapet of the wall, struck the rocks, and, dead or wounded as he may have been, sank into the straw. Then the landslide, caused by the storm that night, carried the straw and part of the terrain and the poor young man's body down below the east tower. Why do you say this solution is less costly for our minds? Dear Adso, one should not multiply explanations and causes unless it is strictly necessary. If Adelmo fell from the east tower, he must have got into the library. Someone must have first struck him so he would offer no resistance, and then this person must have found a way of climbing up to the window with a lifeless body on his back, opening it and pitching the hapless monk down. But with my hypothesis, we need only Adelmo, his decision, and a shift of some land. Everything is explained using a smaller number of causes. But why would he have killed himself? But why would anyone have killed him? In either case, reasons have to be found, and it seems to me beyond doubt that they existed. In the edificium there is an atmosphere of reticence. They are all keeping something quiet. Meanwhile, we have already collected a few insinuations, quite vague to be sure, about some strange relationship between Adelmo and Berengar. That means we will keep an eye on the assistant librarian. While we were talking in this fashion, the office of Vespers ended. The servants were going back to their tasks before retiring for supper. The monks were heading for the refectory. The sky was now dark, and it was beginning to snow. A light snow in soft little flakes, which must have continued, I believe, for most of the night, because the next morning all the grounds were covered with a white blanket, as I shall tell. I was hungry, and welcomed with relief the idea of going to table.
Compline, in which William and Adso enjoy the jolly hospitality of the abbot and the angry conversation of Jorge.
The refectory was illuminated by great torches. The monks sat at a row of tables dominated by the abbot's table, set perpendicularly to theirs on a broad dais. On the opposite side there was a pulpit, where the monk who would read during supper had already taken his place. The abbot was waiting for us next to a little fountain, with a white cloth to wipe our hands after the lavabo, following the ancient counsels of St. Pachomius. The abbot invited William to his table, and said that for this evening, since I was also a new guest, I would enjoy the same privilege, even though I was a Benedictine novice. In the following days, he said to me paternally, I could sit at table with the monks, or, if I were employed in some task for my master, I could stop in the kitchen before or after meals, and there the cooks would take care of me. The monks were now standing at the tables, motionless, their cowls lowered over their faces, their hands under their scapulars. The abbot approached his table and pronounced the Benedicite. From the pulpit the precentor intoned the Edent Pauperes. The abbot imparted his benediction, and everyone sat down. Our founder's rule prescribes a frugal meal, but allows the abbot to determine how much food the monks actually need. In our abbeys now, however, there is greater indulgence in the pleasures of the table. I will not speak of those that, unfortunately, have been transformed into dens of gluttony, but even those that follow standards of penance and virtue provide the monks, almost always engaged in taxing intellectual labours, with a nourishment not effete but substantial. On the other hand, the abbot's table is always favoured, not least because honoured guests frequently sit there, and the abbeys take pride in the produce of their lands and their barns, and in the skill of their cooks. The monks' meal proceeded in silence, as is customary. They communicated among themselves with the usual alphabet of fingers. The novices and younger monks were served first, immediately after the dishes meant for all had been passed at the abbot's table. With us at the abbot's table sat Malachi, the cellarer, and the two oldest monks, Jorge of Burgos, the venerable blind man I had met in the scriptorium, and Alinaldo of Grottaferrata, ancient, almost a centenarian, lame and fragile-looking, and, it seemed to me, addled. The abbot told us that, having come to the abbey as a novice, Alinaldo had lived there always, and recalled almost 80 years of its events. The abbot told us these things in a whisper at the beginning, because afterward he observed the custom of our order and followed the reading in silence. But, as I said, certain liberties were taken at the abbot's table, and we praised the dishes we were offered as the abbot extolled the quality of his olive oil or of his wine. Indeed, once, as he poured some for us, he recalled for us that passage in the rule where the holy founder observed that wine, to be sure, is not proper for monks, but since the monks of our time cannot be persuaded not to drink, they should at least not drink their fill, because wine induces even the wise to apostasy, as Ecclesiastes reminds us. Benedict said, "of our time," referring to his own day, now very remote. You can imagine the time in which we were supping at the abbey after such decadence of behaviour, and I will not speak of my time in which I write, except to say that here at Milk there is greater indulgence in beer. In short, we drank without excess, but not without enjoyment. We ate meat cooked on the spit, freshly slaughtered pigs, and I realized that in cooking other foods they did not use animal fats or rape oil, but good olive oil, which came from lands the abbey owned at the foot of the mountain toward the sea. The abbot made us taste, reserved for his table, the chicken I had seen being prepared in the kitchen. I saw that he also possessed a metal fork, a great rarity, whose form reminded me of my master's glasses. A man of noble extraction, our host did not want to soil his hands with food, and indeed offered us his implement at least to take the meat from the large plate and put it in our bowls. I refused, but I saw that William accepted gladly, and made nonchalant use of that instrument of great gentlemen, perhaps to show the abbot that not all Franciscans were men of scant education or humble birth. In my enthusiasm for all these fine foods, after several days of travel in which we had eaten what we could find, I had been distracted from the reading, which meanwhile continued devoutly. I was reminded of it by a vigorous grunt of assent from Jorge, and I realized we had reached the point at which a chapter of the rule is always read. I understood why Jorge was so content, since I had listened to him that afternoon. The reader was saying, "Let us imitate the example of the prophet, who says, 'I have decided I shall watch over my way, so as not to sin with my tongue. I have put a curb upon my mouth, I have fallen dumb, humbling myself. I have refrained from speaking even of honest things.'" And if in this passage the prophet teaches us that sometimes our love of silence should cause us to refrain from speaking even of licit things, how much more should we refrain from illicit talk, to avoid the chastisement of this sin? And then he continued, "But vulgarities, nonsense, and jests we condemn to perpetual imprisonment in every place, and we do not allow the disciple to open his mouth for speech of this sort. And this goes for the marginalia we were discussing today. Jorge could not keep from commenting in a low voice. John Chrysostom said that Christ never laughed. Nothing in his human nature forbade it, William remarked, because laughter, as the theologians teach, is proper to man. The Son of Man could laugh, but it is not written that he did so, Jorge said sharply, quoting Petrus Cantor. Manduca iam coctum est, William murmured. Eat, for it is well done. What? Asked Jorge, thinking he referred to some dish that was being brought to him. Those are the words that, according to Ambrose, were uttered by St. Lawrence on the gridiron when he invited his executioners to turn him over, as Prudentius also recalls in the Peristephanon, William said with a saintly air. St. Lawrence therefore knew how to laugh and say ridiculous things, even if it was to humiliate his enemies. Which proves that laughter is something very close to death and to the corruption of the body, Jorge replied with a snarl, and I must admit that he spoke like a good logician. At this point the abbot good-naturedly invited us to be silent. The meal was ending in any case. The abbot stood up and introduced William to the monks. He praised his wisdom, expounded his fame, and informed them that the visitor had been asked to investigate Adelmo's death, and the abbot also urged the monks to answer any questions and to instruct their underlings throughout the abbey to do the same. Supper over, the monks prepared to go off to the choir for the office of Compline. They again lowered their cowls over their faces and formed a line at the door. Then they moved in a long file, crossing the cemetery and entering the choir through the north doorway. We went off with the abbot. "Is this the hour when the doors of the edificium are locked?" William asked. "As soon as the servants have finished cleaning the refectory and the kitchens, the librarian will personally close all the doors, barring them on the inside." "On the inside? And where does he come out?" The abbot glared at William for a moment. "Obviously he does not sleep in the kitchen," he said brusquely, and he began to walk faster. "Very well," William whispered to me, "so another door does exist, but we are not to know about it." I smiled, proud of his deduction, and he scolded me, "And don't laugh. As you have seen, within these walls, laughter doesn't enjoy a good reputation." We entered the choir. A single lamp was burning on a heavy bronze tripod, tall as 2 men. The monks silently took their places in the stalls. Then the abbot gave a signal, and the precentor intoned, "Tu autem Domine miserere nobis." The abbot replied, "Adjutorium nostrum in nomine Domine," and all continued in chorus with, "Qui fecit caelum et terram." Then the chanting of the psalms began. "When I call thee, answer me, O God of my justice. I shall thank thee, Lord, with all my heart. Come bless the Lord, all ye servants of the Lord." We had not sat in the stalls, but had withdrawn into the main nave. From there we suddenly glimpsed Malachi emerging from the darkness of a side chapel. "Keep your eye on that spot," William said to me. "There could be a passage leading to the edificium." "Under the cemetery? And why not? In fact, now that I think about it, there must be an osarium somewhere. They can't possibly have buried all their monks for centuries in that patch of ground." "But do you really want to enter the library at night?" I asked, terrified. "Where there are dead monks and serpents and mysterious lights, my good Adso? No, my boy. I was thinking about it today, and not from curiosity, but because I was pondering the question of how Adelmo died. Now, as I told you, I tend toward a more logical explanation, and, all things considered, I would prefer to respect the customs of this place." "Then why do you want to know?" "Because learning does not consist only of knowing what we must or we can do, but also of knowing what we could do, and perhaps should not do."
Second day. Matins, in which a few hours of mystic happiness are interrupted by a most bloody occurrence.
Symbol sometimes of the devil, sometimes of the risen Christ, no animal is more untrustworthy than the cock. Our order knew some slothful ones who never crowed at sunrise. On the other hand, especially in winter, the office of matins takes place when night is still total and all nature is asleep, for the monk must rise in darkness and pray at length in darkness, waiting for day and illuminating the shadows with the flame of devotion. Therefore, custom wisely provided for some wakers, who were not to go to bed when their brothers did, but would spend the night reciting in cadence the exact number of psalms that would allow them to measure the time past, so that, at the conclusion of the hours of sleep granted the others, they would give the signal to wake. So that night we were waked by those who moved through the dormitory and the pilgrim's house, ringing a bell, as one monk went from cell to cell shouting, "Benedicamus Domino," to which each answered, "Deo gratias." William and I followed the Benedictine custom. In less than half an hour we prepared to greet the new day. Then we went down into the choir, where the monks, prostrate on the floor, reciting the first 15 psalms, were waiting until the novices entered, led by their master. Then each sat in his regular stall, and the choir chanted, "Domine labia mea aperies et os meum annunciabit laudum tuam." The cry rose toward the vaulted ceiling of the church like a child's plea. 2 monks climbed to the pulpit and intoned the 94th psalm, "Venite exultemus," which was followed by the others prescribed. And I felt the warmth of renewed faith. The monks were in the stalls, 60 figures made indistinguishable by their habits and cowls, 60 shadows barely illuminated by the fire from the great tripod, 60 voices joined in praise of the Almighty. And, hearing this moving harmony, vestibule of the delights of paradise, I asked myself whether the abbey were truly a place of concealed mysteries, of illicit attempts to reveal them, and of grim threats, because it now seemed to me, on the contrary, the dwelling of sainted men, cenacle of virtue, vessel of learning, ark of prudence, tower of wisdom, domain of meekness, bastion of strength, thurible of sanctity. After 6 psalms, the reading of Holy Scripture began. Some monks were nodding with sleepiness, and one of the night wakers wandered among the stalls with a little lamp to wake any who had dozed off again. If a monk succumbed to drowsiness, as penance he would take the lamp and continue the round. The chanting of another 6 psalms continued. Then the abbot gave his benediction, the hebdomadry said the prayers, all bowed toward the altar in a moment of meditation whose sweetness no one can comprehend who has not experienced those hours of mystic ardor and intense inner peace. Finally, cowls again over their faces, all sat and solemnly intoned the Te Deum. I, too, praised the Lord, because he had released me from my doubts and freed me from the feeling of uneasiness with which my first day at the abbey had filled me. We are fragile creatures, I said to myself. Even among these learned and devout monks, the evil one spreads petty envies, foments subtle hostilities. But all these are as smoke, then dispersed by the strong wind of faith, the moment all gather in the name of the Father, and Christ descends into their midst. Between matins and lauds, the monk does not return to his cell, even if the night is still dark. The novices followed their master into the chapter house to study the psalms. Some of the monks remained in church to tend to the church ornaments, but the majority strolled in the cloister in silent meditation, as did William and I. The servants were asleep, and they went on sleeping when, the sky still dark, we returned to the choir for lauds. The chanting of the psalms resumed, and one in particular, among those prescribed for Mondays, plunged me again into my earlier fears. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. The words of his mouth are iniquity. It seemed to me an ill omen that the rule should have set for that very day such a terrible admonition. Nor were my pangs of uneasiness eased, after the psalms of praise, by the usual reading of the Apocalypse. The figures of the doorway returned to my mind, the carvings that had so overwhelmed my heart and eyes the day before. But after the responsory, the hymn and the versicle, as the chanting of the gospel began, I glimpsed just above the altar, beyond the windows of the choir, a pale glow that was already making the panes shine in their various colours, subdued till then by the darkness. It was not yet dawn, which would triumph during prime, just as we would be singing Deus qui est sanctorum splendo mirabilis, and Iam lucis orto sidere. It was barely the first faint herald of a winter daybreak, but it was enough, and the dim penumbra now replacing the night's darkness in the nave was enough to relieve my heart. We sang the words of the divine book, and as we were bearing witness to the word come to enlighten all peoples, it was as if the day star in all its splendour were invading the temple. The light, still absent, seemed to me to shine in the words of the canticle, mystic, scented lily that opened among the arches of the vaults. I thank thee, O Lord, for this moment of ineffable joy. I prayed silently, and said to my heart, Foolish heart, what do you fear? Suddenly some noises were heard from the direction of the north door. I wondered why the servants, preparing for their work, disturbed the sacred functions in this way. At that moment 3 swineherds came in, terror on their faces. They went to the abbot and whispered something to him. The abbot first calmed them with a gesture, as if he did not want to interrupt the office. But other servants entered, and the shouts became louder. "A man! A dead man!" some were saying, and others, "A monk! You saw the sandals?" Prayer stopped, and the abbot rushed out, motioning the cellarer to follow him. William went after them, but by now the other monks were also leaving their stalls and hurrying outside. The sky was now light, and the snow on the ground made the compound even more luminous. Behind the choir, in front of the pens, where the day before had stood the great jar with the pig's blood, a strange object, almost cruciform, protruded above the edge of the vessel, as if 2 stakes had been driven into the ground to be covered with rags for scaring off birds. But they were human legs, the legs of a man thrust head down into the vessel of blood. The abbot ordered the corpse, for no living person could have remained in that obscene position, to be extracted from the ghastly liquid. The hesitant swineherds approached the edge and, staining themselves with blood, drew out the poor bloody thing. As had been explained to me, the blood having been properly stirred immediately after it was shed, and then left out in the cold, had not clotted, but the layer covering the corpse was now beginning to solidify. It soaked the habit, made the face unrecognizable. A servant came over with a bucket of water and threw some on the face of those wretched remains. Another bent down with a cloth to wipe the features. And before our eyes appeared the white face of Venantius of Salvamic, the Greek scholar with whom we had talked that afternoon by Adelmo's codices. The abbot came over. Brother William, as you see, something is afoot in this abbey, something that demands all your wisdom. But I beseech you, act quickly." "Was he present in choir during the office?" William asked, pointing to the corpse. "No," the abbot said. "I saw his stall was empty. No one else was absent." "It did not seem so. I noticed nothing." William hesitated before asking the next question, and he did so in a whisper, taking care that the others could not hear. "Berengar was in his stall?" The abbot looked at him with uneasy amazement, as if to signify that he was struck to see my master harbour a suspicion that he himself had briefly harboured for more comprehensible reasons. He said then rapidly, "He was there. He sits in the first row, almost at my right hand." "Naturally," William said, "all this means nothing. I don't believe anyone entering the choir passed behind the apse, and therefore the corpse could have been here for several hours, at least since the time when everyone had gone to bed." "To be sure, the first servants rise at dawn, and that is why they discovered him only now." William bent over the corpse, as if he were used to dealing with dead bodies. He dipped the cloth lying nearby into the water of the bucket, and further cleansed Venantius's face. Meanwhile, the other monks crowded around, frightened, forming a talkative circle on which the abbot imposed silence. Among the others, now making his way forward, came Severinus, who saw to matters of physical health in the abbey, and he bent down next to my master. To hear their dialogue, and to help William, who needed a new clean cloth soaked in the water, I joined them, overcoming my terror and my revulsion. "Have you ever seen a drowned man?" William asked. "Many times," Severinus said, "and if I guess what you imply, they do not have this face. The features are swollen. Then the man was already dead when someone threw the body into the jar." "Why would he have done that?" "Why would he have killed him? We are dealing with the work of a twisted mind, but now we must see whether there are wounds or bruises on the body. I suggest it be carried to the balneary, stripped, washed, and examined. I will join you there at once." And while Severinus, receiving permission from the abbot, was having the body carried away by the swineherds, my master asked that the monks be told to return to the choir by the path they had taken before, and that the servants retire in the same way, so the ground would remain deserted. Thus we remained alone, beside the vessel from which blood had spilled during the macabre operation of the body's recovery. The snow all around was red, melting in several puddles where the water had been thrown, and there was a great dark stain where the corpse had been stretched out. "A fine mess," William said, nodding toward the complex pattern of footprints left all around by the monks and the servants. "Snow, dear Adso, is an admirable parchment on which men's bodies leave very legible writing. But this palimpsest is badly scraped, and perhaps we will read nothing interesting on it. Between here and the church there has been a great bustle of monks. Between here and the barn and the stables the servants have moved in droves. The only intact space is between the barns and the edificium. Let us see if we can find something of interest." "What do you expect to find?" I asked. "If he didn't throw himself into the vessel on his own, someone carried him there. Already dead, I imagine. And a man carrying another man's body leaves deep tracks in the snow. So look and see if you find around here some prints that seem different to you from the prints of those noisy monks who have ruined our parchment for us." And we did. And I will say immediately that I was the one, God preserve me from all vanity, who discovered something between the jar and the edificium. They were human footprints, fairly deep, in a zone where no one had yet passed, and, as my master remarked at once, fainter than those left by the monks and the servants, a sign that more snow had fallen, and thus they had been made some time before. But what seemed to us most noteworthy was that among those prints there was a more continuous trail, as of something dragged by the one leaving the prints. In short, a spoor that went from the jar to the door of the refectory on the side of the edificium between the south tower and the east tower. Refectory, scriptorium, library, William said. Once again, the library. Venantius died in the edificium, and most probably in the library. And why in the library exactly? I'm trying to put myself in the murderer's place. If Venantius had died, been killed, in the refectory, in the kitchen, or in the scriptorium, why not leave him there? But if he died in the library, then he had to be carried elsewhere, both because in the library the body would never have been discovered, and perhaps the murderer was particularly interested in its being discovered, and because the murderer probably does not want attention to be concentrated on the library. And why should the murderer be interested in the body's being discovered? I don't know. I can suggest some hypotheses. How do we know that the murderer killed Venantius because he hated Venantius? He could have killed him rather than another, to leave a sign, to signify something else. Omnis mundi creatura, quasi liber et scriptura, I murmured. But what would that sign be? That is what I do not know. But let us not forget that there are also signs that seem such, and are instead without meaning, like blitiri or boo-ba-baf. It would be atrocious, I said, to kill a man in order to say boo-ba-baf. It would be atrocious, William remarked, to kill a man even to say credo in unum deum. At that moment Severinus joined us. The corpse had been washed and examined carefully. No wound, no bruise on the head. "Do you have poisons in your laboratory?" William asked as we headed for the infirmary. "Among the other things. But that depends on what you mean by poison. There are substances that in small doses are healthful and in excessive doses cause death. Like every good herbalist, I keep them and I use them with discretion. In my garden I grow, for example, valerian. A few drops in an infusion of other herbs calms the heart if it is beating irregularly. An exaggerated dose brings on drowsiness and death. And you noticed no signs of any particular poison on the corpse? None. But many poisons leave no trace." We had reached the infirmary. Venantius's body, washed in the balneary, had been brought there and was lying on the great table in Severinus's laboratory. Alembics and other instruments of glass and earthenware made me think of an alchemist's shop, though I knew of such things only by indirect accounts. On some long shelves against the wall by the door was arrayed a vast series of cruets, ampoules, jugs, pots, filled with substances of different colours. "A fine collection of simples," William said. "All products of your garden?" "No," Severinus said. "Many substances, rare or impossible to grow in this climate, have been brought to me over the years by monks arriving from every part of the world. I have many precious things that cannot be found readily, along with substances easily obtained from the local flora. You see, Agalingo pesto comes from Cathay. I received it from a learned Arab. Indian aloe, excellent cicatrizant. Live-ariant revives the dead, or rather wakes those who have lost their senses. Arsenico, very dangerous, a mortal poison for anyone who swallows it. Borage, a plant good for ailing lungs. Betony, good for fractures of the head. Mastic, calms pulmonary fluxions and troublesome catarrhs. Myrrh, the gift of the Magi? I asked. The same, but now used to prevent miscarriage, gathered from a tree called Balsamodendron myrrha. And this is mumia, very rare, produced by the decomposition of mummified cadavers. It is used in the preparation of many almost miraculous medicines. Mandragora officinalis, good for sleep, and to stir desires of the flesh, my master remarked. So they say, but here it is not used for that purpose, as you can imagine. Severinus smiled. And look at this, he said, taking down an ampoule. Tutti, miraculous for the eyes. And what is this? William asked in a bright voice, touching a stone lying on a shelf. That? It was given to me some time ago. It apparently has therapeutic virtues, but I have not yet discovered what they are. Do you know it? Yes, William said, but not as a medicine. He took from his habit a little knife and slowly held it toward the stone. As the knife, moved by his hand with extreme delicacy, came close to the stone, I saw that the blade made an abrupt movement, as if William had shifted his wrist, which was, however, absolutely still. And the blade stuck to the stone, making a faint metallic sound. You see, William said to me, it attracts iron. And what is its use? I asked. It has various uses, of which I will tell you. But for the present I would like to know, Severinus, if there is anything here that could kill a man. Severinus reflected a moment, too long, I would have said, considering the clarity of his answer. Many things. As I said, the line between poison and medicine is very fine. The Greeks used the word pharmakon for both. And there is nothing that has been removed recently? Severinus reflected again, then, as if weighing his words. Nothing recently. And in the past? Who knows? I don't recall. I have been in this abbey 30 years, and 25 in the infirmary. Too long for a human memory, William admitted. Then abruptly he said, We were speaking yesterday of plants that can induce visions. Which ones are they? Severinus's actions and the expression on his face indicated an intense desire to avoid that subject. I would have to think, you know. I have so many miraculous substances here. But let us speak rather of Venantius's death. What do you say about it? I would have to think, William answered.
Prime, in which Benno of Uppsala confides certain things. Others are confided by Berengar of Arundel, and Adso learns the meaning of true penitence.
The horrible event had upset the life of the community. The confusion caused by the discovery of the corpse had interrupted the holy office. The abbot promptly sent the monks back to the choir to pray for the soul of their brother. The monks' voices were broken. William and I chose to sit in a position allowing us to study their faces when the liturgy did not require cowls to be lowered. Immediately we saw Berengar's face, pale, drawn, glistening with sweat. Next to him we noticed Malachi, dark, frowning, impassive. Beside Malachi, equally impassive, was the face of the blind Jorge. We observed, on the other hand, the nervous movements of Benno of Uppsala, the rhetoric scholar we had met the previous day in the scriptorium, and we caught his rapid glance at Malachi. Benno is nervous. Berengar is frightened, William remarked. They must be questioned right away. Why? I asked ingenuously. Ours is a hard task, William said. A hard task, that of the Inquisitor, who must strike the weakest, and at their moment of greatest weakness. In fact, as soon as the office was over, we caught up with Benno, who was heading for the library. The young man seemed vexed at hearing William call him, and he muttered some faint pretext about work to be done. He seemed in a hurry to get to the scriptorium. But my master reminded him that he was carrying out an inquiry at the abbot's behest, and led Benno into the cloister. We sat on the inner wall between two columns. Looking from time to time toward the edificium, Benno waited for William to speak. "Well, then," William asked, "what was said that day when you were discussing Adelmo's marginalia with Berengar, Venantius, Malachi, and Jorge?" "You heard it yesterday. Jorge was saying that it is not licit to use ridiculous images to decorate books that contain the truth. And Venantius observed that Aristotle himself had spoken of witticisms and plays on words as instruments better to reveal the truth, and hence laughter could not be such a bad thing if it could become a vehicle of the truth. Jorge said that, as far as he could recall, Aristotle had spoken of these things in his Poetics when discussing metaphor, and these were in themselves two disturbing circumstances, first because the book of the Poetics, unknown to the Christian world for such a long time, which was perhaps by divine decree, had come to us through the infidel Moors. But it was translated into Latin by a friend of the angelic doctor of Aquino, William said. "That's what I said to him," Benno replied, immediately heartened. "I read Greek badly, and I could study that great book only, in fact, through the translation of William of Moerbeke." "Yes, that's what I said. But Jorge added that the second cause for uneasiness is that in the book the Stagirite was speaking of poetry, which is infima doctrina, and which exists on figments. And Venantius said that the Psalms, too, are works of poetry and use metaphors. And Jorge became enraged because he said the Psalms are works of divine inspiration and use metaphors to convey the truth, while the works of the pagan poets use metaphors to convey falsehood and for purposes of mere pleasure, a remark that greatly offended me." "Why?" "Because I am a student of rhetoric, and I read many pagan poets, and I know, or I believe, that their words have conveyed also truths naturaliter Christian. In short, at that point, if I recall correctly, Venantius spoke of other books, and Jorge became very angry." "Which books?" Benno hesitated. "I don't remember. What does it matter which books were spoken of?" "It matters a great deal, because here we are trying to understand what has happened among men who live among books, with books, from books, and so their words on books are also important." "It's true," Benno said, smiling for the first time, his face growing almost radiant. "We live for books, a sweet mission in this world dominated by disorder and decay. Perhaps, then, you will understand what happened on that occasion. Venantius, who knew Greek very well, said that Aristotle had dedicated the second book of the Poetics specifically to laughter, and that if a philosopher of such greatness had devoted a whole book to laughter, then laughter must be important. Jorge said that many fathers had devoted entire books to sin, which is an important thing but evil, and Venantius said that as far as he knew, Aristotle had spoken of laughter as something good and an instrument of truth. And then Jorge asked him contemptuously whether by any chance he had read this book of Aristotle. And Venantius said that no one could have read it because it has never been found and is perhaps lost forever. And in fact, William of Moerbeke never had it in his hands. Then Jorge said that if it had not been found, this was because it had never been written, because Providence did not want futile things glorified. I wanted to calm everyone's spirit because Jorge is easily angered, and Venantius was speaking deliberately to provoke him, and so I said that in the part of the Poetics that we do know, and in the rhetoric, there are to be found many wise observations on witty riddles, and Venantius agreed with me. Now, with us was Pacificus of Tivoli, who knows the pagan poets very well, and he said that when it comes to these witty riddles, no one surpasses the African poets. He quoted, in fact, the riddle of the fish of Symphosius. Est domus in terris, claroque voce resultat, ipsa domus resonat, tacitus sed non sonat hospes, ambo tamen corunt hospes simul et domus una. At this point, Jorge said that Jesus had urged our speech to be yes or no, for anything further came from the evil one, and that to mention fish it was enough to say fish without concealing the notion under lying sounds. And he added that it did not seem to him wise to take the Africans as models. And then something happened that I didn't understand. Berengar began to laugh. Jorge reproached him, and he said he was laughing because it had occurred to him that if one sought carefully among the Africans, quite different riddles would be found, and not so easy as the one about the fish. Malachi, who was present, became furious, took Berengar by the cowl, and sent him off to his tasks. Berengar, you know, is his assistant. And after that, Jorge put an end to the argument by going away. We all went off to our occupations, but as I was working, I saw first Venantius, then Adelmo approach Berengar and ask him something. From the distance I saw he was parrying their questions, but in the course of the day both went back to him. And then that evening I saw Berengar and Adelmo confabulating in the cloister before entering the refectory. There, that's all I know. You know, in fact, that the two persons who have recently died in mysterious circumstances had asked something of Berengar, William said. Benno answered uncomfortably. I didn't say that. I told you what happened that day because you asked me. He reflected a moment, then hastily added, but if you want to know my opinion, Berengar spoke to them of something in the library, and that is where you should search. Why do you think of the library? What did Berengar mean about seeking among the Africans? Didn't he mean that the African poets should be more widely read? Perhaps, so it seemed. But then why should Malachi have become furious? After all, he's the one who decides whether or not a volume of African poets is given out to be read. But I know one thing. Anyone leafing through the catalogue of books will often find among the collocations that only the librarian understands. One that says Africa, and I have even found one that said Finis Africae, the end of Africa. I asked for a book that bore that indication. I can't recall which book, though the title had aroused my curiosity, and Malachi told me the books with that indication had been lost. This is what I know, and this is why I say you're right. Check on Berengar, and check when he goes up into the library. You never can tell. You never can tell, William concluded, dismissing him. Then he began strolling with me in the cloister, and remarked that, first of all, Berengar had once again been the subject of his brother's murmuring. Second, Benno seemed eager to direct us to the library. I observed that perhaps he wanted us to discover there things he too wanted to know, and William said this was probably the case, but it was also possible that in directing us toward the library he wanted to keep us away from some other place. Which? I asked, and William said he did not know. Perhaps the scriptorium, perhaps the kitchen, or the choir, or the dormitory, or the infirmary. I remarked that the previous day it was he, William, who had been fascinated by the library, and his answer was that he wanted to be fascinated by the things he chose, and not as others advised him. But the library should be kept under observation, he went on, and at this point it would not be a bad idea to try to get into it somehow. Circumstances now authorized his curiosity within the bounds of politeness and respect for the customs and laws of the abbey. We left the cloister. Servants and novices were coming from the church after Mass, and as we walked along the west side of the church, we glimpsed Berengar coming out of the transept door and crossing the cemetery toward the edificium. William called him. He stopped, and we overtook him. He was even more distraught than when we had seen him inquire, and William obviously decided to exploit, as he had with Benno, this state of his spirit. "So it seems that you were the last to see Adelmo alive," he said. Berengar staggered, as if he were about to fall in a faint. "I?" he asked in a weak voice. William had dropped his question as if by chance, perhaps because Benno had told him of seeing the two conferring in the cloister after Vespers. But it must have struck home, and clearly Berengar was thinking of another, really final meeting, because he began to speak in a halting voice. "How can you say that? I saw him before going off to bed, like everyone else." Then William decided it might be worthwhile to press him without respite. "No, you saw him again, and you know more things than you wish to admit. But there are 2 deaths involved here, and you can no longer be silent. You know very well there are many ways to make a person speak." William had often said to me that, even when he had been an inquisitor, he had always avoided torture. But Berengar misunderstood him, or William wanted to be misunderstood. In any case, the move was effective. "Yes, yes," Berengar said, bursting into a flood of tears. "I saw Adelmo that evening, but I saw him already dead." "How?" William asked. "At the foot of the hill?" No. I saw him here in the cemetery. He was moving among the graves, a ghost among ghosts. I met him and realized at once that I did not have a living man before me. His face was a corpse's. His eyes already beheld the eternal punishment. Naturally, it was only the next morning, when I learned of his death, that I understood I had encountered his ghost. But even at that moment I realized I was having a vision, and that there was a damned soul before me, one of the lemures. Oh, Lord, what a grave-like voice he had as he spoke to me." "And what did he say?" "I am damned. That is what he said to me. As you see me here, you see one returned from hell, and to hell I must go back. So he said to me, and I cried to him, 'Adelmo, have you really come from hell? What are the pains of hell like?' And I was trembling, because I had just left the office of Compline, where I had heard read the terrible pages on the wrath of the Lord. And he said to me, 'The pains of hell are infinitely greater than our tongue can say. You see,' he said, 'this cape of sophisms in which I have been dressed till today. It oppresses me and weighs on me as if I had the highest tower of Paris or the mountain of the world on my back, and never more shall I be able to set it down. And this pain was given me by divine justice for my vainglory, for having believed my body a place of pleasures, and for having thought to know more than others, and for having enjoyed monstrous things, which, cherished in my imagination, have produced far more monstrous things within my soul. And now I must live with them in eternity. You see the lining of this cloak. It is as if it were all coals and ardent fire, and it is the fire that burns my body, and this punishment is given me for the dishonest sin of the flesh, whose vice I knew and cultivated, and this fire now unceasingly blazes and burns me. Give me your hand, my beautiful master," he said to me further, "that my meeting with you may be a useful lesson in exchange for many of the lessons you gave me. Your hand, my beautiful master." And he shook the finger of his burning hand, and on my hand there fell a little drop of his sweat, and it seemed to pierce my hand. For many days I bore the sign, only I hid it from all. Then he disappeared among the graves, and the next morning I learned that his body, which had so terrified me, was now dead at the foot of the cliff. Berengar was breathless, weeping. William asked him, "And why did he call you his beautiful master? You were the same age. Had you perhaps taught him something?" Berengar hid his head, pulling his cowl over his face, and sank to his knees, embracing William's legs. I don't know why he addressed me like that. I never told him anything." And he burst into sobs. "I am afraid. Father, I want to confess myself to you. Have mercy. A devil is devouring my bowels." William thrust him away and held out a hand to draw him to his feet. "No, Berengar," he said to him. "Do not ask me to confess you. Do not seal my lips by opening yours. What I want to know from you, you will tell me in another way. And if you will not tell me, I will discover it on my own. Ask me for mercy if you like, but do not ask silence of me. Too many are silent in this abbey. Tell me rather how you saw his pale face, if it was darkest night, how he could burn your hand if it was a night of rain and hail and snow, and what you were doing in the cemetery. Come." And he shook him brutally by the shoulders. "Tell me this, at least." Berengar was trembling in every limb. "I don't know what I was doing in the cemetery. I don't remember. I don't know how I saw his face. Perhaps I had a light. No, he had a light. He was carrying a light. Perhaps I saw his face in the light of the flame." "How could he carry a light if it was raining and snowing?" "It was after Compline, immediately after Compline. It was not snowing yet. The snow began later. I remember that the first flurries began as I was fleeing toward the dormitory. I was fleeing toward the dormitory as the ghost went in the opposite direction. And after that I know nothing more. Please question me no further, if you will not confess me." "Very well," William said. "Go now. Go into the choir. Go to speak with the Lord, since you will not speak with men. Or go and find a monk who will hear your confession, because if you have not confessed your sins since then, you have approached the sacrament sacrilegiously. Go. We shall see each other again." Berengar ran off and vanished, and William rubbed his hands as I had seen him do in many other instances when he was pleased with something. "Good," he said. "Now many things become clear." "Clear, master?" I asked him. "Clear now that we also have Adelmo's ghost?" "My dear Adso," William said, "that ghost does not seem very ghostly to me. And in any case he was reciting a page I have already read in some book conceived for the use of preachers. These monks read perhaps too much, and when they are excited they relive visions they learned from books. I don't know whether Adelmo really said those things, or whether Berengar simply heard them because he needed to hear them. The fact remains that this story confirms a series of my suppositions. For example, Adelmo died a suicide, and Berengar's story tells us that before dying he went around in the grip of a great agitation and in remorse for some act he had committed. He was agitated and frightened about his sin because someone had frightened him, and perhaps had told him the very episode of the infernal apparition that he recited to Berengar with such hallucinated mastery. And he was going through the cemetery because he was leaving the choir where he had confided, or confessed, to someone who had filled him with terror and remorse. And from the cemetery he was heading, as Berengar informed us, in the opposite direction from the dormitory, toward the edificium then, but also, it is possible, toward the outside wall behind the stables, from where I have deduced he must have thrown himself into the chasm. And he threw himself down before the storm came. He died at the foot of the wall, and only later did the landslide carry his corpse between the north tower and the eastern one. But what about the drop of burning sweat? It was already part of the story he heard and repeated, or that Berengar imagined in his agitation and his remorse. Because there is, as antistrophe to Adelmo's remorse, a remorse of Berengar's. You heard it. And if Adelmo came from the choir, he was perhaps carrying a taper, and the drop on his friend's hand was only a drop of wax. But Berengar felt it burn much deeper, because Adelmo surely called him his master. A sign, then, that Adelmo was reproaching him for having taught him something that now caused him to despair unto death. And Berengar knows it. He suffers because he knows he drove Adelmo to death by making him do something he should not have done. And it is not difficult to imagine what, my poor Adso, after what we have heard about our assistant librarian? I believe I understand what happened between the two, I said, embarrassed by my own wisdom. But don't all of us believe in a God of mercy? Adelmo, you say, had probably confessed. Why did he seek to punish his first sin with a sin surely greater still, or at least of equal gravity? Because someone said words of desperation to him. As I said, a page of a modern preacher must have prompted someone to repeat the words that frightened Adelmo and with which Adelmo frightened Berengar. In these last few years, as never before, to stimulate piety and terror and fervour in the populace, and obedience to human and divine law, preachers have used distressing words, macabre threats. Never before, as in our days, amid processions of flagellants, were sacred lords heard inspired by the sorrows of Christ and of the Virgin. Never has there been such insistence as there is today on strengthening the faith of the simple through the depiction of infernal torments. Perhaps it is the need for penitence, I said. Adso, I have never heard so many calls to penitence as today, in a period when, by now, neither preachers nor bishops, nor even my brothers the spirituals, are any longer capable of inspiring true repentance. But the third age, the angelic pope, the chapter of Perugia, I said, bewildered. Nostalgia. The great age of penitence is over, and for this reason even the general chapter of the order can speak of penitence. There was a time when those who spoke of it were burned, saint or heretic as they may have been. Now all speak of it. In a certain sense, even the Pope discusses it. Don't trust renewals of the human race when curias and courts speak of them. But Fra Dolcino, I ventured, curious to know more about that name I had heard uttered several times the day before. He died, and died dreadfully, as he lived, because he also came too late. And anyway, what do you know of him? Nothing. That is why I ask you. I would prefer never to speak of him. I have had to deal with some of the so-called apostles, and I have observed them closely. A sad story. It would upset you. In any case, it upset me, and you would be all the more upset by my inability to judge. It's the story of a man who did insane things because he put into practice what many saints had preached. At a certain point, I could no longer understand whose fault it was. I was as if dazed by an air of kinship that wafted over the two opposing camps, of saints who preached penitence and sinners who put it into practice, often at the expense of others. But I was speaking of something else. Or perhaps not. I was speaking really of this. When the epoch of penitence was over, for penitence, the need for penance became a need for death, and they who killed the crazed penitents, repaying death with death to defeat true penitence, which produced death, replaced the penitence of the soul with the penitence of the imagination, a summons to supernatural visions of suffering and blood, calling them the mirror of true penitence, a mirror that brings to life for the imagination of the simple, and sometimes even of the learned, the torments of hell, so that, it is said, no one shall sin. They hope to keep souls from sin through fear, and trust to replace rebellion with fear. But won't they truly sin, then? I asked anxiously. It depends on what you mean by sinning, Adso, my master said. I would not like to be unjust toward the people of this country where I have been living for some years, but it seems to me typical of the scant virtue of the Italian peoples to abstain from sin out of their fear of some idol, though they may give it the name of a saint. They are more afraid of Saint Sebastian or Saint Anthony than of Christ. If you wish to keep a place clean here, to prevent anyone from pissing on it, which the Italians do as freely as dogs do, you paint on it an image of Saint Anthony with a wooden tip, and this will drive away those about to piss. So the Italians, thanks to their preachers, risk returning to the ancient superstitions, and they no longer believe in the resurrection of the flesh, but have only a great fear of bodily injuries and misfortunes, and therefore they are more afraid of Saint Anthony than of Christ. But Berengar isn't Italian, I pointed out. It makes no difference. I am speaking of the atmosphere that the Church and the preaching orders have spread over this peninsula, and which from here spreads everywhere. And it reaches even a venerable abbey of learned monks, like these. But if only they didn't sin, I insisted, because I was prepared to be satisfied with this alone. If this abbey were a speculum mundi, you would already have the answer. But is it? I asked. In order for there to be a mirror of the world, it is necessary that the world have a form, concluded William, who was too much of a philosopher for my adolescent mind.
Terce, in which the visitors witness a brawl among vulgar persons. Amaro of Alessandria makes some allusions, and Adso meditates on saintliness and on the dung of the devil. Subsequently, William and Adso go back to the scriptorium. William sees something interesting, has a third conversation on the licitness of laughter, but in the end is unable to look where he wishes.
Before climbing up to the scriptorium, we stopped by the kitchen to refresh ourselves, for we had partaken of nothing since rising. I drank a bowl of warm milk and was heartened at once. The great south fireplace was already blazing like a forge, while the day's bread baked in the oven. 2 herdsmen were setting down the body of a freshly slaughtered sheep. Among the cooks I saw Salvatore, who smiled at me with his wolf's mouth, and I saw that he was taking from a table a scrap of chicken left over from the night before, and stealthily passing it to the herdsmen, who hid the food in their sheepskin jerkins with pleased grins. But the chief cook noticed and scolded Salvatore. "Celera, celera," he said. "You must look after the goods of the abbey, not squander them."
"Filidae, they are,"
said Salvatore.
"Jesus has said that you do for him what you do for one of these pueri."
"Filthy fraticelli, fart of a minorite!" the cook shouted at him. "You're not among those louse-bitten friars of yours any more. The abbot's charity will see to the feeding of the children of God." Salvatore's face turned grim, and he swung around in a rage.
"I am not a minorite friar. I am a monk Sancti Benedicti, meurtre à toi, Bogomil de meurtre."
"Call Bogomil that whore you screw at night with your heretic cock, you pig!" the cook cried. Salvatore thrust the herdsman through the door and, passing close to us, looked at us, worried.
"Brother," he said to William, "you defend the order that is not mine. Tell him the figli de Francesco non sunt hereticos."
Then he whispered into an ear,
"Il est menteur."
"Pah!" and he spat on the ground. The cook came over and roughly pushed him out, shutting the door after him. "Brother," he said to William with respect, "I was not speaking ill of your order, or of the most holy men who belong to it. I was speaking to that false Minorite and false Benedictine, who is neither flesh nor fowl." "I know where he came from," William said, conciliatory. "But now he is a monk, as you are, and you owe him fraternal respect." "But he sticks his nose in where he has no business, only because he is under the cellarer's protection, and he believes himself the cellarer. He uses the abbey as if it belonged to him, day and night." "How at night?" William asked. The cook made a gesture as if to say he was unwilling to speak of things that were not virtuous. William questioned him no further, and finished drinking his milk. My curiosity was becoming more and more aroused. The meeting with Ubertino, the muttering about the past of Salvatore and his cellarer, the more and more frequent references to the Fraticelli and the heretic Minorites I had heard in those days, my master's reluctance to speak to me about Fra Dolcino. A series of images began to return to my mind. For example, in the course of our journey we had at least twice come upon a procession of flagellants. Once the local populace was looking at them as if they were saints. The other time there was murmuring that these were heretics, and yet they were the same people. They walked in procession, 2 by 2, through the streets of the city, only their pudenda covered, as they had gone beyond any sense of shame. Each carried a leather lash in his hand, and hit himself on the shoulders till blood came, and they were shedding abundant tears, as if they saw with their own eyes the passion of the Saviour. In a mournful chant they implored the Lord's mercy and the intercession of the Mother of God. Not only during the day, but also at night, with lighted tapers, in the harsh winter, they went in a great throng from church to church, prostrating themselves humbly before the altars, preceded by priests with candles and banners. And they were not only men and women of the populace, but also noble ladies and merchants. And then great acts of penance were to be seen. Those who had stolen gave back their loot. Others confessed their crimes. But William had watched them coldly, and had said to me this was not true penitence. He spoke then much as he had only a short while ago, this very morning. The period of the great penitential cleansing was finished, and these were the ways preachers now organized the devotion of the mobs, precisely so that they would not succumb to a desire for penance that, in this case, really was heretical and frightened all. But I was unable to understand the difference, if there actually was any. It seemed to me that the difference did not lie in the actions of the one or the other, but in the Church's attitude when she judged this act or that. I remembered the discussion with Ubertino. William had undoubtedly been insinuating, had tried to say to him, that there was little difference between his mystic and orthodox faith and the distorted faith of the heretics. Ubertino had taken offence as one who saw the difference clearly. My own impression was that he was different precisely because he was the one who could see the difference. William had renounced the duties of inquisitor because he could no longer see it. For this reason he was unable to speak to me of that mysterious Fra Dolcino. But then, obviously, I said to myself, William has lost the assistance of the Lord, who not only teaches how to see the difference, but also invests his elect with this capacity for discrimination. Ubertino and Clare of Montefalco, who was, however, surrounded by sinners, had remained saints precisely because they knew how to discriminate. This, and only this, is sanctity. But why did William not know how to discriminate? He was such an acute man, and as far as the facts of nature went, he could perceive the slightest discrepancy or the slightest kinship between things. I was immersed in these thoughts, and William was finishing his milk, when we heard someone greet us. It was Aimaro of Alessandria, whom we had met in the scriptorium, and who had struck me by the expression of his face, a perpetual sneer, as if he could never reconcile himself to the fatuousness of all human beings, and yet did not attach great importance to this cosmic tragedy. "Well, brother William, have you already become accustomed to this den of madmen? It seems to me a place of men admirable in sanctity and learning," William said cautiously. "It was, when abbots acted as abbots and librarians as librarians. Now you have seen, up there," and he nodded toward the floor above, "that half-dead German with a blind man's eyes, listening devoutly to the ravings of that blind Spaniard with a dead man's eyes. It would seem as though the Antichrist were to arrive every morning. They scrape their parchments, but few new books come in. We are up here, and down below in the city they act. Once our abbeys ruled the world. Today you see the situation. The emperor uses us, sending his friends here to meet his enemies. I know something of your mission. Monks talk and talk. They have nothing else to do. But if he wants to control the affairs of this country, he remains in the city. We are busy gathering grain and raising fowl, and down there they trade lengths of silk for pieces of linen, and pieces of linen for sacks of spices, and all of them for good money. We guard our treasure, but down there they pile up treasures, and also books. More beautiful than ours, too. In the world, many new things are happening, to be sure. But why do you think the abbot is to blame? Because he has handed the library over to foreigners and directs the abbey like a citadel erected to defend the library. A Benedictine abbey in this Italian region should be a place where Italians decide Italian questions. What are the Italians doing today when they no longer even have a pope? They are trafficking and manufacturing, and they are richer than the King of France. So then, let us do the same. Since we know how to make beautiful books, we should make them for the universities and concern ourselves with what is happening down in the valley. I do not mean with the emperor, with all due respect for your mission, Brother William, but what the Bolognese or the Florentines are doing. From here we could control the route of pilgrims and merchants who go from Italy to Provence and vice versa. We should open the library to texts in the vernacular, and those who no longer write in Latin will also come up here. But instead we are controlled by a group of foreigners who continue to manage the library as if good Odo of Cluny were still abbot. But your abbot is Italian, William said. The abbot here counts for nothing, Aimaro said, still sneering. In the place of his head he has a bookcase. We're meeting. To spite the Pope, he allows the abbey to be invaded by Fraticelli. I mean the heretical ones, brother, those who have abandoned your most holy order. And to please the emperor, he invites monks from all the monasteries of the north, as if we did not have fine copyists and men who know Greek and Arabic in our country, and as if in Florence or Pisa there were not sons of merchants, rich and generous, who would gladly enter the order if the order offered the possibility of enhancing their father's prestige and power. But here indulgence in secular matters is recognized only when the Germans are allowed to— Oh, good Lord, strike my tongue, for I am about to say improper things. Do improper things take place in the abbey? William asked absently, pouring himself a bit more milk. A monk is also human, Aimaro declared. Then he added, but here they are less human than elsewhere. And what I have said, remember that I did not say it. Very interesting, William said. And are these your personal opinions, or are there many who think as you do? Many, many. Many who now mourn the loss of poor Adelmo, and if another had fallen into the abyss, someone who moves about the library more than he should, they would not have been displeased. What do you mean? I've talked too much. Here we talk too much, as you must have noticed already. Here, on the one hand, nobody respects silence any more. On the other, it is respected too much. Here, instead of talking or remaining silent, we should act. In the golden age of our order, if an abbot did not have the temper of an abbot, a nice goblet of poisoned wine would make way for a successor. I have said these things to you, Brother William, obviously not to gossip about the abbot or other brothers, God save me. Fortunately, I do not have the nasty habit of gossiping. But I would be displeased if the abbot had asked you to investigate me, or some others like Pacificus of Tivoli or Peter of Sant'Albano. We have no say in the affairs of the library, but we would like to have a bit of say. So uncover this nest of serpents, you who have burned so many heretics. I've never burned anyone, William replied sharply. It was just a figure of speech, Aimaro confessed with a broad smile. Good hunting, Brother William, but be careful at night. Why not during the day? Because during the day here the body is tended with good herbs, but at night the mind falls ill with bad herbs. Do not believe that Adelmo was pushed into the abyss by someone's hands, or that someone's hands put Venantius in the blood. Here someone does not want the monks to decide for themselves where to go, what to do, and what to read, and the powers of hell are employed, or the powers of the necromancer's friends of hell, to derange the minds of the curious. Are you speaking of the father herbalist? Severinus of St. Vendel is a good person. Of course, he is also a German, as Malachi is a German. And having shown once again his aversion to gossip, Aimaro went up to work. What did he want to tell us? I asked. Everything and nothing. An abbey is always a place where monks are in conflict among themselves to gain control of the community. At Melk, too, but perhaps as a novice you were not able to realize it. But in your country, gaining control of an abbey means winning a position in which you deal directly with the emperor. In this country, on the other hand, the situation is different. The emperor is far away, even when he comes all the way down to Rome. There is no court, not even the papal court now. There are the cities, as you will have seen. Certainly, and I was impressed by them. A city in Italy is something different from one in my land. It is not only a place to live, it is also a place to decide. The people are always in the square. The city magistrates count far more than the emperor or the pope. The cities are like so many kingdoms. And the kings are the merchants, and their weapon is money. Money in Italy has a different function from what it has in your country or in mine. Money circulates everywhere, but much of life elsewhere is still dominated and regulated by the bartering of goods, chickens or sheaves of wheat, or a scythe or a wagon, and money serves only to procure these goods. In the Italian city, on the contrary, you must have noticed that goods serve to procure money, and even priests, bishops, even religious orders have to take money into account. This is why, naturally, rebellion against power takes the form of a call to poverty. The rebels against power are those denied any connection with money, and so every call to poverty provokes great tension and argument, and the whole city, from bishop to magistrate, considers a personal enemy the one who preaches poverty too much. The inquisitors smell the stink of the devil where someone has reacted to the stink of the devil's dung. And now you can understand also what Aimaro was thinking about. A Benedictine abbey in the golden period of the order was the place from which shepherds controlled the flock of the faithful. Aimaro wants a return to the tradition. Only the life of the flock has changed, and the abbey can return to the tradition, to its glory, to its former power, only if it accepts the new ways of the flock, becoming different itself. And since today the flock here is dominated not with weapons or the splendor of ritual, but with the control of money, Aimaro wants the whole fabric of the abbey and the library itself to become a workshop, a factory for making money. And what does this have to do with the crimes, or the crime? I don't know yet. But now I would like to go upstairs. Come. The monks were already at work. Silence reigned in the scriptorium, but it was not the silence that comes from the industrious peace of all hearts. Berengar, who had preceded us by only a short time, received us with embarrassment. The other monks looked up from their work. They knew we were there to discover something about Venantius, and the very direction of their gaze drew our attention to a vacant desk under a window that opened onto the interior, the central octagon. Although it was a very cold day, the temperature in the scriptorium was rather mild. It was not by chance that it had been situated above the kitchen, whence came adequate heat, especially because the flues of the two ovens below passed inside the columns supporting the two circular staircases in the west and south towers. As for the north tower, on the opposite side of the great room, it had no stair, but a big fireplace that burned and spread a happy warmth. Moreover, the floor had been covered with straw, which muffled our footsteps. In other words, the least heated corner was that of the east tower, and in fact I noticed that, although there were few places left vacant given the number of monks at work, all of the monks tended to avoid the desks located in that part. When I later realized that the circular staircase of the east tower was the only one that led not only down to the refectory, but also up to the library, I asked myself whether a shrewd calculation had not regulated the heating of the room so that the monks would be discouraged from investigating that area, and the librarian could more easily control the access to the library. Poor Venantius's desk had its back to the great fireplace, and it was probably one of the most desired. At that time I had passed very little of my life in a scriptorium, but I spent a great deal of it subsequently, and I know what torment it is for the scribe, the rubricator, the scholar, to spend the long winter hours at his desk, his fingers numb around the stylus, when even in a normal temperature, after 6 hours of writing, the fingers are seized by the terrible monk's cramp, and the thumb aches as if it had been trodden on. And this explains why we often find in the margins of a manuscript phrases left by the scribe as testimony to his suffering and his impatience, such as, "Thank God it will soon be dark," or, "Oh, if I had a good glass of wine," or also, "Today it is cold, the light is dim, this vellum is hairy, something is wrong." As an ancient proverb says, 3 fingers hold the pen, but the whole body works and aches. But I was telling about Venantius's desk. It was rather small, like the others set around the octagonal courtyard, since they were meant for scholars, whereas the larger ones under the windows of the outer walls were meant for illuminators and copyists. Venantius also worked with the lectern, because he probably consulted manuscripts on loan to the abbey, of which he made a copy. Under the desk was a low set of shelves, piled with unbound sheets, and since they were all in Latin, I deduced they were his most recent translations. They were written hastily and did not represent the pages of a book, for they had yet to be entrusted to a copyist and an illuminator. For this reason they were difficult to read. Among the pages were a few books in Greek. Another Greek book was open on the lectern, the work on which Venantius had been exercising his skill as translator in the past days. At that time I knew no Greek, but my master read the title and said this was by a certain Lucian, and was the story of a man turned into an ass. I recalled then a similar fable by Apuleius, which, as a rule, novices were strongly advised against reading. "Why was Venantius making this translation?" William asked Berengar, who was at our side. "The abbey was asked to do it by the Lord of Milan, and the abbey will gain from it a preferential right to the wine production of some farms to the east of here." Berengar pointed with his hand toward the distance. But he promptly added, "Not that the abbey performs venal tasks for laymen, but the Lord, who has given us this commission, went to great pains to have this precious Greek manuscript lent us by the Doge of Venice, who received it from the Emperor of Byzantium. And when Venantius had finished his work, we would have made 2 copies, one for the Lord of Milan and one for our library." "Which therefore does not disdain to add pagan fables to its collection," William said. "The library is testimony to truth and to error," a voice then said behind us. It was Jorge. Once again I was amazed, but I was to be amazed often in the days that followed, by the old man's way of suddenly, unexpectedly appearing, as if we did not see him and he did see us. I wondered also why on earth a blind man was in the scriptorium, but I realized later that Jorge was omnipresent in all corners of the abbey, and often he was in the scriptorium, seated on a stool by the fireplace, and he seemed to follow everything going on in the room. Once I heard him ask, from his place, in a loud voice, "Who is going upstairs?" And he turned to Malachi, who was going toward the library, his steps silenced by the straw. The monks all held him in high esteem, and often had recourse to him, reading him passages difficult to understand, consulting him for a gloss, or asking counsel on how to depict an animal or a saint. And he would look into the void with his spent eyes, as if staring at pages vivid in his memory, and he would answer that false prophets are dressed like bishops, and frogs come from their mouths, or would say what stones were to adorn the walls of the heavenly Jerusalem, or that the Arimaspi should be depicted on maps near the land of Prester John, urging that their monstrosity not be made excessively seductive, for it sufficed to portray them as emblems recognizable but not desirable, or repellent to the point of laughter. Once I heard him advise a scholiast on how to interpret the recapitulatio in the text of Tychonius, according to the thought of St. Augustine, so that the Donatist heresy could be avoided. Another time I heard him give advice on how, in making commentary, to distinguish heretics from schismatics. Or again, he told a puzzled scholar what book to seek in the library catalogue, and more or less on what page he would find it listed, assuring him that the librarian would certainly give it to him because it was a work inspired by God. Finally, on another occasion, I heard him say that such and such a book should not be sought because, though it did indeed exist in the catalogue, it had been ruined by mice 50 years earlier, and by now it would crumble to powder in the fingers of anyone who touched it. He was, in other words, the library's memory and the soul of the scriptorium. At times he admonished monks he heard chatting among themselves. "Hurry and leave testimony to the truth, for the time is at hand." He was referring to the coming of the Antichrist. "The library is testimony to truth and to error," Jorge said. "Undoubtedly Apuleius and Lucian were reputed to be magicians," William said. "But this fable, beneath the veil of its fictions, contains also a good moral, for it teaches how we pay for our errors, and furthermore, I believe that the story of the man transformed into an ass refers to the metamorphosis of the soul that falls into sin." "That may be," Jorge said. "But now I understand why, during that conversation of which I was told yesterday, Venantius was so interested in the problems of comedy. In fact, fables of this sort can also be considered kin to the comedies of the ancients. Both tell not of men who really existed as tragedies do. On the contrary, as Isidore says, they are fictions. Fabulus poetae affando nomen averunt, quia non sunt res facte, sed tantum loquendo ficte. At first I could not understand why William had embarked on this learned discussion, and with a man who seemed to dislike such subjects, but Jorge's reply told me how subtle my master had been. That day we were not discussing comedies, but only the licitness of laughter, Jorge said grimly. I remembered very well that when Venantius had referred to that discussion only the day before, Jorge had claimed not to remember it. Ah, William said casually, I thought you had spoken of poets' lies and shrewd riddles. We talked about laughter, Jorge said sharply. The comedies were written by the pagans to move spectators to laughter, and they acted wrongly. Our Lord Jesus never told comedies or fables, but only clear parables which allegorically instruct us on how to win paradise, and so be it. I wonder, William said, why you are so opposed to the idea that Jesus may have laughed. I believe laughter is a good medicine, like baths, to treat humours and the other afflictions of the body, melancholy in particular. Baths are a good thing, Jorge said, and Aquinas himself advises them for dispelling sadness, which can be a bad passion when it is not addressed to an evil that can be dispelled through boldness. Baths restore the balance of the humours. Laughter shakes the body, distorts the features of the face, makes man similar to the monkey. Monkeys do not laugh. Laughter is proper to man. It is a sign of his rationality, William said. Speech is also a sign of human rationality, and with speech a man can blaspheme against God. Not everything that is proper to man is necessarily good. He who laughs does not believe in what he laughs at, but neither does he hate it. Therefore, laughing at evil means not preparing oneself to combat it, and laughing at good means denying the power through which good is self-propagating. This is why the rule says, the 10th degree of humility is not to be quick to laughter, as it is written, Stultus in riso exaltat vocem suam. Quintilian, my master interrupted, says that laughter is to be repressed in the panegyric for the sake of dignity, but it is to be encouraged in many other cases. Pliny the Younger wrote, Sometimes I laugh, I jest, I play, because I am a man."
"They were pagans," Jorge replied. "The rule forbids with stern words these trivialities. Scurrilitatis vero vel verba otiosa et risum movienza eterna clausura in omnibus locis damnamus et a talia eloquia discipulum appariri os non permittitur."
But once the word of Christ had triumphed on the earth, Synesius of Cyrene said that the divinity could harmoniously combine comic and tragic, and Aelius Spatianus said of the Emperor Hadrian, man of lofty behaviour and of naturaliter Christian spirit, that he could mingle moments of gaiety with moments of gravity. And finally Ausonius recommended moderate use of the serious and the jocose.
But Paulinus of Nola and Clement of Alexandria put us on guard against such foolishness, and Sulpicius Severus said that no one ever saw St. Martin in the grip of wrath or in the grip of hilarity.
But he recalled some replies of the Saint Spiritualiter Salsa, William said.
"They were prompt and wise, not ridiculous. St. Ephraim wrote an exhortation against the laughter of monks, and in the De Habitu et Conversatione Monacorum there is a strong warning to avoid obscenity and witticisms as if they were asp venom."
But Hildebertus said, "Admittenda tibi ioca sunt posta seria quedam, sed tamen et dignis et ipsa gerenda modis." And John of Salisbury authorized a discreet hilarity. And finally Ecclesiastes, whom you quoted in the passage to which your rule refers, where it says that laughter is proper to the fool, permits at least silent laughter in the serene spirit.
"The spirit is serene only when it contemplates the truth and takes delight in good achieved, and truth and good are not to be laughed at. This is why Christ did not laugh. Laughter foments doubt."
But sometimes it is right to doubt.
"I cannot see any reason. When you are in doubt, you must turn to an authority, to the words of a father or of a doctor. Then all reason for doubt ceases. You seem to me steeped in debatable doctrines, like those of the logicians of Paris. But Saint Bernard knew well how to intervene against the castrate Abelard, who wanted to submit all problems to the cold, lifeless scrutiny of reason, not enlightened by Scripture, pronouncing his 'it is so' and 'it is not so.' Certainly one who accepts dangerous ideas can also appreciate the jesting of the ignorant man who laughs at the sole truth one should know, which has already been said once and for all. With his laughter the fool says in his heart, 'Deus non est.'"
"Venerable Jorge, you seem to me unjust when you call Abelard a castrate, because you know that he incurred that sad condition through the wickedness of others."
"For his sins, for the pride of his faith in man's reason. So the faith of the simple was mocked, the mysteries of God were eviscerated, or at least this was tried, fools they who tried. Questions concerning the loftiest things were treated recklessly. The fathers were mocked because they had considered that such questions should have been subdued rather than raised."
"I do not agree, Venerable Jorge. Of us God demands that we apply our reason to many obscure things about which Scripture has left us free to decide. And when someone suggests you believe in a proposition, you must first examine it to see whether it is acceptable, because our reason was created by God. And whatever pleases our reason can but please divine reason, of which, for that matter, we know only what we infer from the processes of our own reason by analogy and often by negation. Thus, you see, to undermine the false authority of an absurd proposition that offends reason, laughter can sometimes also be a suitable instrument. And laughter serves to confound the wicked and to make their foolishness evident. It is told of St. Maurus that when the pagans put him in boiling water, he complained that the bath was too cold. The pagan governor foolishly put his hand in the water to test it and burned himself. A fine action of that sainted martyr who ridiculed the enemies of the faith.
Jorge sneered. "Even in the episodes the preachers tell, there are many old wives' tales.
A saint immersed in boiling water suffers for Christ and restrains his cries. He does not play childish tricks on the pagans." "You see," William said, "this story seems to you offensive to reason, and you accuse it of being ridiculous. Though you are controlling your lips, you are tacitly laughing at something, nor do you wish me to take it seriously. You are laughing at laughter, but you are laughing." Jorge made a gesture of irritation. "Jesting about laughter, you draw me into idle debate. But you know that Christ did not laugh." "I am not sure of that. When he invites the Pharisees to cast the first stone, when he asks whose image is on the coin to be paid in tribute, when he plays on words and says, 'Tu es Petrus,' I believe he was making witticisms to confound sinners, to keep up the spirits of his disciples. He speaks with wit also when he says to Caiaphas, 'Thou hast said it.' And you well know that in the most heated moment of the conflict between Cluniacs and Cistercians, the former accused the latter, to make them look ridiculous, of not wearing trousers. And in the Speculum Stultorum it is narrated of the ass Brunellus that he wonders what would happen if at night the wind lifted the blankets and the monks saw their own pudenda." The monks gathered around, laughed, and Jorge became infuriated. "You are drawing these brothers of mine into a feast of fools. I know that among the Franciscans it is the custom to curry the crowd's favour with nonsense of this kind, but of such tricks I will say to you what is said in a verse I heard from one of your preachers. Tum podex carmen extulit horridulum." The reprimand was a bit too strong. William had been impertinent, but now Jorge was accusing him of breaking wind through the mouth. I wondered if this stern reply did not signify, on the part of the elderly monk, an invitation to leave the scriptorium. But I saw William, so mettlesome a moment earlier, now become meek. "I beg your pardon, venerable Jorge," he said. "My mouth has betrayed my thoughts. I did not want to show you a lack of respect. Perhaps what you say is correct, and I was mistaken." Jorge, faced by this act of exquisite humility, emitted a grunt that could express either satisfaction or forgiveness, and he could only go back to his seat while the monks, who had gradually collected during the argument, scattered to their places. William knelt again at Venantius's desk and resumed searching through the paper. With his humble reply, William had gained a few seconds of quiet, and what he saw in those few seconds inspired his investigation during the night that was to come. But they were really only a few seconds. Benno came over at once, pretending he had forgotten his stylus on the desk when he had approached to hear the conversation with Jorge, and he whispered to William that he had to speak with him urgently, fixing a meeting place behind the balneary. He told William to leave first, and he would join him in a short while. William hesitated a few moments, then called Malachi, who from his librarian's desk near the catalogue had followed everything that had happened. William begged him, in view of the injunction received from the abbot, and he heavily emphasized this privilege, to have someone guard Venantius's desk, because William considered it important to his inquiry that no one approach it throughout the day until he himself could come back. He said this in a loud voice, and so not only committed Malachi to keep watch over the monks, but also set the monks themselves to keep watch over Malachi. The librarian could only consent, and William and I took our leave. As we were crossing the garden and approaching the balneary, which was next to the infirmary building, William observed, "Many seem to be afraid I might find something that is on or under Venantius's desk. What can that be? I have the impression that even those who are afraid do not know. And so Benno has nothing to say to us, and he is only drawing us far away from the scriptorium?" "We will soon find out," William said. In fact, a short while later, Benno joined us.
Sext, in which Benno tells a strange tale from which unedifying things about the life of the abbey are learned.
What Benno told us was quite confused. It really seemed that he had drawn us down there only to lure us away from the scriptorium, but it also seemed that, incapable of inventing a plausible pretext, he was telling us fragments of a truth of vaster dimensions than he knew. He admitted he had been reticent that morning, but now, on sober consideration, he felt William should know the whole truth. During the famous conversation about laughter, Berengar had referred to the Finis Africae. What was it? The library was full of secrets, and especially of books that had never been given to the monks to read. Benno had been struck by William's words on the rational scrutiny of propositions. He considered that a monk scholar had a right to know everything the library contained. He uttered words of fire against the Council of Soissons, which had condemned Abelard, and while he spoke, we realized that this monk was still young, that he delighted in rhetoric, was stirred by yearnings toward freedom, and was having a hard time accepting the limitations the discipline of the abbey set on his intellectual curiosity. I have learned always to distrust such curiosity, but I know well this attitude did not displease my master, and I saw he was sympathizing with Benno and giving him credence. In short, Benno told us he did not know what secrets Adelmo, Venantius, and Berengar had discussed, but he would not be sorry if, as a result of this sad story, a bit more light were to be cast on the running of the library, and he hoped that my master, however he might unravel the tangle of the inquiry, would have reason to urge the abbot to relax the intellectual discipline that oppressed the monks, some from far places, like himself, he added, who had come for the express purpose of nourishing the mind on the marvels hidden in the vast womb of the library. I believe Benno was sincere in expecting of the inquiry what he said. Probably, however, as William had foreseen, he wanted at the same time to retain for himself the possibility of rummaging in Venantius's desk first, devoured as he was by curiosity, and in order to keep us away from that desk, he was prepared to give us information in exchange. And here is what it was. Berengar was consumed, as many of the monks now knew, by an insane passion for Adelmo, the same passion whose evils divine wrath had castigated in Sodom and Gomorrah. So Benno expressed himself, perhaps out of regard for my tender years. But anyone who has spent his adolescence in a monastery, even if he has kept himself chaste, often hears talk of such passions, and at times he has to protect himself from the snares of those enslaved by them. Little novice that I was, had I not already received from an aged monk at Melk scrolls with verses that, as a rule, a layman devotes to a woman? The monkish vows keep us far from that sink of vice that is the female body, but often they bring us close to other errors. Can I finally hide from myself the fact that even today my old age is still stirred by the noonday demon, when my eyes, inquire, happen to linger on the beardless face of a novice, pure and fresh as a maiden's? I say these things not to cast doubt on the choice I made to devote myself to monastic life, but to justify the error of many to whom this holy burden proves heavy. Perhaps to justify Berengar's horrible crime. But, according to Benno, this monk apparently pursued his vice in a yet more ignoble fashion, using the weapon of extortion to obtain from others what virtue and decorum should have advised them against giving. So for some time the monks had been making sarcastic observations on the tender looks Berengar cast at Adelmo, who, it seems, was of great comeliness, whereas Adelmo, enamoured only of his work, from which he seemed to derive his sole pleasure, paid little attention to Berengar's passion. But perhaps, who knows, he was unaware that his spirit secretly tended toward the same ignominy. The fact is, Benno said, he had overheard a dialogue between Adelmo and Berengar, in which Berengar, referring to a secret Adelmo was asking him to reveal, proposed a vile barter, which even the most innocent reader can imagine. And it seems that from Adelmo's lips Benno heard words of consent, spoken as if with relief. As if, Benno ventured, Adelmo at heart desired nothing else, and it sufficed for him to find some excuse other than carnal desire in order to agree. A sign, Benno argued, that Berengar's secret must have concerned arcana of learning, so that Adelmo could harbour the illusion of submitting to a sin of the flesh to satisfy a desire of the intellect. And, Benno added with a smile, how many times had he himself not been stirred by desires of the intellect so violent that to satisfy them he would have consented to complying with others' carnal desires, even against his own inclination? "Are there not moments," he asked William, "when you would also do shameful things to get your hands on a book you have been seeking for years?" The wise and most virtuous Sylvester II, centuries ago, gave as a gift a most precious armillary sphere in exchange for a manuscript, I believe of Statius or Lucan, William said. He added then, prudently, but it was an armillary sphere, not his virtue. Benno admitted that his enthusiasm had carried him away, and he resumed his story. The night before Adelmo's death, Benno followed the pair, driven by curiosity, and he saw them, after Compline, go off together to the dormitory. He waited a long time, holding ajar the door of his cell not far from theirs, and when silence had fallen over the sleep of the monks, he clearly saw Adelmo slip into Berengar's cell. Benno remained awake, unable to fall asleep, until he heard Berengar's door open again, and Adelmo flee, almost running as his friend tried to hold him back. Berengar followed Adelmo down to the floor below. Cautiously, Benno went after them, and at the mouth of the lower corridor he saw Berengar, trembling, huddled in a corner, staring at the door of Jorge's cell. Benno guessed that Adelmo had flung himself at the feet of the venerable brother to confess his sin, and Berengar was trembling, knowing his secret was being revealed, even if under the seal of the sacrament. Then Adelmo came out, his face pale, thrust away Berengar, who was trying to speak to him, and rushed out of the dormitory, moving behind the apse of the church and entering the choir from the north door, which at night remains open. Probably he wanted to pray. Berengar followed him, but did not enter the church. He wandered among the graves in the cemetery, wringing his hands. Benno was wondering what to do when he realized that a fourth person was moving about the vicinity. This person, too, had followed the pair, and certainly had not noticed the presence of Benno, who flattened himself against the trunk of an oak growing at the edge of the cemetery. The fourth man was Venantius. At the sight of him, Berengar crouched among the graves, as Venantius also went into the choir. At this point, fearing he would be discovered, Benno returned to the dormitory. The next morning, Adelmo's corpse was found at the foot of the cliff. And more than that, Benno did not know. Dinner hour was now approaching. Benno left us, and my master asked him nothing further. We remained for a little while behind the balneary, then strolled briefly in the garden, meditating on those singular revelations. "Frangula," William said suddenly, bending over to observe a plant that, on that winter day, he recognized from the bare bush. "A good infusion is made from the bark for hemorrhoids, and that is Arctium lapa. A good cataplasm of fresh roots cicatrizes skin eczemas." "You are cleverer than Severinus," I said to him. "But now tell me what you think of what we have heard." "Dear Adso, you should learn to think with your own head. Benno probably told us the truth. His story fits with what Berengar told us early this morning, for all its hallucinations. Berengar and Adelmo do something very evil together. We had already guessed that. and Berengar must reveal to Adelmo that secret that remains, alas, a secret. Adelmo, after committing his crime against chastity and the law of nature, thinks only of confiding in someone who can absolve him, and he rushes to Jorge, whose character is very stern, as we know from experience, and he surely attacks Adelmo with distressing reprimands. Perhaps he refuses absolution. Perhaps he imposes an impossible penance. We don't know, nor would Jorge ever tell us. The fact remains that Adelmo rushes into church and prostrates himself before the altar, but doesn't quell his remorse. At this point he is approached by Venantius. We don't know what they say to each other. Perhaps Adelmo confides in Venantius the secret received as a gift or as payment from Berengar, which no longer matters to him, since he now has a far more terrible and burning secret. What happens to Venantius? Perhaps overcome by the same ardent curiosity that today also seized our friend Benno, satisfied with what he has learned, he leaves Adelmo to his remorse. Adelmo sees himself abandoned, determines to kill himself, comes in despair to the cemetery, and there encounters Berengar. He says terrible words to him, flings his responsibilities at him, calls him his master in turpitude. I believe, actually, that Berengar's story, stripped of all hallucination, was exact. Adelmo repeats to him the same words of desperation he must have heard from Jorge. And now Berengar, overcome, goes off in one direction and Adelmo goes in the other to kill himself. Then comes the rest, of which we were almost witnesses. All believe Adelmo was murdered, so Venantius has the impression that the secret of the library is more important than he had believed, and he continues the search on his own, until someone stops him, either before or after he has discovered what he wanted. Who killed him? Berengar? Perhaps. Or Malachi, who must guard the edificium? Or someone else. Berengar is suspect because he is frightened, and he knew that by then Venantius possessed his secret. Malachi is suspect. Guardian of the inviolability of the library, he discovers someone has violated it, and he kills. Jorge knows everything about everyone, possesses Adelmo's secret, does not want me to discover what Venantius may have found. Many facts would point to him. But tell me how a blind man can kill another man in the fullness of his strength. And how can an old man, even if strong, carry the body to the jar? And finally, why couldn't the murderer be Benno himself? He could have lied to us, impelled by reasons that cannot be confessed. And why limit our suspicions only to those who took part in the discussion of laughter? Perhaps the crime had other motives, which have nothing to do with the library. In any case, we need two things: to know how to get into the library at night, and a lamp. You provide the lamp. Linger in the kitchen at dinner hour. Take one. A theft? Alone, to the greater glory of the Lord. If that is so, then count on me. Good. As for getting into the edificium, we saw where Malachi came from last night. Today I will visit the church, and that chapel in particular. In an hour we go to table. Afterward we have a meeting with the abbot. You will be admitted, because I have asked to bring a secretary to make a note of what we say.
Nones, in which the abbot declares his pride in the wealth of his abbey and his fear of heretics, and eventually Adso wonders whether he has made a mistake in going forth into the world.
We found the abbot in church at the main altar. He was following the work of some novices who had brought forth from a secret place a number of sacred vessels, chalices, patens, and monstrances, and a crucifix I had not seen during the morning function. I could not repress a cry of wonder at the dazzling beauty of those holy objects. It was noon, and the light came in bursts through the choir windows, and even more through those of the facade, creating white cascades that, like mystic streams of divine substance, intersected at various points of the church, engulfing the altar itself. The vases, the chalices, each piece revealed its precious materials. Amid the yellow of the gold, the immaculate white of the ivory and the transparency of the crystal, I saw gleaming gems of every colour and dimension, and I recognized jacinth, topaz, ruby, sapphire, emerald, chrysolite, onyx, carbuncle, and jasper and agate. And at the same time I realized how, that morning, first transported by prayer and then overcome with terror, I had failed to notice many things. The altar frontal and 3 other panels that flanked it were entirely of gold, and eventually the whole altar seemed of gold from whatever direction I looked at it. The abbot smiled at my amazement. "These riches you see," he said, addressing me and my master, "and others you will see later, are the heritage of centuries of piety and devotion, testimony to the power and holiness of this abbey. Princes and potentates of the earth, archbishops and bishops have sacrificed to this altar, and to the objects destined for it, the rings of their investiture, the gold and precious stones that were the emblem of their greatness, to have them melted down here to the greater glory of the Lord, and of this his place. Though today the abbey is distressed by another sad event, we must not forget, reminded of our fragility, the strength and power of the Almighty. The celebration of the Holy Nativity is approaching, and we are beginning to polish the sacred vessels, so that the Saviour's birth may be celebrated with all the pomp and magnificence it deserves and demands. Everything must appear in full splendour," he added, looking hard at William, and afterward I understood why he insisted so proudly on justifying his action, "because we believe it useful and fitting not to hide, but on the contrary, to proclaim divine generosity." "Certainly," William said politely, "if your sublimity feels that the Lord must be so glorified, your abbey has achieved the greatest excellence in this meed of praise." "And so it must be," the abbot said, "if it was the custom that amphoras and phials of gold and little gold mortars served, by the will of God, or order of the prophets, to collect the blood of goats or calves, or of the heifer in the temple of Solomon, then there is all the more reason why vases of gold and precious stones, and the most valuable things created, should be used with constant reverence and complete devotion to receive the blood of Christ. If in a second creation our substance were to be the same as that of the cherubim and the seraphim, the service it could perform for such an ineffable victim would still be unworthy." "Amen," I said. "Many protest that a devoutly inspired mind, a pure heart, a will led by faith, should suffice for this sacred function. We are the first to declare explicitly and resolutely that these are the essential things. But we are convinced that homage must also be paid through the exterior ornament of the sacred vessel, because it is profoundly right and fitting that we serve our Saviour in all things, totally, he who has not refused to provide for us, totally and without reservation." "This has always been the opinion of the great men of your order," William agreed, "and I recall beautiful things written on the ornaments of churches by the very great and venerable Abbot Suger." "True," the abbot said. "You see this crucifix. It is not yet complete." He took it in his hand with infinite love, gazed at it, his face radiant with bliss. "Some pearls are still missing here, for I have found none the right size. Once St. Andrew addressed the cross of Golgotha, saying it was adorned with the limbs of Christ as with pearls, and pearls must adorn this humble simulacrum of that great wonder. Still I have found it proper to set here, over the very head of the Saviour, the most beautiful diamond you will ever see." His devout hands, his long white fingers, stroked the most precious parts of the sacred wood, or rather the sacred ivory, for this noble material had served to form the arms of the cross. "As I take pleasure in all the beauties of this house of God, when the spell of the many-coloured stones has torn me from outside concerns, and a worthy meditation has led me to reflect, transferring that which is material to that which is immaterial, on the diversity of the sacred virtues, then I seem to find myself, so to speak, in a strange region of the universe, no longer completely enclosed in the mire of the earth, or completely free in the purity of heaven. And it seems to me that, by the grace of God, I can be transported from this lower world to that higher world by anagogy. As he spoke, he turned his face to the nave. A shaft of light from above was illuminating his countenance through a special benevolence of the day-star, and his hands, which he had extended in the form of a cross, caught up as he was in his fervour. "Every creature," he said, "visible or invisible, is a light brought into being by the Father of lights. This ivory, this onyx, but also the stone that surrounds us, are a light, because I perceive that they are good and beautiful, that they exist according to their own rules of proportion, that they differ in genus and species from all other genera and species, that they are defined by their own number, that they are true to their order, that they seek their specific place according to their weight. And the more these things are revealed to me, the more the matter I gaze on is by its nature precious, and the better illuminated is the divine power of creation. For if I must strive to grasp the sublimity of the cause, inaccessible in its fullness through the sublimity of the effect, how much better am I told of the divine causality, by an effect as wondrous as gold and diamond, if even dung or an insect can speak to me of it. And then, when I perceive in these stones such superior things, the soul weeps, moved to joy, and not through terrestrial vanity or love of riches, but through the purest love of the prime, uncaused cause. Truly this is the sweetest of theologies, William said with perfect humility, and I thought he was using that insidious figure of speech that rhetors call irony, which must always be prefaced by the pronunciatio, representing its signal and its justification, something William never did. For which reason the abbot, more inclined to the use of figures of speech, took William literally and added, still in the power of his mystical transport, "It is the most immediate of the paths that put us in touch with the Almighty, theophanic matter." William coughed politely. He said. This is what he did when he wanted to introduce a new subject. He managed to do it gracefully because it was his habit, and I believe this is typical of the men of his country, to begin every remark with long preliminary moans, as if starting the exposition of a completed thought cost him a great mental effort, whereas I am now convinced the more groans he uttered before his declaration, the surer he was of the soundness of the proposition he was expressing. William continued, "We should talk of the meeting and the debate on poverty." "Poverty?" the abbot said, still lost in thought, as if having a hard time coming down from that beautiful region of the universe to which his gems had transported him. "Ah, yes, the meeting." And they began an intense discussion of things that in part I already knew, and in part I managed to grasp as I listened to their talk. As I said at the beginning of this faithful chronicle, it concerned the double quarrel that had set, on the one hand, the Emperor against the Pope, and on the other the Pope against the Franciscans, who in the Perugia chapter, though only after many years, had espoused the spirituals' theories about the poverty of Christ. And it concerned the jumble that had been created as the Franciscans sided with the Empire, a triangle of oppositions and alliances that had now been transformed into a square, thanks to the intervention, to me still very obscure, of the abbots of the Order of St. Benedict. I never clearly grasped the reason why the Benedictine abbots had given refuge and protection to the spiritual Franciscans some time before their own order came to share their opinions to a certain extent. Because if the spirituals preached the renunciation of all worldly goods, the abbots of my order, I had seen that very day the radiant confirmation, followed a path no less virtuous, though exactly the opposite. But I believe the abbots felt that excessive power for the Pope meant excessive power for the bishops and the cities, whereas my order had retained its power intact through the centuries precisely by opposing the secular clergy and the city merchants, setting itself as direct mediator between earth and heaven and as adviser of sovereigns. I had often heard repeated the motto according to which the people of God were divided into shepherds, namely the clerics, dogs, that is, warriors, and sheep, the populace. But I later learned that this sentence can be rephrased in several ways. The Benedictines had often spoken not of 3 orders, but of 2 great divisions, one involving the administration of earthly things, and the other the administration of heavenly things. As far as earthly things went, there was a valid division into clergy, lay lords, and populace, but this tripartite division was dominated by the presence of the Ordo Monachorum, direct link between God's people and heaven, and the monks had no connection with those secular shepherds. The priests and bishops, ignorant and corrupt, now supine before the interests of the cities, where the sheep were no longer the good and faithful peasants, but rather the merchants and artisans. The Benedictine order was not sorry that the governing of the simple should be entrusted to the secular clerics, provided it was the monks who established the definitive regulation of this government, the monks being in direct contact with the source of all earthly power, the empire, just as they were with the source of all heavenly power. This, I believe, is why many Benedictine abbots, to restore dignity to the empire against the government of the cities, bishops and merchants united, agreed to protect the spiritual Franciscans, whose ideas they did not share, but whose presence was useful to them, since it offered the empire good syllogisms against the overweening power of the Pope. These were the reasons, I then deduced, why Arbo was now preparing to collaborate with William, the emperor's envoy, and to act as mediator between the Franciscan order and the papal throne. In fact, even in the violence of the dispute that so endangered the unity of the Church, Michael of Cesena, several times called to Avignon by Pope John, was ultimately prepared to accept the invitation because he did not want his order to place itself in irrevocable conflict with the pontiff. As general of the Franciscans, he wanted at once to see their positions triumph and to obtain papal assent, not least because he surmised that without the Pope's agreement he would not be able to remain for long at the head of the order. But many had assured him the Pope would be awaiting him in France to ensnare him, charge him with heresy, and bring him to trial. Therefore they advised that Michael's appearance at Avignon should be preceded by negotiations. Marsilius had had a better idea, to send with Michael an imperial envoy who would present to the Pope the point of view of the emperor's supporters, not so much to convince old Cahors, but to strengthen the position of Michael, who, as part of an imperial legation, would not then be such easy prey to papal vengeance.